And good morning everybody and welcome to day number 2 here at the GKA Kite World Tour here in NEOM. What a beautiful day of action we had out there yesterday. Made it all the way through to round number 3 of the men's competition, and it looks like conditions out there, Lewis, are already starting off.
Conditions are brilliant out there, Joe. We've seen some of the riders just getting ready, actually throwing some big air moves, having a bit of fun out there. We've seen a couple of mega loops. To give you an idea here, there's riders getting ready for freestyle on 8-metre kites, 8 and 9s out there, and we're going to be in quite a crucial stage in one of the heats now, which was just left yesterday, not complete, so there'll be 3 trick attempts left in this heat coming up, but we've for sure got some great action to come today with a nice solid 25 knots to wake up to today.
Yeah, it's nice and sunny once again, butter flat for this freestyle paradise that we have over here in Saudi Arabia, NEOM. And one of the things that is also coming up, we still have ex-world champions to go out on the water. Carlos Mario Bebe still hasn't entered.
Yeah, well, it's going to be exciting that. He will be in the final heat of round 3. That'll be heat 8 of round 3. And I think everyone's really excited to see what he's got in the bag still. He's done so much for freestyle early on in his career at the start, and he's very much one that I think has the ability to win this event.
Yeah, no, looking forward to more action out there. But before we go right out onto the water, because we are just about to start with that heat number 7 and round number 3, let's check out the highlight video from yesterday and all of the action out there on the water.
I love you like la 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 la.
Welcome everybody to the second freestyle event of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour for the very first time here in the beautiful location of NEOM, Saudi Arabia. Located on the northwest coast of Saudi Arabia, right opposite Egypt, bringing us similar world-class conditions, the Middle East is definitely becoming a kiteboarding hotspot. With clear blue waters, butterflat conditions and consistent 20 to 25 knot winds makes NEOM the perfect twin-tip freestyle playground. We can see all riders are hungry for competition and are keen to show the new moves they've been working on. Standouts on the water have to be Jean-Maria Coccoluto with the highest heat score and the move of the day, who clearly stated he has come here to win.
Well, at the beginning I was thinking that the wind was super gusty, but when I went inside the water I felt the wind was super good. I did almost all my tricks. I pushed my limits to the next level. I did all my KGP7, 317, all my tricks, so I was super happy. And yeah, I hope he's gonna do good in the next heat. So let's see. I'm gonna win this event, bro.
And Maxime Chablot with a super stylish double half cab move and a big 319 in his first heat.
Yeah, so I started off with a pretty easy trick, and then I wanted to go for the heart attack 7, which is a trick that I usually have 100 out of 100, and seems like I got a 99 out of 100, and that was the 100.
Incoming Swiss freight train. Watch out, everybody. Maxime Chablot, left foot forward. What's he got? Goes up, going for double half cab mobe.
Yeah, it ended up scoring pretty well, so I'm probably going to bring it back in the next round.
We will be back with heat number 7 of round number 3 of the men as competition was postponed due to dropping conditions. Stay tuned for more freestyle action and follow us live on all our official channels.
Welcome back everybody. Wow, what an amount of action we had out there yesterday. Already seeing some scores above 31 points. We saw Jean-Maria Coccoluto, who is the man to be out there at the moment, and that statement out there on his interview with you, Lewis, I have come here to win.
Yeah, he's very confident. I think it's a great mindset to have. I mean, he's not talking about maybes or thinking. He is putting it in reality about what he wants to achieve, and I really loved that brief chat I had with him there. So I think he's the man to beat for me. You know, he's really sending a message. You know, you're sending a message to everybody, including yourself, talking like that. So let's see. But we've already got action on the water right now, actually, and I think Jury's coming in for his trick attempt now on that green Cabrina for his first trick attempt of the day, but it's actually going to be his 5th trick attempt of this heat. Here he goes then, popping into that move, going for a nice, just a slim 5, that one, Joe. So I don't think that's going to be overpowering any of his other scores. But to give you a reminder then of this heat that's going on the water right now, Joe, Dury is actually in the lead of this one. He's got Valentine Rodriguez, current world champion, that's in second, that's actually had a couple of crashes already. So yeah, it's an interesting heat.
Yeah, it definitely is. So let's go out onto the water with the cameras and have a look at the action to see, as Lewis is saying here, heat number 7 of round number 3. We're on trick attempt number 5, and so far it does look like the Dominican is starting to get a roll, starting off a little bit more sketchy. So let's go right out onto the water.
On your screens then, it is Val Rodriguez who's going to, really could do with sticking something on the board here actually, Joe. He's had a few crashes, gone for a mode 5, yeah, he'll be happy with that, Joe. He kind of didn't want to have a third crash so far. He's only got 2 scores on the board. That's a good start for him for the day.
Yeah, it is. Let's not forget Valentine Rodriguez, past GKA Kite World Tour champion on the freestyle. He was world champion 2 years ago, and you know, this boy definitely, he came out of nowhere on that first year he was on tour when he got that title. Very, very talented rider. Last year he didn't quite get his stuff together, and it does look like he is back in action here. Seen him training, seen him getting ready for the rest of, you know, just before the competition, and it's really good to see him back on track. But yeah, like you say, he definitely needed that move. He had 2 crashes, only had 2 scores up there. Let's not forget how this format works. We have 7 trick attempts. The top 4 moves are the ones that count. And what are the judges looking for? They are looking for style. They're looking for power. They're looking for grabs. That is what they are after. And definitely dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's there, Mr. Rodriguez. Coming up next, let's see who is going to be coming in with power, as it is about 25 knots, would you say, Lewis?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just judging by the heights they were going on their 8 meters, doing big air at the start, it's pretty strong. And that's a Mobe 5, and he holds on to that really nicely for Lucas here. And you were just talking about what the judges are looking for there, Joe, nice and clearly. And we're going to see a big difference in the scores between that exact same trick, a Mobe 5, from Valentine Rodriguez and Lucas here, but I reckon there'll be at least 1 to 1.5 points different. It wasn't as cleanly executed. However, it's still a pretty good move to land for your first move of the day, so I'm sure Lucas pretty happy about that.
Yeah, just hitting the old refresh button here to see if we can get some of those scores up, but at the moment it does look like it is going to be, let's have a little look see, no, so not updated quite yet. So as we can see there on the water, we have Adelri Corniel, he is up against Valentine Rodriguez and Lucas Sear, and for that back mode 5 there from Luca, we had a 4.80, and then for the one from Valentine, a 5.3.
Yeah, only 0.5
so
difference actually. So
yeah, making the difference there, the judges. So interesting to see. And here we have the Black Panther himself, Mr. Adelri, coming in with power.
Nice shot here. Oh, he's just let go of the leash. That was a nice close shot there, Joe. We really could see that it just went wrong halfway through that trick, that big turquoise leash releasing, keeping hold of the kite so he doesn't lose it, of course, but that will score a 0.
Yeah, it's, that's why I call it a graceful crash.
Yeah, a controlled crash.
Yeah, you can see and look at the beautiful location here. Perfect blue waters. The wind is nice and strong out there at the moment. But as we saw yesterday, the wind does die out as the heat kind of comes up. We normally have until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon is kind of the go-to of the conditions. Front blind over there from Valentine. Looks like this boy had a nice amount of sleep yesterday, rested up and ready to get those pistons firing.
Yeah, I'm impressed with this start because it would have been on his mind last night when he goes to bed, Joe, thinking, you know, I've got to really, sort this out. Well, when I say that, I've got to really sort this out. I've had a little look through the heat ladders here, and I think that, I mean, it's never a nice way. It's a great topic to talk about, Joe, like whether or not sometimes it's not so good to go through in first place rather than second, but if things go the way you would expect them to go, which isn't always the case, it's going to be a really tough draw for the winner of this heat, which would likely place himself in a quarter-final with Carlos Mario and Luis Cruz, and the other side looks a bit more favourable for the position in second. But that said, Joe, we can't predict the future. It's not always easy to say it's going to go that way, but right now, on the water, on your screens, is our next rider who's turning around now, coming back to go left foot forwards. This is Lucas here. Here he comes then. bearing off downwind. He's waiting for his time here as we look to the screens, me and Joe on the screen, looking at the screens. And it's a move that he won't be happy with there, Joe.
No, you can see he just got caught up with the chop there. It is a little choppier as you get further away from the shore, but I mean, it is pretty much as good as it gets for freestyle water conditions. It's nice butter flat on the inside, but yeah, Luca just, you could see, was going for an edge. It definitely looked like he was maybe going to be going for a 313 or 315, just not being able to get that edge, and especially with the power of the kites out there at the moment, if you can almost see half of the move is going to be landed just by the way the rider takes off, and especially, you know, if they're going to be in control, they get that slack out of the line so they can perform all of the maneuvers. But yeah, unfortunately Lucas here not too happy about that one, and coming in, let's have a look. There it comes, Adeldi Corniel.
Yeah, this is crucial time here, Joe. There is 0.76 separating him from Juan, Valentine Rodriguez. It's his last move then, Adeldi Corniel. He's going big. Oh, and he blocks out, unfortunately. That will be his 7th trick. He won't be able to improve his score of 24.86, Joe, which is just, it's pretty much cements him in second.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can see going for the 317, they're just not getting the kite low enough. When you're in the doubles, you need to dive that kite in the second pass to maintain the slack to be able to get that extra 360 rotation. Missing the bar on the second, that is a shame. You could see the teeth there of the Black Panther, but coming out a little bit short. So it does look like, as you're saying, it looks like Valentine is going to be making his way through directly to round number 5 as it is coming up on the last moves of each rider.
Yeah, do you know what? I'm going to put it out there, Joe. I don't think he's bothered. I think he's had a look through the heat order here, and I think that he may well have wanted to land that, but he kind of knew he was in second, and I don't know. Sometimes I think that does happen, as we see. Doesn't really go crazy for that move. Didn't need to. You know, he's won the heat, and that will be both those two making their way through, as you said, into round number 4.
Yeah, so as the moment, it is an elimination situation here as we have that double dingle format. So what is going to be happening, the winner of round number 3s on each one of those heats will be making their way directly to round number 5. So let's say they have a little breather, they can go and chill out in the beautiful catering and the beautiful lounges we have down here at the NEOM event site. Incredible to see the amount of work the NEOM Beach Games have put together. We have amazing food, great, and riders lounges, they can chill out, they have all the tents, all of the shade. It really stepping up the game when it comes to looking after our riders at the event. So really great to see that, and also that they can just have a relax, because what is going to happen, the guys who have come in 2nd and 3rd in this round number 3 will have to go down to the dungeons, as I like to say, and they're going to have to battle it out, because it is going to be fighting for whoever stays and whoever has to pack their bags a little too early. We can see Mateo Dorotini, an Italian young star coming up through the ranks. We've seen him at a few events, and he is a very powerful and stylish athlete. Hangs out a lot with Gian Maria Coccoluto, and you can definitely see kind of little shades of the Italian DNA in there, especially in his riding style. Likes to add the grabs, has the power, but yet to get the consistency throughout the competition. Going to be interesting. All of the athletes have had quite a lot of time to train up and add a few more weapons to their arsenal. So going to be interesting to see. He is one of my underdog picks for this event.
So off they go, getting ready for the next heat. What a lovely shot we have there, Joe. The drone pilot really tells me, breakfast with him today, he's really enjoying flying his drone here. He has scouted the whole area with the reef out the back there. All areas we can't see quite easily down where we're sitting, but it really does look like a fun place to kite. So flat water here, there's waves out on the reef. It looks like a very good place to be out in the water, and it makes you envious sitting here, doesn't it, Joe? You want to be out there.
It does. Sometimes it's hard to look at the screen, just catch us looking out of the window here, and it is literally, we are about 10 meters from the water. And I know you, Lewis, we would both like to get out there on the water and have a little session, but we will hopefully the wind will stay out a bit and we'll be able to get some nice neon water time. But yeah, really good to see the best of the best, and as Mr. Trenolone would used to say, battling out against themselves and Mother Nature.
Yeah, that's very true. All right, we're going to move on to our next heat very shortly then, and it will be the first heat of round. Oh no, it won't. Of course it won't. It will be heat number 8. That exciting heat. How could I forget? Possibly with Hamza Nasir qualifying through the early rounds against Mateo Dorotini and Carlos Mario. How dare me nearly to get there. I can see Carlos Mario with his signature slingshot kite there. He's got his orange kite on the beach, but he won't be first. First to trick in this heat will be hands up.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Carlos Mario won the last event of last season in Brazil, his hometown. He is probably, together with the likes like Aaron Hadlow, he is one of the instigators of the double-hand pass movement. He was actually the guy that, taught people or did a different way of passing the ball. Instead of twisting the wrist, they actually go the other way so they can grab and make sure that kite goes down mid-move. So, one of the guys that I'm going to say adding to the sport and to where it is today.
Yeah, I know. He really is a big name, isn't he? He's really took it on then. But here we go, flying straight into the box because he hasn't got much time. This is the white kite here is Nasser, who starts off with a big drift. He got kind of a nice shot from the drone there. The distance he travelled there, he got absolutely overpowered. And the qualifier from Egypt there, maybe not getting the perfect move, but it was a powerful one to say the least. But over we go to Mateo Dorotini, the Italian, just looks back over his shoulder here. He's riding that red North kite, which is flying through the box now. Right foot forwards, nice shot from the drone pilot who's following him here. He's unhooking, gone into his trick, and looked like a heart attack that to me from that drone shot. It's a bit distant here, but I think he's started off quite well. And now we will go to Carlos Mario then, the former multiple world champion. Also in kind of different discipline of the sport. He proved he could handle freestyle and big air during that year where we combined the two, the air games, those of you who remember that. And here he is again, still competing, very much a household name. And he's on the water right now, and I'm watching him carefully out of my screen. That looks big, Joe. I think that was maybe well, you must tell me. I love the sign language you gave me there. That was brilliant. That was like charades. It was definitely a heart attack.
Yeah, nice heart attack. I could just see out of the corner of the window here. So Carlos Mario starting off easy. This guy he can do doubles left, right, and centre. So starting off with a heart attack, but it is windier at the moment. As you said before, we are seeing aspects of big air in some of the riders, but it isn't windy enough to change the format to add that big air element in it. Let's not forget, at the GKA we have this mixed format, so we adapt to the conditions. But we had a chat with the riders earlier this morning, and we decided that we are still going to be going for 100% freestyle or a little bit more specific 100% wake style maneuvers.
Yeah, I think there might be an occasion to maybe do a bit of that on the weekend. We'll see if there's time left to do that. But here we go, on your screen, Nasser starts. So he went for a mob, I think, there, Joe, and he just had the kite, to me, looked a bit positioned too high, so he didn't allow him to slack out, and he rightfully let go rather than to hang on and get sort of a 1.5 onto the back.
Yeah, sometimes, that's like being behind a boat. You do not want to hold on to the handle. If you ain't going to land it, let go, because the crash is going to be a lot softer. And as we can see, wind and the gusts are definitely picking up at the moment. But yeah, as we kind of expected, it is Carlos Mario who is in the lead, and looking forward to see some of the moves here of Mateo Dorotini. We're going to have to find out and see what action is coming our way.
Left foot forwards then, Dorotini will look at the scoreboard. He will know that the score is just coming in from the previous rider, which tells him it's his chance to trick, accelerating left foot forwards. Pre-pop, there's a pre-pop and a half there, Joe. Nice takeoff here, slim 5, I liked that.
Yeah, very nice. Got the kite in the sweet spot, getting the power, got the travel. I'm going to say it even looked like he might have got a little tap in the middle there. Not a grab, but I'm going to say it looked like, hopefully we'll be able to see a replay and see exactly what that was. But yeah, very nice move there from the Italian, and that's the power I was talking about.
Yeah, he really looked comfortable, almost receiving a bit of a gust into that, which can be quite intimidating when you're going around one of these tricks. You've got to have those moves absolutely dialed if you could continue. If you're messing up in that sort of stage of a powered move, it's only going to be a crash, maybe even worse, maybe an injury. So that was impressive. I think the judges will like the power in that heat.
Yes, very much so. And all right, here we have him, Carlos Mario, baby. El Brasileño coming in at full power, left foot forward now. Already got a heart attack under his belt. Let's see what he has for us. Off he goes, double Hinterberger 5. Calm, cool and collected, that's what I call textbook.
It was, Joe, and if we just look at the sorts of tricks we're seeing here from Carlos Mario, we're seeing, a double heart attack. Sorry to correct you from earlier on, we didn't get that right. That was a double heart attack. He's working his way through. He's not starting with the crazy 7s and things like that. So he's just working his way up through the gears there. Joe, you weren't sure about that double 2 times heart attack?
No, but obviously, you know, the judges have a closer perspective than us. We did see it all the way out on the back of the competition
I think
area.
that's very late as well. So I mean, he had gone huge. It would be strange for him to start with just a single heart attack. We apologise to all of you watching there who just thought, actually, you guys got that wrong. Sometimes it happens with the harsh angles. That one, I think I can tell you about. I got 100% right, Joe. That will be a 0.00 from all 5 judges. That was a crash there from Nasser, who's now dropped his kite, the white kite. You can't see that. It'd be great to bring that to you on your screens, as he is going to relaunch comfortably. But let's move on to the next rider, Joe.
Yeah, so it looks like just waiting to see. If I'm not mistaken, Dorotini will be coming up next. We can see Carlos Mateo just starting to, you know, cruise here on the right-hand side of the competition area.
Dorotini to the left of this shot then is coming into the box, left foot forwards. Mario's just going to sit on the inside. That's not who we want to be looking at right now. It's the other rider coming in. There we go. Nice shot. And Joe, I'll pass over to you for this move.
All right, look at the face. I always love body language. You see someone, that is full send even before he takes off. Oh, going for a little bit of a nose grab there with the 315. Very nice. I like him when I see him mixing it up. And it looks like he's stoked about that one as well.
Dorotini's in the mood here. He's taking it to Carlos Mario. And he's got nothing to lose, has he? That's a rider that's kind of got nothing to lose here. Not sure how many events he's competed in, but that was pretty impressive. What's Carlos Mario going to do here? Joe, we're looking at the moves he's done already. Is it going to be a slim 7, perhaps?
Yeah, I reckon, you know, he does pass the bar with the right hand, so it's either going to be a slim or a 3-1.
Oh, he's going right
7-3-1-9. So it did look like he was looking at it over here, but we're going to have to wait.
Yeah, I think he's buying himself some time here, because usually once they start off an attack here, they've got 40 seconds to remind you of at home, 40 seconds to perform their trick once the score has come up from the previous rider. That tells them the judges have scored it all 5, and it's their turn. But here he comes left foot forwards now, Joe, and let's see, either a 3-1-7 or a slim 7 is going to be my bet, but he's going to go right foot forwards, I think, here, Joe. Oh, no, he doesn't. He's confusing me here, Joe. I can't tell if he's starting one way or that. Anyway, he's going right foot forwards now.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to get a move in there, because I reckon his 40 seconds is just about to be up. So he does look like he is wanting to be coming left foot forward, like we were saying from the beginning there, Lewis. But, all right, here he comes. So unhooking, what's he got for us? All right, it is going to be that slim. Just going for a single slim. He obviously didn't have a lot of time on the clock. Knew he had to get a move in there. So there we go. Simple slim for Carlos Mateo. That is going to be his trick attempt number 3.
Yeah, I think he's just taking it easy a bit here, Joe. There was no urgency for him to have to nail a double pass there. He knows in this heat he's just got to have a reasonable average heat for himself to advance in the first position. So I think he's just taking it easy there, just making sure he gets 4 tricks on the board. You know, not opening the door for any of the others in this heat, especially Mateo Dorotini, that he must have seen is starting to feel a bit more confident with his riding. But here we are, back to this man, Hamza Nasser from Egypt, just over the coast there in the background. We can see the mountains, and he's gone for a slim. Kite's a bit too high, I think, there, so lands it still clean. He'll get something, but won't be a handle pass score.
No, yeah, rightfully said. You can see the kite was a little bit too on top of his head, not being able to pass that bar. So that isn't going to be what he's looking for. But I mean, you know, very tough draws for this young man. Already done very well, getting his way through and kind of coming into the qualifier. And I could see there Dorotini looking back, taking an old peekaroo left, right, and centre. And he's going to be flying towards us. Already has a few good moves out there on the scorecards. And there we can see the beautiful bird's eye view, the eye in the sky. Making sure we can view all of the action, and you can just see, I'll say it again, I really like it when we can see pure body language in a rider. He is full steam ahead. He's not leaving anything in the tank. Just look at that face.
Yeah, it looked like it. Well, how did he find the time? Well, he liked it. He liked it. It looked a bit like he was carried with the kite to me a little bit there, Joe. But that was real patience to wait for the slack. He didn't go too early for that with a hint of mobe, and he, to me, just looked a bit like the kite had carried him for a little bit there. We'll see that reflected with the judges' scores. We weren't looking at the kite position. We were looking at the rider, but my instincts tell me that perhaps the kite was slightly high, and let's take a look at the scores that he may well have come in for that move.
No, 100% Lewis. I reckon it actually looked like he mispopped that, and then, you know, instead of just getting a simple move, he managed to, you know, add a little bit of a frontside 360 on that move at the very end. We saw it with Jamalia Kokoluto yesterday. He went for that big, he was going for a KGB 7, but when in the end just did a huge back roll and kind of landed it blind at the very end. Let's not forget, you got to get 4 scores on the cards, and at the moment it is Dorotini who is in the lead. Carlos Mario Bebe, 317, perfectly landed.
Yeah, stepped it up when he needed to there, Joe. And, cool, what a moment. That's a screen grab for Dorotini at the moment on our screens. Is still in first. That's about to change, unfortunately, for him. He was winning this heat, and, you know, well done to him. Credit to him for getting 4 nice scores on there that you can see on your screen. But that's going to be a much bigger score for Carlos Mario, and his 4th score, more importantly, which will definitely put him way out into the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. But all of them are starting to get into sync. I mean, now they haven't missed a trick, so they have 4 secure moves on. I mean, you've competed for many years, Lewis. Do you normally get those base scores, or do you try and go all bells whistling from the beginning?
I've got to be honest, I've not competed in this sort of format where you've had 7 tricks and, you know, 7 trick attempts where you can afford to crash. Most of the bigger stuff I've done recently, which still does involve multiple tricks, maybe 3 or 4, is definitely more about, I do think it's nice to have some tricks in there early, but it's all about the conditions. If you're in such a good place and confidence that you just feel like you're one with the ocean, you just go out there and do your thing. But generally, I think as a competitive kiteboarder, it's nice to build your heat here. And if you look at how Carlos Mario has built this heat, this is an example of how to build, and you've also got to look at who you're competing against.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You've got to, you know, have an idea of, you know, what's happening. But then there are also some riders, and, you know, talking to the likes of James Carew, who's our GKA Kitesurf World Champion, he says, I don't care who I am out on the water, I'm just going to destroy them. There is different mindsets, literally different mindsets. But yeah, I think talking about body language again is that when you can see an athlete, when you can see a rider who is full on and he has that look, he has that eye, you can really tell that in his moves. And at the moment, Carlos Mario, you can tell he's doing the moves, he's getting the big ones up there, but he is a little bit on the back foot because he knows he doesn't have to do so much at the moment.
Yeah, he's holding back, isn't he? He's holding back. He's just letting this heat unfolds, and this will be a crucial moment in this heat to see what Mateo Dorotini can do to upgrade his 2.83. Got a chance here, Joe. That was how would you explain that landing, Joe?
Well, that was once again a nicely controlled splash. He missed the bar on the second pass. You can see he did get that kite down. He did get that actually extra yank, but yeah, just couldn't quite hold on to the bar. So that was once again a missed trick there for Matteo Dorotini. And let's continue and keep seeing the action out there on the water as we can just see Carlos Mario starting to pull forward. What a front blind move, and it doesn't get much a better view than that one from the drone.
Yeah, what a nice perspective of that move. That really was quite nice. But just going back to Matteo Dorotini, it's such a shame he couldn't find a way to land that, because that would have been a big score. He had lots of power in that, almost too much power, but it was pretty decent.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's like I said, this young Italian athlete, he really has been pushing it and has the style, has the moves, just doesn't quite have the consistency yet. As soon as he starts to get that consistency up, I tell you, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
.07 coming in then for Carlos Mario's front blind mode, which will be on your screens very shortly. Yeah, it's a nice sort of base score that for him. And I think the delay here is that the other rider is NASA is out the box now, out of view, and actually out of sight, Joe. So I think that's why there's a little delay between this next trick, because it's just the two, Carlos Mario and Matteo Dorotini, that will now continue, I think, in this heat. And on your screens is Carlos Mario. He's just waiting for the sequence to move over to him. NASA, his white kite, is nowhere to be seen. I think he did have an issue there, but I don't think he was ever going to threaten Oh no, he's come back. He was out of nowhere. Like, wow, where did he come from? Right foot forwards. The cameraman got him very well there, Joe.
Yeah, I reckon he just went to have a little talk with himself and said, all right, do or die, it's now or never. So there, coming in full speed. Is he going to be timed out, though, because it is getting very, very close on the old moves there. We have 5 moves there for Carlos Mario, and then it is 5 for each one of these riders. So I'm thinking he is going to be timed out. So next up, we're going to have Carlos Mario coming our way and see who is starting to get the moves and the tricks. Just missing that one there. We do apologise as we have front row seats here. It did look like Dorotini there.
It was Dorotini, so yeah, I think he does follow after NASA. NASA did get timed out, Joe. Yeah, he did get timed out, so his move didn't continue. And then it was Dorotini.
Yeah, going for a 3-1-5 there, just unfortunately not being able to get the landing. But yeah, I mean, Dorotini, he's started off strong, but it kind of seems like he's died out a little bit at the moment. But yeah, let's not forget, it still is not an elimination situation out there on the water. They still can start to mix it up. Let's not forget, winner of this heat, round number 3, will be going all the way down to round number 5. The 2 losers of the 2 second and third positions will be continuing on in round number 4, down in the dungeons, as we were saying before.
Big move that from Carlos Mario there. We were busy having our chat, Joe, but on the screen in the back, you've actually got a bunch of kids and families all around the live stream windows waving at us at the moment. But we did have Carlos Mario, which looked to me like a very well executed, grabbed version of a slim in some way, which we're about to see his scores of fate. So we do apologise not commentating you through that move, because that was his best move of the heat, I think.
All right, well, Hamza is definitely going to have to start to see the blue moon here if he wants to start to have an opportunity to go in this heat, because both of the guys he is comboed out. All right, going for the slim chance, but that kite once again was too high, not being able to pass the bar.
Yeah, I think it's all over now for the man from Egypt. I think he'll be returning over to over the Tehran Strait there and going back home shortly. Maybe not, maybe his flight's not till the weekend, but I think that would be the end of his run. He's got into the main event though. He qualified at the start in those first few rounds, so good. Well done to him, and he's got the experience which will live for him forever, riding with Carlos Mario in a heat, so well done to him. Back to Dorotini then, the only one that can really change the order here. Left foot forwards, look at that, bearing off downwind, goes straight into a slim set. Oh, what a landing. I could even hear them off the beach, Joe, cheering them. We're in basically a sealed room. That was big. Bit of a butt check, but they might forgive him for that, for the power.
Yeah, bad dab. Boom, slim 7 there from Mateo. Getting it together, and yeah, as you can see, the riders and the crowd starting to love what they're seeing. Action out there on the water. Best freestylers in the world. It's one of the first times that we've actually kited in this part of the world and in this location. And yeah, I think Mateo to be out there for his first time and start to get those big moves against the likes of Carlos Mario, where you have that added pressure in there. I actually had a chat with him yesterday, and what he was saying was, you know what, to be honest, there's no pressure, because against Carlos, I just have to go full send, and it looks like he is doing exactly that.
Yeah, he did a 7.09 to lead here. Oh, we got a great replay. What a great timing to get a replay in here. And oh yeah, that is nice. That is the Slim 7, which is scored him quite well. I reckon he would have been up in the 8s there, Joe, if it wasn't for that little butt check. But let's see where that comes in. That has come in, and no, that's that. So it's in the same family. Forgive me, that wasn't why he did need a 7.09, but in a different family really to go into the lead there. So he's only replaced one of his moves, which I think was a slim 5 at the start. So you cannot do the same tricks in the trick family multiple times. They'll count you just once in that one. So that is what happened there. But he's in a solid second place at the moment.
Yeah, no, and I know he's going to be happy with that. It's going to be a confidence booster and making it look too easy. Backside 315 there, Carlos Mario didn't even get his pinky toe wet on that one.
No, I think he sort of pulled out early on the backside 317. Just like we said, he's just warming up, going through the gears. He'll need those moves to be doubles fully in the next rounds, Joe. So I think he's just getting a feel for it, and he's been afforded, I wouldn't say the luxury, but maybe the luxury of not having the most competitive heat. He's had, obviously, Mateo Dorotini push him, but NASA hasn't really got it together here. So I'd say it's been a pretty comfortable heat so far for Carlos.
Yeah, and you could definitely see, you know, we mentioned earlier on in the heat, he is on the back burner a little bit. He is relaxed. He's just doing enough that he knows to do, but which is actually, you know, does show the experience of a competitor, because it isn't about going all bells, all bells and whistles, full pedal to the metal. Sometimes you have to reserve energy, because let's not forget, you know, these guys and girls, which will be coming up very shortly, will go out there various times throughout the day. So you want to be conserving. Pacing is an important part of competition, and yeah, you can definitely see Carlos Mateo there deciding to take it a little bit easier, but also getting a little loosey-goosey and landing some very nice moves.
Yeah, you think about that, 7 trick attempts over 5 rounds, you know, looking at 35 tricks. That's quite powerful, that amount of energy going through your body. So that is the end of that heat. And we'll be moving into round 4, heat 1, Joe.
Yeah, so that is going to be Carlos Mario in first position. Second position is going to be Mateo Dolotini, and third position is going to be Hannah Hamza. So yeah, great riding from all three of them, but Mateo and Hamza are going to have to go into this round 4 that is about to start, where it is now we have entered elimination situation of the competition. This is where if you lose, you're going home.
That's true.
All right, well, welcome back. Round number 4 of competition coming out here on the water, as we have Jean Perez from Colombia, we have Rashid Al-Masrouri from Qatar, Romain Gongeberg from Belgium, and Valentine from France. So now this is elimination situations. People are going home after this heat. The first man to jump is going to be the Colombian athlete, Jean Perez, who is out there on the green north. That is your man on the screen right now. It is just coming up on 10 o'clock in the morning local time over here in Saudi Arabia. And if you are just joining us, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are tuning in from. Thank you very much for joining in on the stream and starting off with a nice little blind landing there. We can see Jean Perez to get, firing off the first bullet. Definitely going to say probably the 2 favorites in this heat are going to be Valentine and Robin, 2 very powerful riders. Valentine of Valgarat yesterday landing a slim 7 and going for some very big backside 7s, just not quite getting the landings on those. I was talking to him yesterday and he just wasn't quite getting the gusts as he wanted to. Let's see how he can do today. And here we have Rashid Al-Masrouri. And the smile says it all. These guys, some of these local riders are just very happy to be enjoying it with the top riders in the world. Kind of looping it out, getting some airtime here for the man from Qatar. And, one of the beautiful things about this location, this is the first time that this place has been kited. This is the first time we've had a competition over here in Saudi Arabia. And, I mean, just, the conditions, the weather, the colors, the riders, and I tell you what, the food, it is a festival of kiteboarding, and it is great to be part of this first-time event over here for the second event of the Freestyle World Tour. We started off in Colombia, where we absolutely saw some of the riders throwing down, and it was the Brazilian who took that win. And now looking forward to seeing how Manuel Suarez is going to do in this competition. The numbers to kind of be up there with the top dogs at the moment is 30.0. Anybody going close or over 30.0 on their total average are definitely up there at the moment. We saw the highest heat score yesterday, plus 31 for Gian Maria Coccoluto for Italy. And that he also had the highest trick scored with an 877 for a gigantic KGB7. I'm going to jump out of the booth as I'm going to get on the beach mic a little bit. So I'm going to leave Lewis Craffen in here with you. So look forward to seeing you very soon and catch up later.
It's me with you here now, left on my own. But I got some good heats to bring you. You at home, if you're tuning in here for the first time ever watching freestyle, it's done differently than big air or some of the other disciplines. The riders will in turn take turns to perform their 7 trick attempts in sequence, and then they will get their 4 best tricks scored out of a total of 10, meaning a total of 40, which count. And it's a 3-1-5 with a massive bounce. Wow, a bounce out landing. I mean, my screen really is all over the place in here, so I'm going to see if I can reach over to the HDMI cable, which would be exactly what one would do at home. First HDMI, then you'd probably go for a power on or off. But no, that is actually the power one that I've reached there. But that last move, I don't know if they're going to score that as a landing or what, but that was pretty impressive. Next up then, on the water, it looks like the duotone rider. Here he goes with a big dead man into a back roll. No chance of taking that one. He really did get accelerated in the end there, and he's just been nailed. And that looks like Rashid Al Manzouri from Qatar. So it's duotone at North, Air Rush in this one, and another duotone, which is Valentine. He's the most experienced rider here. He'll be expecting none other than a win for sure. And that's a nice slim 5 there. Yeah, I like that move on the air rush. A nice slim 5. That's going to score quite nicely for him as this heat starts to build. Those of you that have just tuned in and just missed Carlos Mario out on the water for the first time here in Saudi Arabia. As kite surfing for the first time really is under the limelight of this wonderful resort of NEOM. Kite surfing has now got the green light. The sport is welcoming it here with this northerly wind that blows in. Left foot forwards then, coming into the box. Valgara, Mobe 5. Just a mobe for him here, bit of a butt check. Kite was nicely positioned, but with it just being a mobe, I can't see this scoring higher than anything higher than high 4s, maybe into the low 5s. I'm not sure, just for a mobe these days. So Valentine probably wanted a mobe 5 there, but he'll settle with just getting something on the score. Again, this sort of heat here, we're not into the real late stages of this competition, this freestyle competition, but that won't be a start he'll be happy with maybe in the next heats to come, if he's to make it through this one, which one would probably bet the house on, to be honest. Nice shot here. Shielding his eyes is Perez. Just looking at the screen, far away from him now, just waiting for that last score to come in from Val. And it looks like a 4.13 then for that mobe, which gives the all clear then to Perez to go for his move. He's unhooked. Oh, that wasn't Perez, I don't think. That is one of the... Oh, no, it could have been. That is a 3-1-3 for him. Just right to the edge of the box. Recognisable with his long hair. And as we quickly go to Rashid Al-Mansouri, I am going to keep my eye on him because he's had some spectacular moves, but I'm also going to just wander over to this screen again and see if I can plug this in a bit better than it is right now. Okay, so we've got some technical problems with the screen in here, but oh my days, I'm hoping you saw that one, because I saw that one out the window, and I've just been turned on again with my mic and just said, I don't need the screen in here. I can tell you what's going on in the water looking out my screen. I don't even know how to describe that move from that rider. That was an absolute back-breaking caner, a BBK. I would say that was probably the best way to abbreviate that, and I hope he's all right, because that was a bomber on flat water as well. That's really going to take a hit. So that must have been Robin Goedgeber from Belgium, who's doing all right so far here. He's got a couple of moves on the ball, but that is going to, what are we, 9:57 in the morning here. That must have woken him up for sure. Straight into Valgaraz. We find some rhythm in this heat now. He goes for a chromo, and he'll be looking to just play it safe and get through this heat in first position. I'll take a look if I get a second to see where he goes in this one, because that's always interesting to the riders where they'll end up. So round number 4, which we are in now, first heat, round number 4. He's going to go in here if he wins this against Gian Maria Coccoluto, already waiting for him in round 5, heat 2, and Arthur Gilbert. So okay, Joe's just popped in here just to make sure everything's under control. Of course it's under control. I'm in the box here, and so is Perez. Oh, he nearly had that under control as well. Double into mode, but just crashes out on that move. And this looks very much like to me that it's falling in the hands of the Frenchman Valgaraz, brother of the famous Sebastien Guerard, the family. The family name goes on in kiteboarding, a household family name, I would say, for all of the work that these two have done. And yeah, that guy could ride in any condition, Sebastien Guerard. He could get to finals. And his brother here, continuing on with the legacy, is riding and finding himself expecting to get into semis, of course. That was a big mega loop. Where did that come from? Big mega loop. I like that from the Qatarian, is that a word? Rashid Al-Mansouri there, who's he'll be pretty stoked about that. Broadcast all around the world for the first time in Saudi Arabia, this event, and he's on TV. So nice move there. Bit of a mega loop. It's not going to score hugely here, and to remind you here that this is purely focused on freestyle. Those of you with the knowledge of our sport will know that if it gets windy enough, we move into big air. And famously last year, I think it was in Tarifa, where heavily the tricks were based on a big air scoring system. You know what? There was enough wind today to do a bit of that, I think, today. We saw mega loops on 8-meter kites from some of the men on Vegas's. And it was pushing the higher end of 25 to maybe even 30 knots when we turned up here this morning. But as is this event, and a lot of the feeling amongst the riders, they want 100% freestyle focused here, and I think that's good. It's the spotlight is on them here as we go over to Robin Goedgeber, who takes off nicely. Whoa, kite loop. 313 kite loop. And Joe, I can hear on the beach MC, enjoyed that himself, as the familiar voice on Joe on the mic down there. He enjoyed that one. Not sure it's going to score majorly in this discipline here. The judges really want to see The kite's nice and low, whilst the riders physically remove themselves from the safety of being hooked into the kites via the body, via the harnesses. They will be removing themselves and taking all the power on the arms, passing the control bar behind the back in some way or another, often including rotations, going upside down. I think there's more of a technical term for that, but to put it bluntly, upside down, around and passing the bar. This is a nice takeoff from Val. That's unfortunately just got away from him there. It was almost too good a pop. It just exploded away from him from the kite. Either he missed the bar or hit a gust there, but it looks very much to me like Valentine is starting to work through the gears here, and he'll need those moves in the upcoming heats. He was looking for a slim 7 there for sure, and he's definitely got that sort of style where it's like an all or nothing. If he can land that move, he's going to score well for it. He's got good power. Riding that sea kite, I think that does influence the riders and how they appear. But now we go back over to Perez riding right foot forwards here with the kite just positioned a bit higher into this move. He's going for, he's blown out there. Unfortunately for him, he just didn't get things in the right position. Was probably looking for a backside 3-1-5. And this heat's nice. It's rolling really nicely now. Riders are really in sync with each other. There's 4 men in this heat as well, which can be quite a watch actually, but once they start to find the rhythm, it's easy to work out what's going on. We go back to Rashid Al-Mansouri, the man from Qatar, flying in left foot forwards here. He's going for his 6th trick of this heat. It's going to be a mega loop. Oh, I thought he was going to throw a mega loop. Double back roll to toe side in the end. It's not going to be a big scorer, but he's already scored over 1 point though, with a 1.03 with one move before that. Can he beat that with that move there? That is going to be important for him. He needs 11.53 to lead. So I think that's going to be quite an ask. In fact, it's actually impossible because you only get scored out of 10 for each move, a total of 40 that will count to your overall score. And only 2 riders yesterday were clocking in with heat scores over 30. I'm yet to see Carlos Mario's score from today, but I've got the feeling it wasn't over a 30, and he didn't really need it to be. He just needed to do enough. He's an experienced rider, Carlos Mario, and he's been slamming down, performing these moves for a number of years now. Is there any need to take 1 or 2 more big hits than necessary if you don't need to? But now we go over to the Belgian, Robin Goetgeber. I hope I'm saying that correctly. I'm trying. Unhooks then. Bearing off downwind. Oh, he's mugged that off. He unhooked for a second there. Didn't fancy it and came back in. And now he's going left foot forward. So he'll be up against the time limit here. I'm just going to move from my station. And he's got 5 seconds to turn around. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Effectively, he's timed out. Will he get grace of the judges? No, it was too much. It was too much pressure to take there. But I think the judges... It'll be interesting to see if they score him something or a nothing. But as a reminder to you then at home, it's 40 seconds that the riders get in the zone all by themselves. Now, some of you around the world will be kite surfing in spots. Let's take Cape Town, for example. You won't get even 5 seconds kite surfing on your own in a busy beach. Or there'll be others of you thinking, I get 4 hours with nobody out there. Maybe some of you living in more deserted places in the world. Here in Saudi, it's quite quiet. There's not loads of people kiting here. It's definitely going to become a big destination. It's got everything. It's just over the coast where we are here from Egypt. We can see faintly in the background the mountains where Sharm el-Sheikh is. Almost can look up towards Dahab, which is further up to the east side of the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. And it's so surreal to be looking back at Egypt after so many years of events in Egypt, looking over to Saudi Arabia, wondering what it would be like to kite surf there. We know the wind's good. It has to be the same northerly wind. But on my screens now, actually out the window, is just a slim 5 then from Valentine Garras. About as clean and nicely executed and controlled as you can do that. And clearly for me here, he just wanted to get a 4th score on the board, as he's got a front blind mobe, a back mobe, and a crow mobe, all scoring lower than 5, but he's really got to just look out for the others maybe performing one big move here, but he's just going through this quite nicely. I think that's going to be around a 5, that move, that slim 5. But hey, I'm not a judge, as Val Garrar just pops over the big black boy out there, just having fun. They all look pretty happy out there, the riders. They're sleeping well, the food's great. That's already a good start for them. And they're enjoying this new event here in NEOM 2022 at the Beach Games, which we'll talk more about as we get on with the morning. A big hello to you all who've tuned in. Maybe it is early in Europe, and this is quite far outside the usual area for a 315, but he's ridden through it for John Perez from Colombia. And I wonder if he's going to be in a head-to-head battle with Goedgeber from Belgium. But Val Garrar, that's not bad. 4.87 for his slim 5. So that shows I'm starting to understand how the riders are feeling, how the judges are rewarding some of these tricks, because they are very consistent. And there's 5 judges, to remind you, 5 of them sitting in the judges' box just to the left-hand side. And they all will score a move, but the highest and lowest score will be kicked out, which will remain, 3 will remain, and you'll get an average for your score. So they often are very close anyway, but they're good guys in there. Some former event winners. Rui Mira is what's going on there? Big boost there from Rashid Al Mansouri that went for the cleat grab, I believe that's called. I think he is flying a trust bar. He did reach up there and adjust something. He's still adjusting, but there will be no more adjustment to his scores, as that looks to me very much like it was his 7th trick. And, oh no, he's just performed a massive board off out the back for the crowds, gone down quite heavily, and I think that was his way of exiting the event gracefully. As we go back to Goedgeber, who's in this battle with John Perez. He's on 9.5 now. He could do with sticking something on the board here if he wants to secure his way through this competition. It's a front to blind and dunks it in the water. He has left the door open then for Perez. He needs a 4.92 to stay in this competition. Valentine Garrar then riding out. He's got this one in the bag. Front blind mode for him. It's going to upgrade his previous one, which was a 4.27, same trick family. Expect that one to come in around the early 5s. And it's possible, actually, there is another trick attempt, so apologies. I think we may see Rashid Al Mansouri with one more trick attempt. But leading this heat then is Valentine Garrar. There's still a lot to go here for these riders. It's not all done and dusted here for 2nd and 3rd. Crucially, 2nd will stay in this competition. This is a big move for Perez, who's riding right foot forwards. This is, it looks like to me, his 7th and last move. He's got to get this. It's just a blind, a backside. It's a, blind judge 3 for him, quite far out to sea there, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough if he can move into 2nd place, which Goedgeber holds on to. He needed more than a 4.92 for that. What I do know is Al Mansouri does have another trick attempt. Flying in left foot forwards then. Absolutely stacked. He's getting built up by Joe on the beach because the crowds love it. It's a big mega loop for him. Can he stick? He can't. He gets rotated backwards on. Not a nice position, I can tell you that. Blows out, and unfortunately that will be the way that he exits the competition here in Saudi Arabia. But that was one for the crowds. And boy, did the crowds love that here in NEOM. They enjoyed that move from him. And unfortunately, he's going to get a 0 for that one. But Goitgeber will know now. He's secure. He's already got second. I wonder if they've told him on the beach. In he comes, left foot forwards, bearing off heavily downwind. This is better. Front to blind. He just can't stick. It's a really nice style that is for that move. Very wake style, up and over. Probably does that on the cable all day long. But here, that kite has to remain in the air. And unfortunately, he's stuck that one in the drink, but he won't be too bothered. He will advance into the quarterfinals here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour with a 9.59, ousting John Perez, who could only manage a 5.87. And Rashid Al Mansouri wasn't miles away with a 3.07. Now, there would have been an upset, the big air man. But Valentine Guerra then miles ahead on 19.56. Here he goes, left foot forwards. What's he got for us? Going for a slim 7, and he just bombs out. Didn't look too committed into that one, but he had the movement and the feeling, and that's going to wrap up that heat then with Valentine Guerra that will take the win in that one. Back with you then here at the GKA Kite World Tour, the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Here we are in Saudi Arabia for the first time. Lots of action on the water now, as I can see. A bit of a big air session going on in this transition until the next heat, which is going to be between Yusuf Musa from Egypt, Eros Balbino from Italy, Luis Cruz from the Dominican Republic, and here's a name, wow, what a first part of the name, Pier Francesco Rizello, sounds Italian, from Brazil. So we have a wide spread of riders here from around the world, Egypt, Italy, Dominican and Brazil. Luis Cruz, you'd fancy here, and if he can win this heat, round 4, heat 2, let's take a look. Where does he end up? Yeah, he was going with Gian Maria Coccaluto, Arthur Gilbert, and Robin Goidgeber, who's made his way through the Belgian rider. But let's get back to things here on the water, because we can't be far away from the start of this one, and I can see the big screen outside in red, indicating to the riders that the transitional period is taking place. 45 seconds remain on there, so they start to get out of the way of the main area. I'm all on my own now. Even the sound guys walked out for a second as they just sort out this HDMI screen in front of me. I don't need it. I can look outside here. I like to see it sometimes out the window. So if things aren't exactly in sync with what you're seeing, apologies, I'm just going with my eyes here. And what I can tell you is it's a lovely turquoise lagoon here with a backdrop of golden sand and the mountains of Egypt in the distance. And it's a Rayleigh to blind to kick things off, and a kite slam down the middle from the very young rider, I believe, which I think that's Pier Francesco Rizello. And I like this kid. He's got some good moves, but unfortunately I don't think that's going to be one that's scored at all. few young riders in here actually. We've obviously got Finn Flugel as well, and this rider here is on a 7-meter Vegas. And as I've said before, I'm blind here with my screen, so I'm just looking at the live scores, and once I've got things nicely in sequence, I know Luis Cruz is there flying his Air Rush Court big pre-pop with that North Kite for this rider that could well actually be Pier Francesco Rizzero. We'll get the scores coming in very shortly, which gives me an indication of who's who. New riders here, and as you may well have been listening yesterday, this feels like a real transitional period for freestyle. The ultimate dedicated experienced riders are here. Carlos Mario, Gianmaria Coccoluto, Maxime Chablot, but the likes of Liam Whaley, Paolo Novotny, names, household names in the past, focusing on other areas of sport right now. And that's big. Looked like a big double spin to the left. It just came out the side of my window, unfortunately. So, I've got my screen back on here now. So you would have seen that nicely with that radio booth in the background. We're both looking at the same things right now. And you can see very clearly 5 scores are actually given there. The top 5 scores will only be the top 4, of course, that are included there in the little white boxes. And a lovely drone shot here. This is Cruz then starting off quick. A chance for a bit of a Sam Light rewind there, but doesn't opt to. And I think he's a lefty, so that's always one to think about as far as which moves he's done. So that's Luis Alberto Cruz, and there is the lovely drone shot of where we are. Just look at that, the reef out in the background to the west as the wind blows from the north here. Lovely little place to explore and get around. And really, this is really going to be a big destination, I can tell you. It's not too difficult to get a flight here. The wind blows very consistently all year round as well, so that is the benefit of visiting somewhere like here. It's going to be warm as well throughout the year. That's a big pre-pop, a very controlled. He just decided not to. Too much power there as he turns, looks left over his shoulder. There we go. Oh no, again, big gust. He's made it this time. It's Rayleigh. Toe side looks over the shoulder, and he's probably just looking at the screen thinking, I wonder if they noticed that as a move. Might well have decided that he could get another one in, but I think he's popped off the water there, and they will actually class that as a move. So I think we'll have to move over to the other rider. As he's already bearing off downwind in straps here as well, which is difficult in these choppy conditions. And he can only manage a Rayleigh as well. Empty box right now, that's what you can see.
Thank you, Lewis. Well, standing down here with the winner of that pass heat, Valentine. Val, good to see you back. Looks like you're on full form.
Yeah, I'm happy to be back after my but no, I'm super happy to be back.
First time for us over here in Saudi Arabia, and coming back from an injury, the conditions look nice. It looks a little gusty out there, but it's really nice to see that butterflat location.
No, it's pretty. The wind is blowing super strong in the morning. So yesterday I had it against Maxime, and the wind was lighter. I was riding 11, but I was happy to see that I was in shape and it in the gusty and strong wind this morning. So yeah, just happy to be back, like in shape, you know.
Oh, it definitely looks like you are stronger than ever. One thing you did in your heat there, Val, it half the way through, you dropped to size in the kite. Did a full stop there. Really, definitely the do-it-on team. Is helping you out. Why was that?
Yeah, because I tried this morning on the 10 and it was all right. I went again, but the wind picked up during the heat, so I was completely lit on the 10. And yeah, Natalie on the beach helped me out with her 9, so pretty cool from her and the duotone team. So yeah, it helped me to perform good tricks at the end.
Definitely some absolute bangers out there. Congratulations on the win. You are through to round number 5. Round number 4 back on the water. Lewis, let's check out the action.
Thanks, Joe. And talking of the action, here is a nice shot from the drone pilot. Cool, he must have one hell of a battery. He always seems to be flying in the air, this man. And yeah, Valgarad, good reminder actually there that he has had an injury, shoulder injury. This is big. Cool, see that gust there? Just power this rider straight through the box, and that is going to also score as a 0. But nice interview with Val, and if you listen carefully there, he's happy to be back. He has been out since around spring, I believe, with a shoulder injury, so that's perhaps why he's not absolutely going for it on the water, but done enough and controlled that heat very well to advance into the quarterfinals here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour in NEOM at the Beach Games 2022. It's not just kite surfing taking place here. There's 5 major events, but on your screens right now on this drone, it's going to be a back roll, and that way it may well be the Egyptian Yusuf Musa as I start to really recognise which riders these are on the water. But yeah, the 2022 NEOM Beach Games. They have beach soccer, 3-on-3 basketball, triathlon, mountain biking, and all these riders living in the Athlete Village, which is pretty impressive. The Athlete Village will be hosting all these riders over the course of the weeks to come, as we see now. And no chance of that one landing to blind, so that's not going to score hugely either. This heat's still really yet to get going. Luis Cruz is pretty much the favourite with this one. He's on 7.63, and the others are playing catch-up. And interesting to hear from Val that he actually dropped down a size there. That's how windy this morning has started. You forget, once it gets to midday, 1 o'clock, it does start to drop a bit lower and lower. So it is, I mean, it is pretty flat here, but out to sea like that, there's a bit of chop out there. And race director Rui Mira, winner of the event in Canada so many years ago, I've forgotten. He knows what it's like to win a freestyle event now. And he is your race director here, making these decisions of safety, which is number 1 on the GKA Kite World Tour. And if you'd listened to the riders briefing, you'd actually understand it is actually super important. And the boys have been marked out here. Look how shallow it is just there. So what we've got to be careful is that the riders take off in front, just as the wind has taken this young rider here, and he's gone for a double back roll. I bet he's got the ability to pass the bar there as well. And yeah, really, as well as all of the riders, judges, and the staff, they really want safety to be important. And you can just see quickly, look at that shot there, how shallow it is in the sand. This is where the riders are performing their tricks right now. And this is Yusuf Musa on your screens. He must know these conditions. Look at that backdrop, sand in the distance, not even wearing a wetsuit. I was at an event recently, one of the young riders in the UK saying that the goals and ambitions one of hers would be to ride without a wetsuit. Come to Saudi Arabia is what I say, as he looked like he was going for a slim there maybe and get absolutely powered. He's stuck it in the drink there, which we can see. And you don't see that every day. The Houdini kite's gone through itself, relaunched itself. Very controlled, definitely on purpose there from Yusuf. And again, he won't be scoring anything. He's down in 4th place at the moment. I've turned the aircon off in here again and left me. But I can take it. Very warm climate here. Those of you that haven't been to this region before, it's dry, it's warm. This time of year it's a bit cooler in the mornings, but you're never far from just wearing shorts and a t-shirt all the time. So just a Rayleigh then. Looks like 3 tricks left for these riders to make a difference. Cruz is in cruise control here, as you'd expect from the experienced rider. He hasn't really upped it just yet in any way. And that's RS Balbinol with just a Rayleigh there. 0.5 0.43, oh no, so 0.50 for that move as we go to Alberto Cruz. Look at the takeoff. Oh, he got nailed. How did he hold on to that? That's how strong he is. I mean, if you were to bet there that was going to take him heavy over the nose and drill him down into the sea, you'd have thought so. But he just held on to it one-handed. He's such a strong rider with a core, strong core. He's been around for a long time, Alberto Cruz. I think he's made his way to finals before. I don't think he's won an event, but he's one of those riders. If he has a really good heat and you're one of the top 5, it's going to be tough to get past. He's always in and amongst it, and he's very experienced. He must have at least 50 events under his belt. There you can see on your screens he's leading by quite a hefty margin. 14.26 is the score for him. And he's got 4 tricks on the board. I mean, they'll want to be scoring more than 5s really. Oh, we saw it stuck to wraps right at the end there. And wow, that was pretty impressive from them. I mean, these are young riders in this heat as well, really fancying their chances against the others. And let's see what score comes in here. Stoked, that rider was stoked. And he should be. He's put himself into second place. Pier Francesco Rizzello there with that delayed landing to wrap with a 1.83 has upped it. And this heat is going to be about second place. Which one of these riders can battle it out to get into second? Alberto Cruz probably get off the water now and advance, but the others, any one of them, they're so close. Only 0, sort of about 2 points maybe, separating 3 points actually, as on your screens now. Yusuf Musa's got to land it. Do it anyway. Just a sort of front roll there for him. He's struggling with the power here, I think. You can see out the window, he's on a 7 metre, sorry, it's not him. No, I think he's on a 7 metre kite. And that is why it's finding it tough, as we're going to move over to the Italian in boots. He's riding a 7 metre Rebel actually. It's going to be a tough kite. He's got a full D-power there, if you can see the D-power rope swinging around as he just sort of bum slides his way out. And there to your left-hand side was Yusuf Musa getting in his face. Riding out right foot forwards then he goes. And Balbinot down by 0.69 here, but he hasn't got a 4th trick score. Something half decent here, like that. He's stoked. That is the celebration that I remember landing that Brady to blind back then, that we see present today here in these choppier conditions with some of these wild cards and qualifiers getting in that are performing the best moves they can to try and advance. And he was stoked because he knew the timing was right to land that move. He needed to get into second place. Alberto Cruz is going for the windmill, warming himself up. But Balbino heads into second place here, and with one hand still, well, 2 hands very much on the bar and in the heat, is Alberto Cruz demonstrating how powered they are. Riding downwind, it is a 3.17 from Alberto Cruz. And he is looking very comfortable and will be happy that he can be performing those moves. Getting ready for his next round, really. He doesn't really need those moves here. There on your screens then is Pier Francesco Rizzello. Next rider's starting to get ready for the heats. There's a bit of action on the beach. Here is Pier Francesco. To a back roll. He's going to go wrapped here. Oh, he sticks it. He's going to go wrapped. And he celebrates, punches to the sky, because he is in a head-to-head battle here with Ernest Balbino. What does he need to get? He needed a 1.14 from that move. And if you look here carefully, you can see he's down in 3rd place. Out of the event right now. He goes into 2nd place. Brilliant. Wow, it's so close. He goes into 2nd place by almost not much at all. It looks like he's thrown over the gauntlet challenge then to Aris Balbinol, and really this has got to be something special soon by Yusuf Musa if he wants to get involved here. If he can land a slim though, that is going to mix things up. Love these heats sometimes. Sometimes not all about the best things you've ever seen. It's about riders on the water performing their moves. Mega loop, interesting from Yusuf Musa, going for what he knows. I like that approach. So Yusuf Musa, 5. This will be his 6th trick attempt, and he decided he wanted to get something good on the board. I think Jez Hangtime Jones, back where I live, would have been up for this event. He would have had his S-bend to blind. He would have worked his way reasonably well through here. So maybe some of you watching thinking, you know, these conditions, I could probably do a few unhooked moves. But once you get into that quarterfinals, it's all about to get crazy after this round, I think. Balbinol. Oh, that's a backside block side. Absolutely slammed down there as we see the rider. Shaco, he's feeling the back of his head. He really took one there. It was a bit of a block side landing. It doesn't actually look like he's got any fins on that board, which I wonder if we can get a replay of that one. I'm going to put that out there to the director. Can we see a replay of that? That was almost landed very block side on, and the block side came about. Alberto Cruz then. Next up, big air. Yeah, he's having fun. Not so bothered about doing something crazy here. Alberto Cruz. Which will be his 6th move. Followed a 3-1-7, the big air move there for Alberto Cruz. There's a timer on your screen there. Not sure why. Perhaps that's the predicted time left in this heat, but you can ignore that. Oh, replay. Alberto Cruz with his huge boost there. Nice. Which way is he even going? Tail grab there, going left foot forwards, and we've missed that one, unfortunately, from Pier Francesco Rizello, and he looked a bit disappointed because he was in 2nd place. Still is. But perhaps wanted to get a better move in there. I think he's going to have one more chance. It looks like Balbinol with a 0 also has one more chance with his 7th move. Yusuf Musa, will he go to the moon, as Joe asked? Yes, a back roll, a mega loop delayed back roll. Nicely landed. You haven't seen it. You've just seen the man sitting down on the beach waiting for his go. But it's Balbinol that we need to be seeing here now. Or was it out of sync there from Pier Francesco? Who's no, I think Balbinol is going to come through my screens. Crunch time in men's round 4, heat number 2. As Balbinol is waiting, looking at the scores there, he's just waiting for that score to come in. What does he need then? He needs a 1.01 to advance. He's got 4 tricks on the board. That 0.50 will be the one he's looking to upgrade. It's a Rayleigh. Back to blind. I can't stick it. He just goes down, throws his hands up in despair, and has that moment that many freestylers know when you end up underwater wondering what could have been. And he is going to have to, I think, accept defeat here by Pier Francesco Rizello from Brazil. The young rider looks to me like he's got his place here into the next round. Alberto Cruz then with a nice big air. He's really having fun out there. Afforded the core. He's absolutely gone miles through the box here. You wouldn't believe how far he went through the box there. So this is showing you at home just actually how windy it is here. This isn't like an 18 to 20 knots place here in Saudi Arabia. This is a 25 to 30 in the morning. Probably a great location for both freestyle and perfecting your big air tricks, because, you know, when you want to learn this stuff, normally you want to do it in 20 knots, but at 25 knots, warm, weather. This is probably a lovely place for both those disciplines. Lovely slow-mo replay, catching this controlled spinning around there from Luis Alberto Cruz, who's obviously made the decision to take it easy at this freestyle-focused competition just in his later moves here. As on your screens now, this rider, Pier Francesco, looks to me like he's very much got his spot in the next round. Can he practice any of those moves? Likes to do the delayed landings. Just going to be ready. He's going to go for it. Go on, go for it. Or nearly wanted to go blind perhaps there. And well done to him. He looks like he's about 13, not even, probably a couple of years off there. As that heat comes to an end, it's going to be over to the next heat coming up very shortly, which I will bring to you. There on your screens, though, is the Egyptian that has to bow, Yusuf Musa, who showed us some nice controlled big air. Actually, I liked that at the end of the mega loop delayed back roll. Big air guy, I expect, that's just thought it's only over the coast here. I'm going to try my hand in the freestyle. And Pier Francesco on the water there has just been told that he's made his way through. And what a moment that will be for him into the quarterfinals at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour in Saudi Arabia. And this may well be his first freestyle event. There's people running around the beach who are very excited for him. Next heat then, Lucas here, Hansen Nasser. And I think that's the guy that likes to absolutely send it. This is someone that I like to watch. Lorenzo Calcano and Finn Flugel. Those of you paying attention to the world of kiteboarding will know that this rider won a prestigious award at the GKA Awards this year in Tarifa. He's really a name to watch in so many disciplines. He's flying under the flag of Germany. He's up against the Dominican Lorenzo Calcano and Hansa Nasser of Egypt. And Lucas here from Austria. There's the scene as the tide starts to pull out now. You can see it's quite shallow in there. Yeah, that definitely is Austria, not Australia. Lucas here, my quick Google search of 3-letter abbreviations confirms my thoughts. Wonder how that works. Do they get in there first, Australia? Ah, it must be, maybe it's down to the lettering. You have to go to the 4th letter where they'd still be equal. The 5th letter they'd still be equal, and it would go into the 6th letter, A-U-S-T. Ah. And A being the definitive character, which would mean that Australia would claim the 3-letter abbreviation with the letters which match their country name. Welcome everyone that's joined us here, 10:39 in the morning. That is exactly as my watch says, which suggests that we are on good timing here, because I'm always on time. I'm Lewis Crathen, talking you through the freestyle here in Saudi Arabia at the NEOM Beach Games.
De verdad, estoy tranquilito, ¿sabes? Porque la condición del viento está muy fuerte, ¿sabes? Y estoy navegando porque voy con chicos que no son muy fuertes. Ahora, cuando estemos más fuertes, unos chicos, ahí navego más fuerte. Pero de verdad, muy tranquilo estoy.
Yeah, what Luis is saying, I was saying to Luis that he looks nice and calm and collected, and he says, you know, he's holding back. He has a lot of heats. He knows there's a lot of athletes coming his way, so he's just going to be doing. But it definitely looks like he was throwing out some of the moves. Luis, te hemos visto combinando un poquito las maniobras de freestyle puro, de wakestyle, cometa abajo, bien duro, pero también te hemos visto volando y eso, disfrutando un poco de aquí de NEOM.
De verdad, sí, ¿sabes? Estoy navegando tranquilo ahora, no estoy muy desesperado. Y la condición, como te dije, del viento, cuando está el viento fuerte y está con otra persona que no es muy fuerte, ¿sabes? O hacer algo después que hace tu 4 maniobras, pero primero es tratar de hacer tus 4 maniobras bien para intentar hacer lo que tú puedas después. La condición
I was asking Luis there how he mixes it up, because one of the things we're looking for obviously is that most complete rider, and he's saying that when the conditions are strong, you want to get those 4 base tricks on, and then you can start to have fun. But it definitely looks like this athlete is having fun out there, going through to the next round. Luis, felicidades. Siguiente ronda, ronda número 5. ¿Qué tienes preparado?
Bueno, hay algo secreto, depende del viento como te, pero hay algo secreto. Y un saludito para la familia que mira desde allá también.
Luis saying that he has a couple of secrets up his sleeve. He's going to be getting ready for round number 5, so we're going to let him go at it. Luis, congratulations, saying hi to the family. Luis, right back to you.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for that great interview as well. It's a powerful look, isn't it? Luis Alberto Cruz, got the shades on. He's a cool character on the freestyle tour, can handle himself at a big air as well. I think he actually competed in King of the Air. I think I even competed against him at King of the Air once. So he can do all the moves. Very well known in the Dominican, and I think he's a household name on the freestyle circuit here. Definitely over a decade of riding. But on your screen, that looks like the blonde hair of Finn Flugel that starts off with a big caner, unfortunately for him. Looked like he was going for a 3-1-3. You have just joined us in round number 4, heat number 3. That is the third heat of round number 4. And on your screens is another powerful rider from the Dominican Republic. It's Lorenzo Calzano on that lovely turquoise, easily spottable board. You should see the colour of his kite. You cannot miss that out on the water. And he's not going to go next. It'll actually be the other rider here, which must be Lucas here. Bit out of shape on that move, but he just saw that to your left-hand side there, and that was a backside 3-1-3 for him. Pretty warm outside. I reckon we've got about 28 degrees out there. Inside the booth, it's a nice comfortable 39 degrees. With this lovely 4 big huge panels of glass, this insulated live booth here facing very south as the sun starts to pull round now. Heating us up nicely in here. Right foot forwards though on the north kite on your screens then. Looks like Hamza Nasser going for a mega loop with a delayed back roll to the right hand side. Lovely landing, nice and clean. So lots of these riders here actually really into the big air. This is Hamza Nasser from Egypt. And he looks more comfortable throwing the big air side of things. And we will remind you, you do not get scored as well for the big air here, which is starting to fade away, the opportunity for big air now. And that's great. On your screens is Calzano from the Dominican with that very easily recognisable orange crazy fly kite. And he's got his leash pre-wrapped round the left here. Tells me he might be... no, he's got doubles on the go then if he's set up like that. And he just goes for a front to blind to start things off. And he will be the one, I believe, battling it out for the top spot here, possibly with Finn. Maybe Luca can stick his stuff as well, because you just never know with these heats. Out my window, as you get that nice view of all 3 riders. Out my window, I can see Joe talking to the beach, keeping people entertained. We will be swapping in between the heats. But Finn Flugel, lovely change of angle here. Oh, what a landing. Wow, he really held that out there. And that was pretty sick. I quite like the look of that. I think the judges are going to like that too. Front roll to wrapped. I wonder, around the world somewhere, the likes of you and Jasper maybe watching this thinking, could have got up there here. Maybe these conditions look really nice. I just wonder. But we're about to get into real action time in round 5 after this one. That's a bit of a KGB butt check. Be very surprised if that scores more than 1 point for that. butt check, but it was a demonstration that he can do that move then for Lucas here. 2.87 for Flynn Flugel's front roll to wrapped. And just passing the bar might give him a bit more of a better score. There's the cameraman in there. And, oh, and a caner. That's a big caner. He looked like he had it in the bag. And that is why you cannot take your eyes off the action here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. Just when you think things are calm, you get a big caner like that one. And that was a good effort, though, from Hamza Nasser, who is actually, I think he's had a, oh, here we go. What a time for a replay here. There he goes. Lovely shifty on the way in. 3-1-3. This looked textbook, but there, the gust just drilled him. I'd love to have seen that crash at the end, but that was very unfortunate for him that he hasn't scored there. But that, for me, has spiced this heat up and is a sign to the other riders that actually he does have a few handle passes in the bag. And that, for me, has woke me up big time here in this heat. It was all going casual. Riders were getting about their business. Then, boom, Hamza Nasser from Egypt, doing himself proud, going upgrading definitely his efforts to show the judges what he's about. On your screens now, Calcano set up a bit of it. There must have been a down loop in there to get that sort of power off that. Looked like a 3-1-3 here. He's happy about it, but he's got my attention there, Hamza Nasser, who's still reeling in on the beach here, his green kite. I think, oh, he's doing a Paul Daniels. Oh, this could be devastated for him. Feel like I want to run out there and help him. Can we get a shot of that green kite on the beach that's just floating around? That's the Egyptian that's just desperate for some sort of help. On your screens then is Finn Flugel. He's looking for someone. He's looking for me, but I can't come to you. I'm sorry. I'm busy. I'm on the job here, Hamza, and on the screens is Finn Flugel. I can only describe a bit of a mess and a kite that's flying leading edge down, facing into the wind for Hamza. But meanwhile, I'm looking to Finn Flugel, but Hamza is desperate to get his lines. He's got that situation where he's just desperate for someone to grab his kite here. I can't stop talking about it because, or maybe he's just accepted a line cross. On your screens then, Finn Flugel, 3-1-5. Joe Siastula calling out on the beach correctly, and Finn Flugel starts to edge his way closer to safety and a remaining position in this heat. On your screens then is Lucas here. He's not far down. Needs to really get some things on the board here though, because one feels that Finn Flugel will start to rack up some scores. Finn Flugel actually just coming out to the side here to see if he can possibly help. And I do feel for the Egyptian rider here. Hold your breath, those of you Egyptians watching here. He's got kite problems here, Hamza Nasser. And I want to see him out there. He's got to get this sorted because he's back up in sequence soon. He looks devastated. Unhooking then. And that is a KGB from Lucas here. He will be absolutely stoked at landing that move here to throw one down. He looks over his shoulder, waiting to see what score he's going to get. Actually looking over his shoulder, interestingly, at Finn Flugel riding right behind him. And let's just keep a look at those kite lines here. Can you notice the cross in the lines? I think he's got a definite malfunction of kite lines here. Has Hamza Nasser, who's made his way in time into the heat. He's looking back, waiting for that score to come up then from Lucas here. That's I think he's just been given a 5 point. Sorry, he couldn't have done because no, that was his. Yeah, it must have been. Yeah, his highest scores are what you can see there. So that's not the ones in order. A 5.13 would definitely have been scored for that KGB, his highest moved. So he's gone into the lead. Hamza Nasser with an equipment hindrance, going for just an S-bend there. I think he's going to want to get in and sort these kite lines out. And I have requested the AC now, as the sound engineer, so multitasking in his ways, reaches over and starts to put a halt of the rise of this temperature in here in the live stream booth. It's already on its way down. It's dropped 2 degrees at the present. maybe 5 so quickly. Must be a Siemens. On your screens is Lorenzo, right foot forwards with back roll. Very quick, poppy, inverted back roll. That was always going to be tricky, I think, to try and rotate against that with that speed. So he may have to watch out for Lucas here as well. This heat is going to be an interesting one. On your screens is the young rider, Finn Flugel. He's got a great name, hasn't he? Double F. Waiting and watching. So he's actually watching, waiting for that score to come in from Lorenzo, just to know when it's his time. He'll then have 40 seconds to perform his move. And it looks cool. I thought he was going in toe side for a little bit here, just bearing off a little bit as he prepares. Bearing off downwind, very controlled, nice takeoff. Odds on here for a 3-1. What even was that? Was it a 3-1-5 or a Hintermode 5? That was just quite an interesting rotation, to say the least. I think that was a 3-1-5 for him. And I've got my screen back up and running now, so I can definitely see that clearly next time. As on your screens is Lorenzo Calcano, who knows that he still is in first place, but the other 2 riders in this heat, Finn Flugel and Lucas Steer, are pushing him now. He's only in the lead by about 1.6 is Lorenzo. Men's round 4 then here. We've had 3 rounds already. Starting to see the level increase. Lucas here coming left foot forwards then. This has to be most likely Slim related, I think. In he comes then. Waiting for the takeoff. No, it's not. Massive block side landing. Didn't get the pop on that at all, it has to be said. So Lucas here will not be able to add to his tally of 7.66. He will have more attempts to come, but he won't really want to crash too many more. He'll want to get 4 solid tricks on the board. Lorenzo Calcano has done that. He's only got a 0.7 counting towards his 12.13 total score, which you can see very clearly there. It's showing his top 5 scores. We only really need his top 4, but it's still interesting. So he's in the lead. The top 2 will advance. And on your screens is Hamza Nasser. Has he sorted his lines out? Come on, go for it. I just didn't get the slack. He's got to send that kite down. He's on a difficult kite for those moves. It looks like an orbit. And fancy for Hamza. I mean, probably was desperate for this to be a big air event, to be honest, with his style and what he's used to. So it looks like it's going to be a very difficult way to the top for Hamza, as off on the water with the orange kite is Calcano. Just coming in nice and close. This clearly indicates to me that he's about to set up and go right foot forward. He's looking over his shoulder at the big screen, waiting to see the scores come in then from Hamza Nasser, which has just come in. It's likely to have been that 0.3 reflecting in his top scores. Bearing on down, great shot, lovely, powerful, unhook riding. Backside 3-1-3. From Lorenzo, and I think he's gone about his business very well here as we can look. It wasn't in the same family, it's sensible riding. He's got a slim 5 count in the front line, a 3-1-5, and that backside 3-1-3 is going to push him up to a 14.66. Backside 3-1-3. Scoring him reasonably well. It's about getting through this heat. Finn Flugel. Flynn Flugel. It's actually Finn Flugel, not Flynn Flugel. He's a lovely young man, this guy. Really happy to be here around the Athlete Village. Nice. Gets a heart attack in. And he'll be happy with his riding. I think he's riding out to sea there, having a word with himself. Pretty stoked about things that he's put that move on the board. And let's see, I mean, that was quite a nice rider. He needed a 4.24 to go in the lead, and that's how tight it is at the top. 1.03 separating Lorenzo and Finn there. And Lucas here on your screens has got it all to do now as he's starting to realise the desperating situation. He's got to really land this now. It's a good takeoff. 3.13, 3.15. He's gone around. He will be stoked. That is a moment of elation for him. And he knows he's trying to build himself up now. Maybe he'd slap himself in the face. And it's time to wake up here. Because unless he sorts his stuff out, he's going home. There is Hamza Nasser, who's obviously come in on the beach and sorted his lines out and gone back out just in time again. He's been very good at timing to get back in here. He's had a lot to deal with. That's, I think, fair to say from Hamza Nasser. But Lucas Sear has just put his third trick score on the board. He's already got a nice high, I think, highest scoring of the heat so far, KGB 5.13. So he should be expecting to try and get through if he can score big fives, but he's got to land 4 moves. Meanwhile, Hamza Nasser, has he got time to perform his move left foot forwards? I am going to wander over. He's got 20 seconds on the big screen here. And he just can't land his slim and he goes down, unfortunately for him. Nice move then from Lorenzo, and I'd say that's one of the sort of banker moves here. I'm surprised we haven't seen many of the other riders doing in this heat, as it's getting to a very exciting time in this heat now. Finn Flugel, I think he's got what it takes to deal with this. Ignore that timer. I have requested it gets removed because with the riders getting up to 40 seconds to perform their moves. One isn't to know how long a heat, or a heat will take. I mean, if that hit 0 when it was all done, I'll be very impressed. Finn Flugel, slim 5. Kite was a bit high, but he's got a slim 5 in there. Which move is he looking to upgrade then? Yeah, he's got a 2.87 that you think would be kicked out there. I think he's going to end up on around 14.5 points here with another trick to go. And that will keep him close. That's a 14.73 he's ended up on there. So wasn't miles away there. So he got rewarded for that last move quite well there. And this is getting very exciting because Luca Sear is currently going out of this event. He has his last trick attempt. He doesn't need much. Oh, no, he does. He needs quite a big score to advance. Oh, he can't stick a mo, but a time like this when he needed it the most. And unfortunately for Lucas Sear, yeah, his scores aren't reflecting so well on your screens to me. He's actually... it's because it's the same trick family. I think that's what's happened here. His 3.13 was scoring in the same trick family as the 3.15, which is why on your screens he only has 2 scores on there, and mine he has 3. But correctly, he never had a chance. He had to stick a very big move there. He needed something in the region of a 6, over a 6. And Finn Flugel looks to have won that battle against Lucas Sear. And that'll be frustrating for Luca, knowing he had the power, he had the moves. He was the only one with a 5 so far. And this one here for Hamza Nasser. Will be his... Oh, he went for the back mobe too. I like it. He put it all on the line at the end. I really respect this Egyptian rider. He's thrown out some freestyle as well as the big air. There is going to be your heat winner on your screens that knows he can pretty much go out now for fun. I can hear Joe is building him up on the beach. The camera is following him out there onto the water. This one is going to be for the crowds as he works that kite up and down, heading eastward, right foot forwards. And what's he got for us? Is he going to concentrate with an unhooked move? He is. Boom, Kana. Absolute back-breaking Kana, that. And may well have been better to just go for a big air as he reels in his rod and catches a 9-metre kite on the end of it. But really release it back into the ocean. Round 4, heat number 3 is finished, and I'll be back with you shortly. Finn Flugel actually landing the 7th trick there, and that was a pretty good one for him. Will it make a difference in the grand scheme of things? As I incorrectly exited this heat, and Finn Flugel was on the screen and performed a lovely move. It would have been in the same trick family, I think, as the 3-1-5 he done earlier, but it was a better one. So I think that's good, and it has changed things here, and that is an incredible change. Finn Flugel going into the lead then, I think we're about to go down to Joe very shortly, but Finn Flugel, wow, what a performance that was, to go work his way up to 2nd, and then on the last move put himself into the lead there. Some nice highlights here then of that last heat with your winner on the screen, Finn Flugel, that I nearly walked away with him in 2nd place. Corey's going to be upset with me when he watches the live stream back this evening. But I came back, I corrected it. It was his last move that would dramatically push him into 1st place. Let's take a look at that on the grand scheme of things. We have got another heat coming up very shortly, but I want to see what has changed here as Joe walks over, getting ready for his interview. Where has that put him? Because that may be a big difference. So Finn Flugel now in the heat with Pier Francesco Rizzello, Juan Rodriguez and Maxime Chablot. And the other rider, Lorenzo, where has he ended up? He's ended up with Luis Cruz, Valentine Rodriguez and Carlos Mario. Let's be honest, it didn't really matter which one of those heats you ended up in, but he'll go through knowing he won that heat, so well done to him. He's got what it takes to win a heat, but I feel we're going to get some big action coming up very shortly with the top riders starting to perform. Next up then will be the final heat then, of rounds number 4. Mateo Culminates from France, Greg Wilcox from South Africa, Duri Corniel from Dominican Republic, and Matteo Dortini from Italy. Right foot forwards in that white blinding wetsuit, starting things off then on, not sure what kind that is, but it's actually in the water right now. That's either Culminates. It's not Duri Corniel. You can see him on the Cabrina. And I know that Greg Wilcox from South Africa, there he is on your screen. I know how he looks, and that is how he looks. Pretty proud on a twin tip. Wilcox from Cape Town. Pre-pop, going straight in for a big board off or 1-footer, not messing around. Sticking to the styles he knows, and you have to respect that. Wants to get something landed on screen here. So this is round number 4. We've got the quarterfinals coming up very shortly. And very close now. I know that Joe is on the beach with an interview with Finn Flogel. So here we go. Well, we will go there, but we've just seen a backside 317 from Aduri, and I have to address that. But I'm almost like an escorter of a plane in front of the plane. He's just got his hand out right now, just indicating it's time to go to the beach now with Joe with Finn Flogel.
Standing over here with the winner of that last heat, Lorenzo Calcano. I'm going to be doing some translation for Lorenzo. Lorenzo, felicidades ganando tu hit. Una vez más, se os ve tranquilo, se te ve fuerte, se te ve duro, dándolo todo en el agua.
Bueno, es que las condiciones no están como se deben, pero está muy rafagoso. La verdad que estoy muy contento de pasar a la tercera ronda y nada, a la tercera ronda, perdón, con full power.
He's saying conditions are a little gusty. It's hard to get exactly what he wants out there, but he's finding some of the locations to be able to pull his power. He's just basically saying full send, and he is ready to rumble. Lorenzo, hemos visto también durante fuertes por las ráfagas y por las condiciones. ¿Cómo salido así? Porque luego te has activado duro a la siguiente ronda.
Bueno, son habilidades de kayak, ya con esa experiencia la va tomando, pero la verdad que cae muy duro y está muy flat water, está muy seca la marea, pero voy a toda, estoy muy activo, tengo mucha y estoy muy contento.
Yeah, the famous word coming out of the Dominican Republic. Estamos activos. He is ready. He's ready to rumble. Lorenzo Calcano, congratulations. Through to the next round. Lewis, back to you.
Thanks, Joe. Let's get back into this heat here then. It's round 4, heat 4. And yeah, we've got some big moves going down already. This is 7.87 from Duri Corniel. Lorenzo looks pretty happy there. On your screens right now then, it's Wilcox, Greg Wilcox from Cape Town then, preparing himself, riding left. It's big air, it has to be with this style. Big mega loop. Nice, obviously rides out in Cape Town, flying over the golden sands just below us. Nice and clean. Wilcox starting off with a 1.07. Scored quite highly actually for that sort of 1-footed board off. There they are on the beach, just looking at think, oh, that guy looked confused. Looking at his scores, wondering what was going on. So Wilcox getting 2 scores on the board. And we are back with Duri Corniel, who is one of our top riders here actually, so close to being world champion with that one heat against Valentine Rodriguez. Those who remember the dramatic heat in Brazil, which decided a lot. Here he comes though, very comfortable, eyeing up possibly. Didn't like that gust that came and hit him. and turns round quickly to go right foot forwards. Has he got time to come back left foot forward? This could be interesting. 7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's incredible riding from Dury. He can't get the perfect takeoff that he wanted maybe to go for the Slim 7, but he did get something on the board. But to turn around that quick, with me looking out at that timer, I didn't think he was going to get a move in time. He did. But he would have been after something bigger. For him, a 3.20 is not what he's after, but he's going to be hard to catch now. Into mode 5, he liked that. The moment of elation which humans wish they could bottle and use at any given time, but it's not possible. You can see it right there, and I think he's going to be really stoked about that. So Matteo Dorotini moving up comfortably in the top 2, and that's 2 decent scores here. Can he make his way through into the quarterfinals? As we switch over to Bayo Jamades, unhooking. Oh no. Oh, did he have the donkey dick in? We all know that one as kite surfers, don't we? He's focusing hard here. He wants the right foot forwards takeoff as he turns around, nicely upwind in them bindings, and that full wetsuit must be boiling in there. Here he goes then. Looks like he's on a 7 metre maybe then, Bayo. And he just bears off now nicely in front of the buoy. Or the boy. Oh, he's missed it on the blind judge, unfortunately for Bayo. Sorry, the boy, or the buoy if you're American. This will be the last heat then of this round before we go into round number 5. And I think that's where we're going to see some major action here today. All those riders pretty good, vying for a spot in the quarterfinals. They will be, sorry, the semi-finals. And that is, again, Wilcox looking for the big air moves. He's putting on a bit of a show here, like that. There's your real pro in this heat. Dury Cornell. That very colourful bar, I have to say. Love those pastel colours of the Bruna. There, he's on a nice green and white. Oh, big, still some big gust hitting these riders here. He looks like he's on no bigger than an 8 metre kite. As he bears off downwind. He's going to tack around here, turn around. As he checks his shoulder that any responsible kite surfer should do to see if anyone's coming. And now he's going to line himself up here, He's got an 8.0, a 3.20 on the board at this moment in time. Is this time for the Slim 7? Well, he's got rid of it. He's gone for a Hintermode 5 instead. Decided to change it up rather than go for that last move, which didn't work out so well for him. Just moving around the booth here, if you're wondering what's up. It's time to get some power in here, that's for sure. And I'm back with you. And I'm back to tell you that Mateo Culminates needs to get going here. He's way behind in this heat so far. And he is staring down at an exit here, an exit route at the airport. And he slams his kite in here and goes underneath. So unfortunately for Mateo, he's not got anything decent in the border. He's running out of trick attempts here, is Mateo. Looks like that's Wilcox on our screens there, with that green north, all the way from Cape Town. Here he comes, left foot forward. Just looks like he's 100% going for big air when you see that body position, looking for a nice takeoff, lovely edge technique, and he goes for a double front roll and just disappears through his board almost there. It looked like it really did just go through the water. So that's definitely a 0 for him. And there is Duri Corniel, the rider that's really got the big moves here. But Mateo Dorotini's having a good effort here. He really is putting up some big scores. 4.93, 5.17, 6.17. I'd say he's doing the best out of the best of the rest at the moment. As Duri Corniel turns around, lovely transition. As he comes looking for his takeoff spot. Right now he's hunting. He's hunting for that spot. Or he's going to come right foot forwards, actually. Incorrect. He was not hunting. Now he's hunting. Watching like an eagle. Looking for the takeoff spot. Goes in. Heart attack. Oh, and gets blown out. Probably looking for a bit more than that, but doesn't quite find the extra rotation he might have been after. And this is all good practice here for when these riders are in the next rounds, as the crowds on the beach look on. There's Dorotini though, who's he's only just a little bit behind Duri Corniel, and I'm going to take a little look, see where these riders might end up. I mean, it really is tough no matter where you go through the draw right now, but Mateo Dorotini is taking this to Duri Corniel. 0.7 separating these riders at the moment. So this is a chance then for Mateo Dorotini to go into first place here. Can he stick this? Oh, and he can. Reverse hand grab. That was amazing. He's actually gone and done it. I think he's going to go comfortably into the lead. I hope we can get a replay of that. That looked really awesome. Quality versus quantity, Joe on the beach shouting there. There's Mateo Culminates. Coming left foot forwards. Here he comes then, towards our live stream booth. Oh, boogie loop, changing it up a little bit. Bit of a crash in the end, but he really has changed that up a bit. Greg Wilcox then looks definitely like he's going to score a 0 here, unfortunately for Wilcox. Going down under the water as Duri Corniel then receiving some information of the scores so far. There's Dewey Cornell. Joe is building him up on the beach right now. Let's see what he can do. And it's big from Dewey Cornell. He liked it a bit more powerful than his previous one, so it will be hard attack. And perhaps, maybe it was even a double. I didn't see the start of that one. I was busy looking at our scores here. But he's going to be very hard to catch here now. 20.8 for him, sorry, 23.8 for him. Clearly 3 points ahead, scoring a 6.83. Left foot forwards then, coming into the box. Mateo Dorotini. Oh, oh, blimey, that's a caner. Go to him, another kite surfer, please. All right, so it does look like he's above the water there. He did get absolutely caned, and it's good to see another kite surfer go straight out to him. That was a backside block side, so hard to the back of the head that I think that was more serious. But it's great to see the jet ski here. We have a very good safety team, and cool, he really was stationary for a bit there. But the jet ski team were in there within 10 seconds. Another rider was out to him as well, and that sort of moment is good to see the riders actually coming out to see him. Because for me, speaking there of experience, well, I hardly call it experience because I actually don't remember, but from a backside block side I received myself, that is the sort of angle where you can hit the back of the head. And it shows that these riders here at the GKA Kite World Tour here in Saudi Arabia are pushing the boundaries and going for it, as we see another nice mega loop there from one of the riders. But this heat very much looks like it's on the way to Dewey, unless Mateo can come back from that. But I wonder how much that shook him up. That was quite a big one. On your screens now then, it's Greg Wilcox. That's huge. That's a back roll mega loop and a half that. He's really hit a gust there. He'll be so stoked he's landed that. That's going to be a nice score. He's already in third place, and it'll be great for him if he can hold on to that. I don't think he's got the freestyle repertoire. On your screens then, Dewey Cornell. And nope, gets a massive gust as well. So the gusts are there to be hit by the riders, and that's why we're seeing lots of riders rigging up on 7s and 8s. This for a big air rider now would be 9s and 10s, I would have thought. 25 not solid, but the gusts, the wind's dropping to about 22, then a gust comes in at 20, 26, 27, and that is what the big air riders are looking for here, but the freestylers are looking to avoid. Mateo Dorotini, recovered from that absolute caner to the back of the head, is looking like, cool, he's looking all right out there. Takes another one. Cool, almost smashed his head on the board somehow. But good effort from him there. Looked like a 3-1-3, maybe wanted a bit more. But he looks solid in second position and making his way through right now. Oh, nearly got slammed on someone there as Payo Cremedes gets ready to start running out to sea. Still good morning here in Saudi Arabia. It's 11:26. Things just unfolding here of round 4. Heat number 4. It's Greg Wilcox, which looks set to leave the event here from South Africa. And he's put a good performance up here, certainly for the crowds. And he's got a lovely board. This is definitely going to get replayed to us. And has he got his feet in the straps well enough? Yes, he has. Wilcox has had put on a wonderful display here of big air for the crowds. Unfortunately, it's freestyle that we're judging mainly here, as Bayo just boosting in the background. But this one is finished, and Duri Corniel looks like he's got it in the bag. I was telling me it's finished on the screen there, but I need to check, so I'm not so sure. That was just a timer. It was ticking down. And Duri Corniel looks to me like he's preparing for another trick, so it's definitely not finished. As Duri Corniel just releases the bar, turns round. He loves jumping with the transitions. Hope they don't score him for that. This will be his final trick then, Duri Corniel. Who turns back left foot forwards now with the green cabrino. We're on the wrong kite here. We've got the shot from above. I'm going to just talk you through it. Duri Corniel coming in left foot forwards. Now they've got him. Oh, and he's got, oh yes, and manages to get a grab in there as well, I think. Whether or not he actually touched the board, I'm not sure, on that slim 5. But that was a nice way to finish the heat, actually. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that very much looks like that will be the end of that heat. Now, the other riders, maybe confusing the cameramen there, were flying and riding around. Dorotini will have a chance here, actually. He's a 5.24 on top of his other scores if he's going to take the win here. But he'd be happy enough to avoid another major crash, I would have thought, like he just had. So that then will be the end of this one. Let's take a look at the... Dorotini's just going to get to... Oh, what was that? Meanwhile, Duri Corniel's just gone for something major, big air-wise, and actually crashed the kite. I'd love to see what happened there. His kite is in the water there. I'm wondering if there was a malfunction, possibly. Lovely shot then from our drone pilot. And yeah, that very much suggests to me that we are done with round 4. And I can see on your screens already, the ladies are starting to be brought in here. This was that move, I think, from Duri Corniel. Nice replay move. He looked pretty satisfied with that, but not sure what's happened. His kite has ended up in the water anyway. And we are in transition to the ladies. I'll be back with you shortly.
Ey, está bien, Pri. Aquí le buenazo, Mucho dolor.
Over to the ladies we go then, and wow, what a banger of the heat this is. 3 rounds. I mean, on the water here, I've got Francesca Bagnoli, Natalie Lambrecht and Bruna Kajia that are in this one. And that's Rita Arnaus on the beach, getting ready for heat. It's definitely over to the ladies now, in very nice conditions actually. Flat water. They've had to wait so far for a few rounds of the men. And we can't be very far off until the start of this. There's nice shots on the beach actually, the ladies getting ready. Tide has just drawn out quite a bit now. And yeah, there's some drama going on down there. Looks like, is that Jim? Who is that? Oh, it's Rodriguez. Just assisting. Full wetsuit then for Rita. Joe's just popped his head in. How is it out there? Cooler in here, right? Yeah. And into the box already. Looks like our first move. And is that... Oh, that was massive. 3-1-3 already in the box. So the action is happening on the water then. That's our first crash as we are seeing the setup shot and the leash just being adjusted then from Valentine. And that looks to me like it was Natalie Lambrecht on the water there with that Vegas kite. We're going to see a few of those in here, the preferred choice. And we've got a North Orbit in here as well. Sea kites are split between. We've got some razors out there as well, air rush razors. And some riders. So some riders still taking the sea kites. Some still taking the more bridled kites now as well. And that just cut out for me, that one. Looked like a back... Looks like a rally to blind that from Natalie, or a blind judge. And they may well be... Yeah, Lambrecht was just timed out there, so that would have been a trick score. We'll get those scores up on the board for you very shortly. But we welcome you here to Saudi Arabia in NEOM at the Beach Games 2022. 11:34 in the morning. We've just moved over to the ladies if you have just joined in. Francesca Bagnoli, Natalie Lambrecht and Bruna Kajia. That is definitely the north of Bruna Kajia on the water. She's look at that lovely shot of how she's bearing off downwind, S-ing away from the wind, searching for the right time to perform her move. She'll do the same again here, and then she'll start her edge, starting off with a like a blind judge to me. And that's some experience. Multiple world champion at Bruna Kajia from Brazil, household name in the sport, a legend in the ladies discipline, starting very well there and just showing the patience sometimes required to just find somewhere on the water when it's a bit gusty, it's a bit strong. It's the first time they've been out so far, the ladies here. And on your screens there then, it's Francesca Bagnoli. Nice. 3-1-3, she's happy, she enjoyed that. Back into some competition for her, and I think she's enjoyed that. Joe, very loud and clear on the beach MC there, giving her a bit of a big up, and I think she enjoyed getting that move on the board. She started off with a rally to blind actually, which I mistakenly, oh no, I thought it was Natalie. They both started off with rally to blinds on the same equipment and scored an exact same score of 3.0. You could forgive me. but very clearly now I can see the difference between the two. There is Natalie Lambrecht just waiting for that score to come up then from Francesca. It's a 4.20 that I can see here. And the scores are back on our screens there, which is exactly what we like to share with you. So nice and clear here then with these ladies. This may well have been a final here with these three. How this draw's turned out, I'm not sure. This is three top riders here, and I'm excited to commentate this heat with you. Thank you for joining us here at the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour. I'm Lewis Crathen. I'm on my own in the booth today. It's lonely, but I feel like I'm joined by the rest of you around the world, and also these three ladies who are entertaining us here with these moves. As Natalie Lambrecht goes in, nice and controlled landing, a 3-1-3 for her, and looking at the other 3-1-3 so far, a 4.20 from Francesca Benoli, that I think that's going to score very similar. Will she match her score there as well? But all three of these ladies so far, no crashes, very consistent, and this is a very good start from these riders, which yeah, it's just a bit lower then for Natalie, that 3.93. But this heat has started off very nicely. Just waiting for the scores to come in, and just to remind you, that's how the riders know when it's their turn to trick. They'll know the order. So Bruna is just fixated on looking at the moment this score comes in from the previous riding. She may well be looking to ride left foot forwards here, which is why she's sort of stalling this run to try and buy some more time in here. And she's actually maybe giving herself 2 attempts at going left foot forwards if this is the tactic for her. She can always get rid if she doesn't like the feeling of that. S-bend to blind for her with good control. And these are challenging conditions actually now. It's not the glassy mirror perfect that you might be seeing on your TVs. This is actually 25 knots now, a little bit of chop as it's low tide, and look at the water movement heading right to left. So it's all about experience from these riders now, and Bruna Kajia showing that experience there in the way that she has started this heat. There she is here on the red kite. Francesca Benoli then, known for her powered moves as well, starting off, she probably wanted that to wrapped maybe, front roll to wrapped, and doesn't quite get that round, but it's okay, she does get many more attempts. 7 trick attempts here then on the freestyle discipline. 4 of their best tricks will count. Each trick counts all the way up to 10 points, and it's a maximum of 40 for their moves. There's Natalie then, riding right foot forwards. Unhooking. S-bends to blind. Look at that control. That was a great demonstration. It'd be lovely to get a replay on that. Of keeping that bar right into the back, allowing it to get pulled out straight. Any gust that hits you there and it's over. Riding heavily on the heel side towards the kite for that slack. Wonderful move then from Natalie, and I think that these ladies are just going to change positions the whole way through this heat. Similar sorts of point scores here, with the biggest one so far being a 4.57 then from Natalie Lambrecht, and that must have been for that last move, which the judges really like to see. It was probably the control in that move that they liked. So she's the first one to increase her point scores above 4.5. And I think if any of these riders could try and get 4 moves, if possible, over the 4s, that might be enough to advance them further up the ladder. But on your screen is Bruna. Left foot forward. Such an athlete, Bruna, kept herself in shape for years now, competing with some of these young ladies. Must be pushing to be a challenge. Here is one of them. known for her big air riding as well. Multi-talented Natalie Lambrecht is on your screen. She's currently leading this heat, 11.5 to an 8.20, Francesca Bagnoli. And Bruna Kajia with a 7.47. Bruna's ended up right out the box there, and I think that was her in turn. So perhaps have missed that one, or the cameraman has missed that one too. And so there is a score coming in for Bruna. Here is Francesca though. Unhooking the Italian rider, deciding, not unhooking, deciding that didn't feel too nice. She'll turn around again, left foot forwards for Francesca. And here she comes into the box now. You are watching Natalie Lambrecht, but it's Francesca coming into the box we need to be seeing. There we go, nicely done. Unhooking, powerful takeoff. Oh, just misses the bar, unfortunately for her, but that may well have been due to the kite position. Pushes the float of that kite surfing bar away and resets the leash. That's not so good for her, unfortunately, for Francesca Bagnoli, which will score lowly on that move. On your screens now then, Natalie Lambrecht. These two quite different, closely in appearance looking, with their kites and boards, pretty much everything similar. And some of their moves as well, both being scoring similar. Eyeing up the scoreboard, just waiting to see that last move coming in to know when it's her turn. She flies under the the Swedish flag, has a connection to Switzerland as well, but she's under the Sweden flag, does a lot of her kite surfing down in Elguna, the Makani Beach Club, wonderful place. Big hello to any of you that are listening in, tuning in, watching her to see how she gets on here. Isn't she a mature rider now that's really established herself on the world scene in both big air and freestyle? Just look at how comfortable she looks in this environment with a multiple world champion Bruna Kajia, Francesca Bagnoli, that's won many freestyle kiteboarding events. Here she is, finds herself in the lead here and looks very focused for her next move. A lovely posture as she comes in, very controlled, unhooks gracefully, comes in. Oh, unfortunately just seems to get stuck on the water there. It looked like a nice move. It almost looked like she caught something in the water. It looked literally like it was pretty good. Maybe it was going to get a good chance, but unfortunately for Natalie, she can't get another move scored there. In the background, you see, I'm told, is Coast Guard over there, guarding the long coastline of this part up in the northwestern part of Saudi Arabia. But here's Bruna Kajia, who's taking a different approach to position in the box, heavily downwind. She's got a lot of experience, and could be the reason that she's doing so. I think really what's interesting for me is Bruna Kajia is a left-hander, so she's just gets nailed by that gust there. And I wonder if she'll make her way right foot forwards and then see if she's got another chance to come left again. Doesn't look to me like she's about to perform a move here. Little glance over her shoulder at her timer, which I'm sure will be down to the last 10 seconds now. Because she's quite early in the box early, she gives herself 2 chances here. This will be her final chance. She's trying to edge out here, really trying to edge out the speed. She's got loads of power in the kite, obviously, we can see. As she unhooks. No, doesn't get any wind on the unhook there, and unfortunately I think she's got another chance. Be right on the limit here, and it's a front to blind. That's so experienced, that riding. You know, literally clenches her fist. She knows That's one of her better moves. I didn't happen to see the time, which is timing down her trick, but from the excitement on the beach with Joe, I think that was a crucial move. That's, to me so far, is going to be one of the standout moves off here, and it's reflected by a massive score of 6.13. Stepping it up now then, Bruna Kajia, multiple world champion, legend name in the sport, showing, I mean, if we watch that carefully, just how well she gave herself so many chances, and it was the final chance that she took. And Francesca Benoli, it almost looks like she's bamboozled on the expression there by what she's just seen. She just goes straight in there for this one. Has she got the... Oh, yes, slim. Boom. Punches the sky. Look at that elation there. Totally stoked. Wonderful to see some emotion here from all these riders that have been so focused. And that is maybe not what you wanted to see over if you're watching in Alguna, supporting your resident, one of your resident riders, the lady from Sweden here, Natalie Lambrecht, is no doubt probably going to fall down into third place, I would have thought. She waits and looks for that score to come in. That's got to be up there, that move. It's going to be well over 5.5, 6, I think. Oh, no, 5.5. That's pretty good for Francesca Benoli. Perhaps the cut was a bit higher than Bruna Kajia's move, which was a nice front to blind. But this is really kicking off nicely in the ladies now, and is exciting to talk about here in Saudi Arabia for the first time in NEOM. This incredible place that's being built for the future. Oh, this could be big. Into toe side. Chromo. Whoa! How about that from an answer back from Natalie Lambrecht? Boom! You two can raise it and I'll raise it further. This is going to score very well. We do not see many of these. In fact, we haven't seen many of these in any division today, men or women. This is big for the ladies. And I am expecting a big score here from her. Very difficult move to perform, and just showing how flexible she is to get around into that toe side position. She executed that absolutely perfectly. So we wait for that fourth score to come in then from Natalie here, watching your screens. And, can't wait to see. It puts her in the lead with a 7.83. Boom, look at that for a reply. What a great heat we have here. And like I said, this looks like it could easily be a final. And what's Bruna Kajia going to do to answer? Is she looking for a right foot forwards takeoff here? Yes, she is. No, didn't fancy it. She will have time again to reset. I think it's a bit windier out there than the inside. Whoa, going for a mobe, and she sticks it. And definitely had control of the control bar there. As long as the riders are holding on to at least the chicken loop, it demonstrates they've still got control. Not sure if they'll knock off any points for that, but Bruna Kajia now bringing the first mobe into things here. The first mobe, possibly, well, definitely the first mobe ever in competition in Saudi Arabia in the ladies division. Lots of these riders here have had the pleasure of performing all these moves for the first time in competition in the ladies division. This is the first event we ever had in Saudi Arabia, and this is really close at the top now. 0.3 separating Natalie Lambrecht and Bruna Kajia. Bruna Kajia scoring well for that last trick, not quite in the region of that chromo then from Natalie. But this heat has been absolutely epic for the first heat of the ladies. Okay, just making sure I've planned my gentleman exit after this heat. But I don't want to take my eyes away from this, so apologies, just disappeared for a moment there. But I'm very much paying attention to this heat now, which please ignore the timer. I've been told we can't remove that. That is not in relation to this heat at all. And we have on your screens Natalie Lambrecht, who is in a battle here for this, but I wonder what she's got. Has she got the mobe here? I wonder what it's going to be. She looks like her posture's so good. She comes in. No, I don't think it's going to be a mobe. It's going to be... I just couldn't get the kite down enough, unfortunately. So she's going to have to let that one go. She will have another chance, though, for another move. But so far, what she's done nicely here is get 4 good scores on here. I mean, a massive one in that 7.83. So it looks like she, to me, is trying to upgrade one of her early moves. She's only got a Rayleigh to blind scoring 3 points right foot forward. So she may choose to try and make that a backside 3-1-3 to upgrade that one. Remember, they can't do 4 of the same thing. They have to choose different trick families at least 4 times. But here is your multiple world champion, Bruna Kajia, former world champion, Bruna Kajia from Brazil, who's done so much for a freestyle discipline. And she's looking back to see, once that score comes in, every second matters to these riders. And it looks to me like she's going to go left foot forwards now, with that red north kite being easy for me to see out the window. Here she goes, and she gives herself 2 or 3 or 4 chances here. Bearing off, how does it feel? Edge up, win. Bear off, how does it feel? That's her tactic here, and it's a great angle to see that you don't, if you've got the power of the kite, especially unhooking, great experience here at deciding, does this feel right? And she knows she's got time. Didn't fancy it, didn't like the way that felt. This is her 6th trick here. I think she's accelerating. Notice the difference now. Full speed, riding, kite low. She is literally just getting to another position where she can turn around, come back left foot forwards, and then have another go. Let's see how the wind feels this time. It's not essential to be riding super fast. It's a great example to any of you that are thinking about unhooking for the first time. It's about riding downwind to release the tension, which she does nicely here. She was thinking about a back to blind or a KGB, being a left-hander. May well have looked like a mobe to you, right-handers, but that is the way that she doesn't do that move. She's already done a mobe, only one in this heat so far, and this is getting, that's great shot there of Francesca Benoli with a caddy or someone on the beach just shouting out some scores to her, and they very much would have just said, you're 3rd at the moment, you've got to step it up here. This is her 7th trick attempt, and she is going to need to great heat this one then, if you have just joined us from around the world. What's the time back home? Maybe 8 o'clock in the UK. It's obviously a different time wherever you are in the world, but one thing for sure, it's hang time here today. And we are seeing a nice replay here of Bruna, who's just decided to let, that wasn't an accidental let go, by the way. Again, unfortunately, you just missed one there. She punches down the sky. You can see her still riding along with the leash attached. These riders often aren't just letting go because the bars got ripped out of their hand, or they've lost it. They're actually releasing. They've decided the move is over as far as completion point, and the most softest way that they could land is actually letting go of that tension with the kite and stopping the rotation, which is either over-rotated in their body or just a gust has hit them. So it's not often the case that they've just simply missed the bar. It's actually deliberate, but once that happens. And, oh, have we just seen a Pete Rose attempt? Wow, cool. I really hope we can get a replay of that if possible to the director. That was a Pete Rose attempt. I'm not even sure if that's been landed by anyone in this discipline before, by Natty Lambrecht. How genius of her to be working on these toe side manoeuvres, which haven't been seen so much in the ladies' discipline. And she's getting rewarded for that with the highest score so far of this heat. So, Bruna Kajia is on the beach right now. And I think she will be the last one to perform a move. She's, you got your 2. We need to see Bruna, who's just coming out now on the Air Rush Razor, the blue and red kite. And unfortunately, I think we've missed that out of the window for Bruna's last trick. She's been timed out here, where her time is down, but we should follow anyway, as there is a replay from earlier. That was a nice start there. Look at that control behind her from Natalie Lambrecht. But I think we should turn our attention here to Bruna with the North Red kite on the water, because I think perhaps we've missed her trick here. So on and in the box right now is Bruna. But I think we missed that last trick, unfortunately for her, which if there is a transition, Bruna's just come up with a 7.30 that's been scored. And that is pretty much going to wrap this up, I believe. Yeah, we're in transition time here, and I am going to take a short break now, and we'll bring you the results of that last heat, which got right down to the absolute climax. And actually, Bruna Kajia, I think, has just ousted Natalie Lambrecht in second and Francesca Bagnoli in third.
Bende iyi şeyler var ama yani ne yapayım? Götürelim mi? Yani sonra götürelim.
I'm standing here with Bruna Kajia, past world champion, just coming off of the water shaking, because I tell you what, she left nothing in the tank. Bruna, congratulations. What a performance to start off the competition.
Thank you, Joe. I'm like filled with joy right now, and the shaking is coming down. but as you talked to me, as soon as I came off the water, I was like this because it was really strong for the kite that I was in. I didn't have smaller. I was battling the whole heat, and I needed that score on the last trick. So I went like all for it, and it just felt like super radical, you know? When I landed, like, I just couldn't believe I landed, and it was just, yeah, adrenaline and joy and surprise all together.
Yeah, you can really see in these strong conditions, there's kind of two mindsets. There are people that go all in, or there's the people that kind of start off. We saw you starting off securing, let's say, those base scores, and then you knew that final moment with the live scoring that you had to go all in. And I tell you what, I think you definitely put on the table.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I always want to go as hard as I can, but I'm a competitor, so I know I can go all in, but first I need to secure it and make a good base for my tricks. And then once the heat is going and I know what I need, then I like have specific things like now, okay, now I put all of myself, and it paid off, so.
The smile says it all. Well, Bruna, congratulations. You are through to the next round. Continue it on here in NEOM. Looking forward to seeing you more on the water. Lewis, back to you.
Thanks, Joe. Wonderful interview down there. Nice to see these little shots afterwards, actually, with a little embrace between them two. That was an unbelievable heat, and I'm not sure if we brought you that last trick, which was the real decider in that heat. And Bruna Kajier landing a 7.30 slim chance, I can see here in the scores, and it would have been out the back in the windiest area, which is why she's scored so highly. It was obviously a very well executed trick, and that was actually a really good heat. Natalie Lambrecht having to settle for second, and Francesca Bonoli didn't really get into the rhythm. But we move into the second heat here of the ladies of the day, and it's Rita Anal starting off or performing a 3-1-3, I think, for her second move. Big welcome to you all from around the globe wherever you're joining. I'm Lewis Crathen. It's day 2 of the GKA Qatar Airways Kite World Tour. We are in NEOM, and it is the NEOM Beach Games 2022, this wonderful venue down here on the sands of the northwest coast facing east, as we can see the distant mountains of Egypt, the Sinai Peninsula in the background. You won't see them on your shot there, especially as I'm still wearing my sunglasses. I'll take them off now. It's my little break, and you are looking southwards, and on your screen then it looks like Alejandra Torres up against Rita Arnaus on the air rush then. Alejandra coming in. Nice big huge radii there. Maybe it was too big for her to perform anything else. She puts her arms out almost to break. And Joe has just popped into the booth. Joe, you're jumping on. That was a great heat, by the way. What an unbelievable heat. What do you have to say about that? I'm almost speechless after that last trick.
Yeah, hi Lewis. Yeah, incredible. Bruna just got that interview with her, and I tell you what, we grabbed her on the beach just before we went to the interview booth, and she was shaking. Literally, that kite yanked her across the sky, and she's out there with you know, a very powerful kite. You can see it, but able to hold on. And yeah, obviously, past world champion is not going to go out with a fight, and you know, kind of setting the bar very high in these first heats of the women.
I'm going to pop outside, Joe. I'll leave you in here, and I'll see you shortly.
Yeah, go and enjoy some of the fresh air, mate, even though I will say the AC in here is wunderbar. So, yeah, thank you very much, Lewis. So, welcome back, everybody. I'm going to be on the stream a little while for the moment, as Lewis is going to go and give some of the beach vibes. As at the moment, we have Rita Arnaus is going up against Alejandra Torres. And it looks like Rita is in first position. All right, so here we have Rita coming out of Spain, already always on most podiums of the events. Very consistent athlete. And let's see what the Spaniard has for us. Oh, one hooking back, getting caught up there on the chop. And she is a little further out. Looks like maybe she's going to be coming a bit further in where it is a bit flatter. So here we have Rita on us. Is she going to be going that way? It doesn't look like, so we're going to have to see if she is going to be tricked out or not. As we stand, this is going to be her trick attempt number 4. And it does look like judges have given her a little bit more, going for a S1, so S-band 180 pass. So managed to get the landing, getting a bit of a butt check there, but still managing to get some scores on the card. So she is going to have that score number 3 already in the lead. Alejandra Torres coming out of the Canary Islands, also a very powerful athlete. We saw her a couple of years ago perform very well in Fuerteventura. I really like the style of this young lady. She gets the kite in the sweet spot, has a very wakeboarding style, but does fail on the consistency side. So looks like she's already got 2 moves out there. Let's see if she can start to get back into this, because at the moment she definitely does need a 6.37. Screen's a little further there, so she needs a 6.37 to be able to go into the lead. So she's going to have to do a big move or start to improve on her scores. Let's not forget, 7 trick attempts, top 4 moves count, and here we have her dropping in another left foot forward. Siding against that one, you can see it is a little choppy in the middle there as the tide has picked up a little bit. Athletes are definitely going to have to navigate around that, but I mean, choppy, considering how flat it is out there. We have very nice conditions for this freestyle event, the second event of the season. Starting off with Colombia, where we saw Manuel Suarez Peña, the Brazilian, taking the win together also with another Brazilian, Mikaeli Sol. And now we're down over here in NEOM, Saudi Arabia. Who is going to be taking the crown jewels? We will find out. Alejandra Torres dropping in. She has to perform a move very shortly. All right, gets the pop, goes up. Oh, but coming down hard with that blind judge. Head goes underneath the water. And I tell you what, that definitely looked like it hurt. But as we were saying with Bruna over there, you've got to commit, especially when the conditions are gusty. You really do have to go full send, as they like to say. Reminds me of old Mr. Robbie James. Hope to be able to see him soon. And Rita going for a back to toe side there. Not quite liking what she saw, so decided against that. No, she's in the lead. That is going to be trick attempt number 5 there for Rita, as we continue on here the second day of the Qatar Airways GKA World Tour event here in NEOM, Saudi Arabia. So 9.90 versus a 2.16, 4 for 4 for Rita. A decent first score. The rest of the scores are kind of mediums. She's going to be looking to improve on those. And here we can see the bird's eye view. The beautiful colors. You can really see it when you go out there on the drone. Now Alejandra looks like she's about to unhook. Yep, there she goes. All right. Going off, front roll to toe side. So not being able to get the edge into the pop she wants. Starting to get into a little bit of a sticky situation here, because there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be her 6th trick attempt. So she really is going to have to step up her game if she wants to be getting past Rita here so far. Round number 3, heat number 2. Let's not forget, not an elimination situation yet, as they will still have the opportunity to battle it out all second and third athlete positions of the round number 3 of the women. Be able to go into round number 4 before they start to have to pack their bags and go home. All right, Rita unhooking, going front roll, unhook front roll. Looking for the slim, but not quite getting the height. You can really see the gusty conditions here on the inside. Probably, I'm going to say, the best athlete who performed the best moves out there so far was Bruna. That heat before, together with Natalie Lambert and Jessica Bagnoli. Great to see her back on tour. All 3 athletes were absolutely throwing down. But Bruna getting that extra little bit of an edge, taking that first position. We could hear the stoke as she has. Great to see. It's always cool to see when an athlete surprises themselves and surprises and they have that adrenaline. It's always great to see those raw emotions. And yeah, let's see who's going to be continuing on. So after this event over here in NEOM, we will be going over to Taiba, where we will be having the first ever event in the Taiba Lagoon, which is probably where most of the top freestylers of the world actually train. They go over there and spend months on end, and that is probably where they actually train. So it's going to be home ground for a lot of them. I reckon we're going to be seeing some of the best moves so far. And then also, let's not forget, we've already saw in that heat before Natalie Lambert starting to add in toe side moves. We saw a nice promo from her, first time ever in comp. And we also saw a Pete Rose attempt, so definitely great to see the girls mixing it up. Quality versus quantity. Sometimes just making the simple look good is going to give you the extra scores. Rita going for the slim. Just going a little bit too front foot heavy, unfortunately, there on that one. All right, there we have Alejandra. All right, there's a smirk, and that is Kylie out there on the water. So just waiting to get confirmation, since I can see other athletes starting to go out. All right, so yes, just waiting for the system to update there. So that is it for that heat number 2 of round number 3 of the women. Next up, we will be having coming out Kylie, coming all the way from Maui. Just waiting for information to see which of the other athletes coming in. Claudia de Leon and Estefania Rosa, that are going to be your 3 athletes coming out in the next heat. Alright, so welcome back everybody as we are now in round number 3, heat number 3 of the women out there on the water. We have Kylie Thoma from Maui, US of A, Claudia Leon from Spain, and Estefania Rosa. So Kylie out there with the first move, as you can see her out there on the screen. Already in the lead so far. Claudia Leon unfortunately getting a crash for her first move. We're just waiting for Estefania Rosa to come our way. There we can see Estefania. It is definitely windy out there. The girls are out on small kites. We can see most of them on 7 and 8 meter kites. And you can see how they are just edging against them to be able to control the power that they have out there. Estefania going for a big ascent really, but not being able to get any of the passes that she probably wanted to get on that first move, meaning that that is going to be trick attempt number 1 for each one of these athletes. Next up, we are going to have Kylie coming at you, red kite. As you can see her flying through the competition area. All right, going for a big kite loop, late back, nice and controlled. Kylie, one of the best big air athletes in the women's division worldwide, showing us with moves like that. Why? So at the moment, she is currently in the lead with a total of 4.63. We'll have to see. All right, well, while we're watching the action out here on the water, it looks like we're going to join Lewis on the interview booth. Well, unfortunately, it looks like we've got some technical issues there. We do apologize, and we could see Estefania Rosa. The smile says it all. Very nice. Slim chance there on the inside. Look at the smirk. And she is definitely glad to be getting that one. Waiting for those numbers to come in, because that is going to be a big score. All right, all right, all right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Waiting for it to come up. So Estefania Rosa, 3.2, 3.67 for that last move. In second position so far.
Okay, I'm joined by Rita Arnaus, who's just come off the water, absolutely powered up out there. Just tell us and the viewers, how did it feel to be kite surfing here?
Yeah, wow, it's been quite intense. I'm exhausted. Just the gusts are really up and down. We had all kinds of winds these last days training for the competition, but today my heat, it was crazy. I was super powered on the 8, but then the gas will drop, and then I had nothing.
And tell me, does it make it much more difficult to perform your manoeuvres when the wind is, like you say, gusting and getting stronger? How does that affect your manoeuvres in freestyle?
Yeah, definitely you need a strategy, and I just try to keep calm and to be as safe as possible. I just, want to make it to the next round. Yeah, I guess you need to really consider the conditions, and I wish I wanted to go big as I like to ride, but I decided to go safe, and that worked for me.
Well, you've done well. You threw nicely into first position in that. Good luck for the rest of the event. Back to you, Joe.
always good to see when wind picks up. Memories. It's nice and good over there, isn't it? Lovely spin there, really well executed. Nice move for Claudia there, Valley down three, showing some comfortable here.
Okay, we do apologise, a couple of technical issues out there, but at the moment, so Claudia Leon taking the upper hand in this heat, 4.33 for that last move. Estefania Rosa with a 3.57 for that second move on her scorecards. And there we can see her out there going for her move number 3. Heat number 3, round number 3 of the competition. All right, Estefania going. Oh! Whiplash. Talk about shake of the head there. Unfortunately, Estefania going down, trying that back move. Almost got it, just caught that backside edge. That's going to be a crash for her. Trick attempt number 4 for each one of these athletes. So once again, it is going to be Kylie Toma who is going to be coming in. And let's see what she can do for her next move. There she is, getting ready to rumble. Unhooking, going for the Rayleigh. Single Rayleigh here for the American on the right foot forwards. Trying to add up what she needs. She needs let's have a little look at the old scoreboards here. Kylie needs a 2.28 to be able to advance back into first position. Claudia Leon taking that number 1 spot, having the leader jersey on as we speak. So that is going to be a trick attempt number 5 coming your way. So Claudia Leon, let's see what she has for this. Very experienced competition rider coming out of Spain.
La tabla. Vamos a ver que si teníamos el CAI. Sí, te tenemos el CAI. Claudia está navegando muy bien,
All right, I can hear Lewis. Unfortunately, it looks like we missed that move. Hopefully our cameraman will get on it as we missed that backside 313 there from Claudia Leon, landing her 4.47. So right into position number 1. And here we can see Estefania Rosa getting ready down here on the left-hand side. You can see it is a little gustier here on the inside. The wind, it does still look like it's quite strong, but I am going to say it. I reckon it looks like it's starting to back off. 12:30 in the afternoon. Yesterday the wind died by about 1:30. It is a solid 25 knots out there at the moment. It does look like the athletes are a little bit more comfortable. We'll have to soon find out. Maybe it's a little low because there was a little bit of a different wind direction at the moment. And there we can see just the ending there of Kylie Toma just landing out. Estefania Rosa trying to move but missing the bar there on that one. That is going to be a crash for her. As we continue on, this is going to be trick attempt number 6. Trick attempt number 6 of that lady. That is the correct athlete, Claudia Leon. Let's see what move she has for us. There you can see getting ready. Giving a couple of little shouts on the inside. See what the Spaniard has for us. And Kylie Toma on the outside getting some kite loop maneuvers, starting to put it together.
Ma questa è viva, sarà viva.
Lleva 4. Lleva 4.
So Claudia getting the info here on the inside. Let's not forget we have the live scoring as well, where all the athletes on the beach know exactly what they need. So here we have Claudia Leon double checking that it is her turn. All right, going out. She has a good amount of speed. Let's see what the young Spaniard has for us. Going past that red buoy, knowing that she can jump after that. Wow, talk about going downwind to get that slack. Going over, looking for the S-bend, maybe a heart attack or a single pass, but not being able to get the move that she wanted. That is not the score. But she is comfortably in the lead after that trick attempt number 6. So she can have a little bit of a breather. Next up, Estefania Rosa.
I think the thing, like, okay, when you roll, like, no, you don't want to try to side use that.
All right, Estefania. Right foot forward. Looks like she's starting to get there. Gets hit by a gust. She's got to navigate her way in between those. You can see that right side is a little gusty. All right, here she goes, unhooking. Going up for a front roll unhooked. You can see just once again getting napped by some of those for some of those gusts. So that is not going to be the score she's looking for, as she currently is in 3rd position. But only needing a 1.0 to go through to the next round, as it is definitely windy out there. And here we can see Kylie Thomas looking back to make sure she knows when her turn is. There it is. Starting to grab the speed. Going for a little hippity hop, hippity pop. All right, off she goes, railing it out. Stretching out those old legs. As she, well, let's have a little look what she needs. She needs a big score to be able to go through into 1st. Like maybe securing her 2nd position a little bit more. Even so, not elimination rounds out there at the moment, as it is round number 3. We will have a 5-minute break in between round number 3 and 4, as the second rider of the last heat of round number 3 will be going in the first heat of round number 4. So they have a little breather, a little break. And we continue on. Claudia Leon. Are we going to see another S-bend variant? Let's have a look. Going downwind. Siding against it. There she goes. Up and away. Okay, no, going for the back to blind air pass. Making sure that kite stays in the sky. So that is another good move for her. Looking to improve on a 1.30. And at the moment, she hasn't got a KGB family, so that is going to be a new one. So I reckon she is definitely going to improve on that 1.30. Get herself a little bit further in the lead as we continue on with the 2nd day of competition down here in NEOM, Saudi Arabia. All right, Kylie Thomas going for another big kite loop there as she is trying to go through in this 2nd position. I reckon she has that one pretty secured, and yes, it is. Yes, it is. That means it is going to be Claudia Leon going through in 1st position. Coming up next, we have our current world champion from Brazil, Michaeli Sol, going in the water, and she is going to be up against Babinot. Nice Babinot. So those are going to be the 2 athletes out there. You can just see Michaeli just floating around, getting a few jumps out in there, as we are going to be going down to the beach soon to get an interview from that heat winner, Claudia. And you can see a smile on her face, and there we have Estefania also de la Rosa. So moving on to heat number 4, round number 3 of competition. Michaeli Sol versus Nice Babinot from Italy. And let's see how this one goes down. Interesting. I'm looking forward to see in Michaeli. She's had quite some downtime since the last freestyle competition. And going to be good to see what she has learned and how much she has been training. So I know she's been putting some of the moves in. And there we can see her front and center on your screen, just making her way towards us in this 3-minute transition. In this 3-minute transition, we have them ready to go. Just looking at the competition area there, and for a little highlights of previous heats, so we can see Alejandro Torres there from Spain, starting to mix it up. Here we have Michaeli Sol on the right-hand side. And Rita Arnaus there from Spain, also one of the top athletes coming down here. And there we can see Alejandro going for that blind judge, but unfortunately going down hard in those last heats. As we can see some of the replays here of the top athletes, like Kylie Thomas flying through the sky. Really like to see how Claudia, she really goes downwind to be able to get that edging out. Back roll blind, nice and cool. Lands it, gets 2 hands back on the bar, controls her kite, and walks away from it. That is why she was the winner of that last heat. All right, so waiting, and there they are. Those are the 2 athletes going out there on the water. Nice Babinot versus Michaeli Sol, the top 2 athletes in this heat. Coming up next. Oh, starting off with front blind there for Michaeli Sol. A bit of a butt check there, but really just love. One of the things you really notice about Mika is she edges perfectly. You can pretty much tell if she's going to land a move or not just by the way she takes off. She's getting that full inversion around, front roll, backside 180 handle pass. Linking it together, first move, and let's have a look at what Nice has for us here for her first move of the competition. All right, Nice going for a back roll to toe side. I had a feeling she was going to go for a move there, but just not quite getting the height. She knows she's got to go all in going up against the current world champ. So before we get back into the heat, we are going to go down to the beach, as it looks like we have Lewis with the winner of that last heat.
Win. It looks so intense out there. That unbelievable move that you did, the backside blind judge 3, how did that feel to perform? Is it intimidating?
Oh, super. I was so scared of this wind, but well, luckily it's super, it's kind of shallow, so there are not so many waves. And I don't know, as I said to another camera, this competition is equal for everybody, the conditions are equal, and the other girls are fearless, and they are crushing it like super good, and it's full respect for all of them.
Does watching them inspire you to go for it as well?
What?
Does watching the other girls riding so powered here, does it inspire you to go for it as well?
Yeah, for sure. I get so motivated seeing everybody pushing so hard the limits of kiteboarding. I just can't wait for what's next.
I spoke to you on the beach and you said you're riding an 8-meter kite, and in fact you don't even have a 7. Maybe it's fair to say you're expecting lighter winds here. Is it even possible to train freestyle in these really strong conditions? Do you do that?
It's possible, yeah, but we don't really like to train in these conditions, but we should, you know. We have to train every condition. But yeah, sometimes I can train in this, and it's so difficult also to train without pushing myself and putting pressure on me.
Well, you look like you handled it extremely well. Good luck for the rest of the competition, Claudia. Let's go back to you, Joe, in the studio.
Yeah, great to see Claudia there going out on top, already having the consistency in getting that heat number 1 and taking a look back on the water. Mikaeli Sol looking very strong, starting off with 2 good moves, and here we have her front and center coming back towards the competition area. Current world champion. All right, let's have a look. Going up, a cold climate collected, heart attack there for her. Mika actually passes from a left hand to the right, which is a bit different than a lot of the other people. But yeah, very nice heart attack maneuver there from Mikaeli Sol. All right, so nice Valentine, still starting to get, needs to get her mojo together. A very young rider, and you can see having a little bit of a hard time with these gusty conditions here on the inside. But she is up against the current reigning world champion. All right, Balbinot going over for the unhooked back roll. Still hasn't got any of the handle pass maneuvers in there. It does. I'm definitely seen some very good things of this young lady on the gram. And here we can see Mikaeli Sol very, very chilled at the moment. You already see it, an 8.33 for that heart attack. Insane move already out on the cards there for the young Brazilian athlete. Doesn't get much better than an 8.33 for a heart attack, and starting off already 16.09. Showing all of the athletes on and off the water. She means business, and she is here to continue on with her dominance of the women's division of kiteboarding. Multiple time world champion, this young lady. Now let's have a look what she has. Left foot forward. Going up. Oh! Going over. If I'm not mistaken, that maybe even looked like a trail grab. I'm not sure. Definitely tweaking it out, grabbing the nose. Didn't quite catch what hand she was doing that with, but still very nice grab back to blind sent there by Mikaeli Sol. Maybe we could get a replay of that last maneuver. And nice seeing what that move has just been there by her opponent. She is going all the way out the back and making her way through. And she definitely has to step it up at the moment. Comboed out for this trick attempt number 5. All right, going over. Definitely looked like she had the height there. Having to let go is looking like she is very powered up on her kite. So that is going to be another crash for her as we continue on. Next up, Mikaeli Sol. All right, Mikaeli Sol, right-hand side, making her way towards us. Already got a couple big moves on the cards. Liked the innovation she had there. No, deciding against that. You can see blowing and puffing the wind out of her cheeks. And she's going to be going right foot. Is she going to be performing a move there? It does look like she's gaining some speed. So yeah, it does look like she is going to. Here she is, unhooking. Getting the perfect edge, going up and over. Was looking for the slim chance, but getting gusted out. So that's going to be a single front roll there for Michaeli. Next up we have a Balminot. As it stands, that was trick attempt number 5. Both of these athletes going for trick attempt number 6. Unhooking, going for the Rayleigh blind. You can see frustration in her face, unfortunately. Getting the height, just losing a little bit of the time on the rotation, not able to get in that full whip around of that 180, landing backwards and passing the bar. So that's going to be a crash for her. So 6 trip attempt here for the Brazilian reigning world champion, Michaeli Sol. It looks like she might be going right foot forward.
Like, one set.
No, having the same issue there, just the kite a little bit too high. She's getting pulled over. And you can see her getting a little frustrated, even though she knows she is comfortably in the lead so far. And now let's see if Nice, send them some love, send them some positive vibes, everybody back there on the stream. Let's see if she can get that handle pass that she's been looking for. So going against that one, is she going to be having time? All right, she does look like she's gaining some speed. No, going to be signing against it, coming towards us one more time. So at the moment it is a 17.19 Michaeli Sol, a 1.97 there for a nice Balminot, as she is trying to get a nice little section to be able to move unhooking. What's she got? Right, going over, no letting go of the bar as she got caught by the gust one more time. So that is going to be a crash out for her, letting go unfortunately of that chicken loop as we continue on. Michaeli Sol, this is going to be her 7th and last trick attempt. Going over, getting slapped there on that front line mob attempt. So that is going to be a crash for her. Final trick of her heat. So she's going to be going through in first position. So a very good performance there from Michaeli Sol with 17.19. as we continue on with the competition. All right, so coming up next, we are going to be having out on the water. We are going to be moving over to round number 4. So there's going to be a 5-minute break in between round number 3 and number 4. And we are going to be seeing out on the water, just waiting for some of those results. But definitely in that first seed is going to be Francesca Magnoli, and she's going to be going up against Nice Balminot. And what that will mean is that the winner of that heat will be continuing on in the competition, but the loser will be out. And there we can see Michaeli Sol getting the win on that heat. Getting a little bit of support there just to make sure that she can get off of her, get out of her boots, as it is quite gusty here on the inside. But yeah, good ride in there from the current world champ. And also Nice Balminot will have another chance in the upcoming heats, as she is going to be out on the water in about 5 minutes. So we are going to get Mikaeli on the old interview with Lewis very shortly. And we can see some of the athletes starting to warm up there.
Because I get the lead, but for me, I don't like. The only
They're
way
just
I
having
can
fun
do
out
here,
there. So
freestyle
Nice is going to be coming up next
I start training
as we
freestyle.
continue on with day number 2 here at the GKA Kite World Tour, the beautiful location of NEOM, Saudi Arabia.
Don't go with the water.
Oh fuck! No fucking way! Maybe that's the problem!
You cannot do freestyle with a small leash.
Oh my god!
You didn't realize it, huh?
Just see some of the athletes just having fun out there, because we now have a 5-minute break until we continue on. Next heat out there on the water is going to be in between Nice Balminot, Kylie Thomas, and Francesca Bagnoli. You can just see both of these athletes just having a little chill out there on the water. As we can see, heat is postponed. So we now have a 5-minute break while we're just going to enjoy some of the views here of the competition area.
You are not putting sunscreen, huh? I don't like it.
I don't like the white, you know? I don't know the white.
I can't wait till everyone go out of the water because
You know how to do handle passes, yeah? You know how to do a handle pass, right?
Yes, yes.
How do you do a fucking handle? What's the easiest handle pass? Not a surface pass. What's that?
in there. Mommy, the key of this is faster, and as much as you put the body here, this is faster. And then try to put it much here. It's more easy to do this.
If I'm gonna go this way, I don't know how
This
to
side is my I never like normally I was doing tricks. I was doing tricks to
So you go here and then how does where do you fucking land? How do you land?
this, you lift this one, you grab it with this one.
Oh my god.
It's not that easy.
Not that easy.
But I think when you go to Brazil or now, if you try in a few times, you will land up for sure. No?
I was just wondering how it would work.
We need to go Prea if you want to go for bigger. It's not going to happen a house in Prea. En Saiba, also in Prea. You're the hotel for that. It's kind of the same. I have a friend who has a very big villa in front of the beach there. We always stay there. Do you know Betico? Betico, Nelson. We used to stay there. I think I will go for Saiba for a few weeks, and then I will go up to search for snowing to try to figure Peru or somewhere there like this. We are a bigger kite.
Did I just take out? Oh no, that's it. Right? Everyone in Matt? No, I don't think so. I think I took that. Fine. I did? I took her out?
I didn't see it, but I think so because it was no?
Want them to drink this stuff. I'm gonna go eat.
I think that's why they stopped it.
Yeah? Bro, oh no, it's starting again. They said he postponed.
Not my board. Mommy, yes. Baby.
Oh, Mika, I asked Max, he
said your heat is finished. It's the next one.
He said he postponed.
Yeah, ask because maybe they don't understand.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, but go to the judge. Ask. Please, go, go, go.
Mika, the heat after you postponed yours.
Since 1997, we have imagined the exceptional. From our very first flight, to flying passengers to hundreds of destinations around the globe. We launched our first premium terminal dedicated to first and business class passengers and opened the world's best airport, Hamad International Airport. In 2017, we broke the record for the longest commercial flight with 9,032 miles flown, and delivered unforgettable experiences to our passengers on board and on the ground, reuniting millions of families during the pandemic. You're the reason we go above and beyond, and you've helped us become the world's best airline, a record 6 times. All this in just 25 years. Imagine what the next 25 will bring. Qatar Airways, 25 years of excellence.
Welcome everybody to the second freestyle event of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour for the very first time here in the beautiful location of NEOM, Saudi Arabia. Located on the northwest coast of Saudi Arabia, right opposite Egypt, bringing us similar world-class conditions, the Middle East is definitely becoming a kiteboarding hotspot. With clear blue waters, butterflat conditions and consistent 20 to 25 knot winds makes NEOM the perfect twin-tip freestyle playground. We can see all riders are hungry for competition and are keen to show the new moves they've been working on. Standouts on the water have to be Jean-Maria Coccoluto with the highest heat score and the move of the day, who clearly stated he has come here to win.
Well, at the beginning I was thinking that the wind was super gusty, but when I went inside the water I felt the wind was super good. I did almost all my tricks. I pushed my limits to the next level. I did all my KGP7, 317, all my tricks, so I was super happy. And yeah, I hope he's gonna do good in the next heat. So let's see. I'm gonna win this event, bro.
And Maxime Chablot with a super stylish double half cab mobe and a big 319 in his first heat.
Yeah, so I started off with a pretty easy trick, and then I wanted to go for the heart attack 7, which is a trick that I usually have 100 out of 100, and seems like I got a 99 out of 100, and that was the 100.
Incoming Swiss freight train. Watch out, everybody. Maxime Chablot, left foot forward. What's he got? Goes up, going for double half cab mobe.
Yeah, it ended up scoring pretty well, so I'm probably going to bring it back in the next round.
We will be back with heat number 7 of round number 3 of the men as competition was postponed due to dropping conditions. Stay tuned for more freestyle action and follow us live on all our official channels.
every feather, one of every hue, traveling together, taken in view. I'd wait for you forever, no one can deny how it feels to fly, to fly, to fly. Fly, fly, fly.
Wherever you go in the world, one airline goes further to make it feel exceptional. Qatar Airways, going places together.
All right, so welcome back, everybody, as we are now going on with round number 4 of the women. Out on the water, we have Francesca Magnoli from Italy, Nice Balbinot from Italy also, and Kylie Thomas from the US of A. Front and center on your screen. There we have Kylie jumping up, and a single kite loop, just getting a bit of a back check there, unfortunately, as she is waiting for some reason, signaling here on the inside of the competition area. Let me have a little look outside. So it looks like she jumped. Did she jump before her turn? I'm not sure. No, she didn't. So that is 0.90 for that last move. Next up is going to be that lady out there, Francesca Magnoli. Great to see her back on in competition. One of the most talented freestylers. And she had a back injury that took her out for a while. But it looks like she is here in full form and battling it out to go through into the next round. Because let's not forget, only the top 2 athletes of this round number 4 will be able to move on to the women's semi-final. And just waiting for some updates on the score. Okay, going for the ready to blind, but unfortunately missing the bar, so that's going to be a crash out for her. And having a look to see if the heat scores are updated. And yes, there they are. So in first position, it is Kylie Thomas with a 2.10. Francesca in second with a 1.43. And now it is going to be Nice Babinot with a 0.39. Okay, back to Sosai. Nice and stylish. Needing a 0.51 to advance through into that second position and a 1.18 if she wants to take over first. Let's not forget, top 2 riders will be going through into the next round, the semi-finals here of the GKA Kite World Tour, NEOM, Saudi Arabia. All right, here we have the Maui girl powering in. She's lit. Eye the tiger. Talk about body language. Here she goes. Up, up, and away. Going over. Kite loop, late back roll. Kylie, a very, very talented big air rider. But here at the moment, it is 100% freestyle. So obviously not getting the higher scores on some of those moves. Here we have Francesca Magnoli coming in up close and personal. As she goes around the duotone rider. Let's see what she has. Missed out on that blind judge for her move number 3. And looking to get yet another score. So let's have a look at the Italian athlete. All right, Rayleigh's out and going for a little bit more controlled. Rayleigh to blind, backing it back a notch. So Rayleigh to blind there for Francesca Magnoli. All right, so there we can see Balminot at the moment in third position. Got a 1.23 for that last move. And now 3 moves a hand for each one of these athletes. So it now is going to be the next round of maneuvers. As we just saw Francesca Bagnoli for that ready to blind of that trick attempt number 4 with a 3.0. All right, Kylie, smiling back. She was going for that unhook front roll. Not into the unhook moves, this young lady, but still having a good time. And I tell you what, it is all about having fun. She's currently in the lead after 4 moves. And Francesca there with a 3.0, the highest scoring move of the heat so far. As it looks like she is going out. She is gaining some power, so she's definitely going to be performing something right foot forward. Let's have a look what she has for us. Up and over, hunting down the Espenta blind, but just coming out short, not being able to get that pass in. Nice there on the inside with her brother, if I'm not mistaken, also. And now it is Francesca moving into first position after that trick attempt number 4. 3 more moves each. Let's not forget, top 7 moves. 7 moves for each one of these ladies. The top 4 moves are the ones that are going to be scored and give you that best of the best 40-point average. At the moment, the highest men's heat score we have seen so far is over 31 for Jacques-Maria Coccoluto. After round number 4 of the ladies, we are going to be coming out with round number 5 of the men, which will be the final round of competition here for today. Day number 2 of the NEOM Beach Games for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour event. Second event of the season. And just look at that location. About a flat water, about 20 to 25 knots. A little stronger today as we saw, but it definitely does look like it is dropping now. And then we can see Michaeli Sol giving some pointers here to Kylie on what kind of moves to do, as she is at the moment in second position. But we can see Nice Balminot is hunting her down. But one thing I love about Kylie is that there's a smile left, right, and center. Going for back loop unhooked, but over-rotating and going down hard. Mixing it out there on the water. As I said, one of the most talented big air riders in the world is Kylie Thomas, and looking forward to seeing her in some of the big air competitions, but mixing it up and coming down here in the freestyle. And now coming in with a ice gaze, Francesca Bagnoli. Let's see what she has for her. She is current number 1 in this heat, and let's see if she can start to get some of her bigger moves. All right, going for a Rayleigh to switch. Rayleigh to toe side, looking for the 3-1-3, but not getting the height or the rotation. But still, she knows she is in first position, can take this opportunity to be able to improve on her scores. That is going to be her trick attempt number 6. So 1 more trick for each. All right, so here we have Nice Balminot on the screen. And let's have a little look-see at what she is going to be giving us, as she needs a 2.16 if she wants to advance and continue on, making it through to the semi-finals. Right, here she goes. Over and going for that blind judge, but you can see the frustration in her face, unfortunately. Yeah, and we're going to definitely send some positive vibes her way. Unfortunately, yep, going down on that one, that is going to be a crash for her. Sticky situation for her, because at the moment, that is her trick attempt number 6. So she has 1 more chance to be able to go through to that second position. And here we can see Kylie Thomas needs a 0.37 to be able to take the lead. Okay, Kylie looping away. looking back, watching the screen to see if it is going to be enough to take that first place so far, as that is going to be her trick attempt number 6. So one more move for each one of these athletes now. Francesca Bagnoli will be coming up first. All right, there we can see Francesca Bagnoli moving in. Bringing it down. All right, goes up. Twigs it out. Big. 3-1-3. And I'll say it again. Tweak it, claiming it, and the smile comes out. Great move there from the Italian athlete. That is definitely going to be a big score. Starting to get loose and starting to get ready. And unfortunately, it looks like Balbi not there. Has one more move. And hopefully she looks like getting a little bit emotional, but she still has an opportunity, still has a chance to be able to stay on in this competition, as she needs a 3.47. So come on, everybody, send some positive vibes to this Italian athlete, as it is going to be the final move for her in this heat. Needs something bigger than 3.47 if she wants to stay in. Rayleigh to blind, just managing to keep it together on that one, almost going down. But I don't think that is going to be enough for a 3.47. We'll have to find out. I'm pretty sure that ain't going to be enough. But we will wait for those scores to come in. That is going to be trick attempt number 7 for Nice. And now it is going to be the final move here for this young lady out on the water, Kylie Toma. So Nice, that is not going to be enough to advance. So here, Kylie just going for a little bit of a victory run, going down hard there, trying to learn to do those double back rolls, unhook, but the kite getting sent away. So that is going to be it for that heat. So it is going to be official. Making it through into the semi-finals are going to be Francesca Bagnoli and Kylie Toma from US of A.
Finita, è finita, è finita, è finita. Pier, ti prepari, Pier.
All right, so coming up next in the next heat is going to be Estefania Rosa, Alexandra Torres, and Natalie Lambrecht. And I tell you what, Natalie throwing down innovation in this competition, because she threw in toe side maneuvers that we haven't seen from any of the women's athlete in competition. She threw in a chromo and even tried out a puke row. She said she had some secret moves in the old canister. And I tell you what, she opened up that can of worms and threw it out there, getting some of the highest scores. But Bruna Kajia on that final move of that last heat went for that huge slim chance that we could hear the landing all the way down here on the beach, and took away the win. That the past world champion throwing down the last seconds. So all of the girls definitely not holding back a single millimeter. And it looks like we are going to be continuing on with this second heat of round number 4. Estefania Rosa, Alexandra Torres, and Natalie Lambrecht.
Oppure dite, è una gara mista, non dici poi solo freestyle.
All right, so we can see already action out there on the water. Estefania Rosa with a 3.93. Here we can see Alejandra Torres dropping in. And if I'm not mistaken, just because I know this girl, that looked like a Rayleigh to blind or a blind judge for that move. Unfortunately, we got skipped out there with that highlight of Kylie Thomas. So action on the water, everybody. Let's keep the attention on the ladies competing. And we are also going to be going down for an interview very shortly, as I can see Lewis getting ready there with Francesca Bagnoli as we continue on. Here, one of the top athletes, Natalie Lamrick, making her way through. Let's see what she has for us. Siding against it on that one. And coming in with speed. Let's see if she's going to be going for it, as it was a little flatter here on the inside, but no, going to be moving the other way. So Natalie maybe going for a right foot forward, as she knows it's pretty close. Here she goes. Up and over. Big blind judge, commanding, stomping that one down, getting the kite in the sweet spot, wrapping it around. A very nice move there from Natalie Lambrick. So next up we have Estefania Rosa, who is out there on the orange kite. But before we go out to more action, we're going to go down to the beach for an interview with Lewis.
Francesca Bagnoli from Italy, congratulations, you've made your way through to the semi-finals. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling super happy, and I didn't expect it at all to go that far. And after 3 years from the competition, it feels amazing, actually.
And how would you describe the level here of the ladies? For me, actually, the first heat of the day that the ladies had that you were in was the most exciting I had today. Is it a tough level to ride against the other women right now?
Yeah, the level is crazy. The girls are improving so fast and so much, and I'm just happy to be here and to compete with them.
How does it feel to be in Saudi Arabia for the first time as well? I'm going to assume you've never been to this country. What's it like?
Yeah, it's pretty weird, but there's desert for sure. There's nothing around, but the people here are amazing, and I'm loving the place.
Any tactics for the semi-final that you can tell me about? You're up against Bruna again, I believe. You've already gone against her today. Are you going to change the way you ride? Do you have a plan?
Well, maybe I will give it all.
Go, full commitment. I like it. Back to you, Joe. Thank you, Francesca.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Francesca. Congratulations. Great to see you back in action and out there on the water. We already see Natalie Lamrich taking a commanding lead in that first position. 4.13 for that blind judge as we continue on. And yeah, great to see the smile on the young Italian athlete after being out of competition with injury for a couple of months. But definitely looks like she is back in full form, and she's going to be continuing on, because next up she is out there on the water and is going to be going up against Bruna Kajia and Rita Arnaz for that semi-final number one. All right, Natalie here. Trick attempt number 2. What's she got for us? Edges up, going big, getting that 3-1-3, really extending the tweak out there for that 3-1-3, shifting it out, pushing that back leg around and wrapping around frontside 3, landing nice, kite pretty much in the sweet spot. Did go a little bit off of that horizontal axis, which is going to cost her a little bit, but still good numbers up there. She is going to be the lady to beat in this heat. All right, so we're just waiting for that score to come in from Estefania Rosa. As we can see, Alexandra Torres coming at us, cracking the old neck, face of determination, as she knows she only needs a 2.41 if she wants to take the lead. Pretty close there at the moment. All right, so going up and over with that S-bend, but unfortunately not being able to get a pass. And that's not going to be the score she was looking for as we continue on in this heat. All right, Natalie going for S-bend to blind, adding a little bit of style. Really nice landing, commanding, getting that backhand right in between the hips, making sure that it is there, secure, stomping the landing. Good move for her, keeping it simple, because as the wind is gusty and strong out there, you want to be hitting some of those easier moves. So yeah, really good riding there from the young Swedish athlete, coming your heat leader, as she is winning by a 2.40 and going to increase that lead after that final trick. Next up is Estefania Rosa. Right, just waiting for an update on the scores after that last move there from Natalie. So she is just waiting for those numbers to come in, but I can tell you a little bit up front that she has a 13.73, getting a 5.03 for that S-bend to blind. And there you can see Alexandra just smiling as she knows she is in that safe position so far, needing a 2.41, but she's going to need something bigger because that score is going to be updated, as she's going to need a 6.10. So going to have to start to get some of the bigger moves if Alejandra wants to be going in first position. In the safe zone at the moment, let's not forget the top two riders will be making it through to the semi-finals. And here we can see the Spaniard, the Canarian. All right, unhooking, right foot forward. Going up, over, going for the Hinterberg or back to wrap, but just not quite getting the landing, so that's going to be a crash for her. Next up is Estefania Rosa. All right, we can see Natalie there going for the toe side or S-bend, so obviously looking for that chromo one more time. In the lead so far. We are waiting for an update on the scores, so I'm just letting the technicians know the scoring on this stream is not updating. Estefania Rosa. So I'm going to update you guys as it is updated here on my system. At the moment, it is Estefania in second position, Alexandra in third, and then we can see Estefania on the bottom side of the competition area, going around, trying to get that last move landed, but unfortunately just not quite getting it there. So she is currently your second position here in this heat, but it is with a comfortable lead is Natalie Lambrecht, as it is a battle for that second position, because let's not forget, whoever loses, whoever comes in third position in this heat is going to be going home early. All right, so it looks like we have a little tech issue with the scoring. So first position we have Natalie Lambrecht, second Estefania Rosa, third position Alexandra Torres. There we can see Natalie is going to be coming our way as it is going to be her trick turn. Already starting to see her unhooking on the toe side. Looks like she was maybe going for that chromo. It looks like she has the face that she's going to be doing something left foot forward. All right, Natalie, face of concentration, I can tell you that. Here she goes. Up and over, slim chance, keeps it together. Good move there from the Swedish athlete. Keeping a straight face though, full concentration mode. And here we have Estefania Rosa powering through. All right, over the top, going for front roll to blind, managing to whip it around. That could make a mix-up in the situation at the moment, because it is what Estefania needs, a 2.75. That is going to be her trick attempt number 6. Trick attempt number 6 for her. All right, going for back roll, 2 wraps. Hands in the air and a slap in the water. She is happy with that one, as that is a move that might keep her in that safe zone, as that is going to be trick number 6 for her. So next up, Natalie Lambrecht for her trick attempt number 6. But yeah, Alexandra is definitely going to be very happy with that one. All right, so here we have Natalie. Are we going to be seeing another toe side innovation here on the women's kiteboarding? I reckon we are. So here she goes, right foot forward. Switching it off to toe side. Unhooks. Over, going for the chromo, but going down. Not quite getting the edge that she needed, so that is going to be a crash for her. Still in the lead with an 18.50. But unfortunately, that is not going to be a landing maneuver. And now opens the doors a little bit, as it is going to be the final trick attempt for each one of these athletes. So what are we going to see? We're going to need from Estefania Rosa is going to need a 5.58 if she wants to move her way through into the semi-finals. Alexandra Torres is going to need a 3.37, and then depending on what happens, Natalie is either going to have to go big or just chill and already have put the work in that first position. We will soon find out. Next up, final round of tricks with these athletes. All right, so Alexandra looks like she is happy. You can see a smile on her face as she is currently now needing a 3.37. What has she got for us? We do apologize about the scoring. As you can see, I'm having to update you here. It looks like there's been a system error. So Alexandra Torres looking for a 3.37 to be making it through in first position. Over and going for front roll to toe side. So that is not going to be enough. So what that means is Natalie Lambrick is going to be able to have a little bit of a victory run. So it is going to be Natalie Lambrick and Alexandra Torres making their way into that semi-final number 1. So victory lap here. Let's see what Natalie has for us. And I tell you, stone cold out there. She has a face of concentration. You would not want to mess with her. All right, over Hinter. Oh, going for the Hinterberger, but unfortunately just losing the bar. So that is going to be a crash there from Natalie Lambrick. And that is going to be the final move of that heat. The final move of that heat. So next up, we are going to be continuing on as we are going to change back to men's round number 5. So coming up on the water, men's round number 5. Let's have a little look who is out there. It is going to be round number 5, where you're at. Here it is. So Pier Francesco Risello is going up against Finn Flugel, Juan Rodriguez, and Maxime Chablot. Big heat coming our way. So in a little under 3 minutes, we are going back with the men's competition out there on the water. Bear with us as it is starting to get action, because this is going to be the final round of competition for today, as we are only doing it until the end of round number 5. So 4 rounds. Who are going to be the 8 athletes to make it into the semi-finals? Day number 2 down here in NEOM, Saudi Arabia, for the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour event. Second event of the twin tip freestyle season. And just look at those beautiful colors and conditions that we are having here. And it does look like the wind has dropped to bits, because I can start to see the guys going out on the 9s and the 10s.
¿Cómo está el viento? ¿Sí? Voy con 9 a hacer looping, ¿está bueno?
And there we can see Pier Francesco getting ready. As let's change the graphics up, as the men are going to be coming, as we have Pier Francesco, as we said, going up against Finn Flugel, Juan Rodriguez, and Maxime Chablot. So please, can we change those graphics? All right, we can see some of the athletes starting to get ready out there on the water as we are getting ready to go. And we can see Juan Rodriguez flying through the competition area. As we saw a very good heat there from Natalie Lambrecht. And then we can see Pier Francesco. Looks like he had to release his kite, if I'm not mistaken, and coming back to the shore. And yeah, he does look like he's all right. So he's sitting up. So looks like he had to release his kite, and they have brought him back. As we are getting ready for that round number 5 of the competition with the men, Francesco Rizzetto, Finn Flugel, Juan Rodriguez and Maxime Chavelot. But before we start off, let's go down to the interview with Lewis.
Great heat, Natalie Lambrecht. You're through to the semi-finals. You look very comfortable in that heat. Did you expect to get to the semi-finals here in the freestyle?
I guess that was my goal for sure, but I really try to take it heat by heat so that I don't like visualize myself somewhere and then get disappointed afterwards. But yeah, I want to take it all the way, of course.
Well, you had a very tough heat earlier on already, which could have easily been a final. Managed to get through that okay. You've composed yourself nicely here, and it looks very much like to me and a lot of the other riders that you've got a special weapon here in your toe side tricks, your chrome obe and even Pete Rose's. How long have you been working on those moves?
Since last year, actually, was the first time I tried it. I've done it hooked in for as long as I can remember, like since the age of 16. And then, yeah, my Luca, he said, why don't you try it unhooked? And then one day I just did it, and then I loved it, so I just started working on more tricks.
It's really working for you here. It's your special move, and it's scoring really high with the judges. Are we going to be seeing those sorts of moves in the semi-finals from you?
Yeah, I'm hoping that the conditions will allow it. Now there was some gust lows in my second heat, but in my first heat, when I feel really powered, that's the perfect time to do the toe side tricks.
And I know you fly under the Swedish flag, but we're very close to somewhere that you spend a lot of time over in El Gouna in Egypt. Are there lots of people you want to say anything to right now?
Yeah, thank you for supporting me. Like, it means the world, and yeah, I can't wait to be home training in El Gouna again.
All right, thank you. Good luck for the rest of the competition. Well done, Natalie.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Your dad will be happy. He'll be like, yeah, he'll be watching.
All right, so next up, Pier Francesco, Finn, Juan, and Maxime are going to be the boys that are going to be throwing down here for round number 5 of the men. As we are about to start off, Pier Francesco unfortunately getting a crash on that first move. Just going to update it here. Here we have Juan Rodriguez, the Colombian. He came 3rd on the podium in the first event in Colombia in Salinas down in Barranquilla. So if I'm not mistaken, it looks like we're just waiting. Let me stick my head out and have a look at the old screen, because it should be Finn's turn if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. So yeah, it is going to be Finn's turn. We're just waiting for that sequence to initiate. As I can see, Rizzetto is zeroed out, so it is going to be Finn Flugel's turn, as I'm not sure why we are waiting at the moment, but we can see him circling around the back like a little shark. Finn putting on a very good performance. Let's not forget, Rookie of the Year. And already throwing down some big moves in this competition. As we continue on, as round number 5 is going to be the final round of the day. Round number 5 is going to be the final round of the day. And let's have a little look, see how they are going to be going on. And we are getting ready. I think they might be waiting for Pier Francesco, because it looked like he had a problem with his kite. I can see him moving along here, but I am trying to get information here. I have just asked the race director. He will be getting back to me very soon. But yes, welcome to the GKA Kite World Tour. If you are just joining us, this is round number 5 of the competition, as we are going out with the men's quarterfinals. Let's see who will be making it through to the semis. Only the top 8 athletes will be making it through. All right, so we're still on standby at the moment, as it does look like we are waiting for Pier Francesco, as he had a equipment issue there, as I can still see that we are waiting for Finn Flugel. So it is going to be Finn Flugel who's going to be the man to jump first. So while we're waiting, just enjoy some of the beautiful images we have here from the eye in the sky, as we will be getting into competition sequence very shortly.
They get off my way. They get off my way. Ask me, see the bar? I told you. Bar is no brand new. Say, I don't have problems.
All right, so we were back on. So a 5.37 for that Rayleigh there, that Rayleigh-based move for Finn Flugel, and now waiting to see what scores are there for that last move there from Juan Rodriguez that we just caught the last glimpse of. As we continue on, next up is going to be Maxime Chablot. There we can see him front and center on your screen. The Swissman putting in the second biggest overall score in the day number 1 of the men, having a beautiful double half cab mobe. And let's see what the opener is going to be here for this young athlete. Also world champion free ride skier. And looking to be going, all right, going for the grabbed mobe. What a beauty. Wrapping it around, grabbing it out. Really nice maneuver there from Maxime Chablot with that nose grab mobe. A beauty. Love how he is able just to get it and completely grab it on. Maybe we'll be able to see a replay of that. We'll soon find out. And here we have, so coming up next. All right, if I'm not mistaken, we do apologize for the information here. It does look like Pier Francesco has pulled out, as I cannot see him in the water. So next up is going to be Finn Flugel. Finn Flugel is going to be coming out. So Finn Flugel is coming into the screen. Okay, going with a slim 5, quite nice and low. Starting to add up and needing a 1.21, so he's going to take first position so far.
Yeah, I think though with Charlie, I think with huh? Probably. No, he's really doing that. Oh yeah, look.
All right, Juan Rodriguez, 6.63, needing a 0.31 to take the lead. What has he got? Left foot forward. Bada boom, bada bim, going for the double Hinterberger 5. Little bit straight on the rotations. You can see it wasn't quite as fluid, but still getting a nice landing move, coming down, landing it high. That is going to be a good maneuver out there for Juan Rodriguez, double Hinterberger 5. And let's see how the judges are going to be rewarding that one. Here we have, it is going to be Maxime Chablot. Maxime Chablot is going to be going for his second trick attempt. Already landing a 6.93, highest score of the heat so far with that beauty of a Grabmo 5. Let's see what he has for us now. All right, up and over. 3-1-7. Maxime, he has so much spatial awareness. I mean, I can tell you what, you could jump this guy off of a plane, he would land on his feet. Coming down hard, 3-1-7, really nice maneuver. Calm, cool, and collected. Got the rotation, keeping that horizontal access, liking what we see. He is definitely going to be moving through into and continuing in first position there. 6.27 for that one. Nice big scores coming up. But I reckon these boys are going to be improving them. Next up, Finn Flugel. Here we have Finn. Oh, he gets the height. 3-1-7. Answering back, the youngster rookie, hand in the air, claiming that, and I'm not surprised. Very big move there from the German athlete, needing a 2.61, 2.67 to advance into first position, and he is definitely going to be doing that. Talk about throwing down the youngster, liking what I see. Juan Rodriguez. Let's not forget the top two athletes are going to be the ones making it through to that semi-final. So only one athlete is going to be eliminated from this competition as we are looking in the quarterfinals at the moment. Open spots for the semis coming your way. 4 heats. Top 2 athletes from each one of those heats will be advancing through. At the moment, it is Finn Flugel in first position, Maxime Chablot in second. All right, Juan Rodriguez. Left foot forward, has 2 big moves, looking to go for a third. What is it going to be? There it is, up and over. Going for one, go for a 3-1-7. Double pass in the air. That was a very powerful and nice move there, a little bit of a claim. And that is definitely going to be a higher score than one from Maxime and from Finn, because it was more fluid, got more height, got the pass in the air. Let's see what the judges are going to be counting on that one. Very nice maneuver there from the Colombian. That is definitely going to be taking him into first position. Juan Rodriguez, 6.70, so the judges marking the difference. About half a point more than the 2 moves out of Finn and out of Maxime for that, also those 3-1-7, so marking the difference there. So Juan Rodriguez, first position so far. 3 tricks done, 3 tricks on the board as we now enter trick attempts number 4 for some of these riders. So here we have. It's going to be Maxime powering up on the right-hand side of the competition area. There we can see him, eye in the sky. Over, going for Heart Attack 5. Slowing and styling it out, but just catching that back edge. So that is going to be a crash for Mr. Chablot. All right, trick attempt number 4 for Finn Flugel out of Germany. He is currently in second position. What's he got to get? He's got to get a higher 3. So he's going to have a 3.03 if he wants to be going back into first position. Let's not forget, top 2 riders make it through to the semi. There is the battle out there on the water. And the German athlete about to drop in. All right, here we have Finn. Up and away, backside 5. I tell you what, this youngster is out and away, and look at the fist in the sky. Backside 315 there, loop the kite, but still applying the pressure. That's going to be 4 decent scores on the cards. He is not going to make this easy for either two of the athletes. All right, so Juan Rodriguez up next. All right, Juan, right foot. Over 1, 2, backside 317. And the kite was about as low as it can get, keeping straight, standing tall. The Colombian looking like he is in line for maybe another podium finish over here. He got 3rd position in Colombia, so he is definitely one of the contenders for the overall tours at the moment, as he looks like he is definitely in shape and ready to rumble. So now it is going to be Maxime Chablot and an 8.0. Big score out there for Juan Rodriguez. Maxime going for the heart attack 5. Textbook. One thing I love about Maxime is he just initiates that rotation and he keeps the speed, equal entry and exit speed, has the kite low, has the stability, makes sure that he gets all of those different accesses, and this is why the judges love him and give him those extra scores. At the moment, he is going to be needing a 6.87 to get back into that 2nd position, and we're going to wait for the judges to give it there, and there is that young man who is throwing it down for 2 of the biggest athletes out there on tour. Finn Flugel, rookie of the season 2022. Maxime, 7.33. Just about to come up, waiting for the confirmation on that one, as we are now on a trick attempt number 4. So coming into trick attempt number 5. All right, Finn Flugel. What's he got for us? Unhook him. Going for the heart attack. Little bit too stretched out. You can see the kite powered up a little bit too mid-move there. So he is looking to probably improve on his lowest score is a 4.77. So he is in 2nd position, but he knows Maxime is hungry and he's right there behind him. So Juan Rodriguez getting ready to come towards the competition area. He is in the lead so far. He is looking to improve on the lowest score of a 6.23. What has he got for us here? Going over with a big back mob 5. A very nice rotation there from him. Let's have a look at what scores he has. So he has a double heart attack with 6.63. He has a double Hinterberger 6.23, 317, backside 317. Let's see, 6.23. Gonna be close. Are we gonna see an improvement? And there we can see Maxime Chablot just getting ready, as he knows what he needs at the moment. He needs a 1.54 as he is going to be going out for his trick attempt number 4. So Maxime should be more than capable of getting that score. Here he comes. Up and over, backside 3-1-7. Throwing down and throwing it when it's needed. Maxime Chablot looking for a big move, and he definitely found it. Put the kite slightly higher just to secure it, but that is intelligent going on how the conditions are out there and knowing how important it was. So great ride in there from him as we continue and move on. So this is going to be trick attempt number 5. As this heat is not finished, it looks like a little tech area up there on the left-hand corner. So it is going to be trick attempt number 5 for these athletes. All right, Finn Flugel. What has he got to do? What is he going to need? Finn is going to need a 5.90 if he wants to go back into second position. So Finn at 5.90. It looks like Pier Francesco is coming back into the mix. It looks like he's okay, so he's going to go out for his last 3 trick attempts. So here we have Finn Flugel coming towards the competition area. 5.90 is the name of the game. What is he going to have for us? All right, here he goes. Going for the Hinterberger 7. But the kite was a little bit too high and not allowing him to rotate around. So Hinterberger 7 attempt there for Finn Flugel as we continue on. All right, Juan Rodriguez, the man to beat out there. Your current heat leader with a 28.06, but Maxime is closing in. Juan is looking to improve on one of his lower scores of a 623. All right, going big slim 7. Does he get it? Stomps it. He has got to be happy with that one. Face of determination, I am telling you. Juan Rodriguez go in very big to start off. And let's have a little wait and see what that top score is going to be. As his lowest is a 6.60. So I reckon he might improve that one. So is he going to increase his lead? And now Maxime Chablot. He's got a free 170. He's got a back mode 5. He has a heart attack 5. Backside 317. Maybe Maxime will be going for a big 319. We saw him get a top score in that day number 1. And I reckon that is what we are going to be seeing. Maxime Chablot, left foot forward. What has he got for us? Up and over 1, 2, 3, 1, 7. But just not getting caught out by the gust there and going down. But that is definitely the move he wants to throw to be able to get that top score. Still in second position so far, and Juan Rodriguez advancing a little bit further up with that slim 7 of a 7.53. All right, Pier Francesco, SPM1, as it looks like he was had a little bit of an injury at the beginning of this heat. I'm just getting sent over some information, but he is all right and gone back out onto the water. So starting to get some moves, but he is going to have a very hard chance to be able to go out and be able to continue on in this competition so far. But still, young rider, very talented young rider coming out of Brazil. And to be out there with the big guns is always good competition experience. All right, so Finn Flugel, I reckon we're going to be maybe seeing a Hinterberger 7 attempt one more time. Seems like that is the move he thinks he can improve. Here he goes. Over 1, Hinterberger 5. What did he need? He needed a 5.40. 5.40 is what is needed for a Hinterberger 5 for him to be able to go back into that second position and apply a little pressure to Maxime, because it means he would have to make sure that he got a good score on that trick attempt number 7. So 6 trick attempts for each one of these athletes out there. And now let's have a little look, see if that is going to be enough there for Finn. Let's get those scores up on the screen so we can have a look. All right, Juan Rodriguez, your current leader. Smallest score he's got is that double heart attack of a 6.63. What is he going to be giving us here? All right, up and over. Oh, heart attack 5. Big butt check. Just going off a little bit off axis. You can see he was going for the 7, and as he had to stop the rotation, his body was a little bit too leaned back. But still getting a landed move. Is it going to be more than a 6.23? We will soon find out. Maxime Chablot with that trick attempt. Trick attempt number 7, excuse me, for Maxime Chablot. It does look Finn was just slightly out with a 5.17. So final move here for Maxime. What's it going to be? Needing to improve by a 1.04. Definitely reckon he is going to be trying to go out with that 3.19, as that is the move. Yet looking back, he is going to be performing left foot forward. All right, so Chablot. All right, Chablot, let's see what he has for us. Here he comes, Red Bull athlete, coming out of Switzerland. One of the top freestylers on the tour. Left foot forward, powering up. Here we go. And going for the 3.17, looking to improve over that 6.27. Is that going to be enough? But even so, both him and Juan have done enough to be able to continue on and stay in the competition. So big congratulations to Juan Rodriguez and Maxime Chablot for continuing on, and a big shout out to the 2 youngsters. Finn Flugel missing out by the skin of his teeth, putting on one hell of a performance, and then Pier Francesco, great to see him back out in action. As we continue on with the semi-finals of the men. And next out on the water, we are going to be having, in round number 5, I do apologize, round number 5, Robin Gothenberg, Adeudi Corniel, Jean-Maria Coccoluto, who had the highest score yesterday, and Arthur Gilbert, the current reigning GKA Kite World Tour Freestyle World Champion. All right, so next up in the upcoming heat number 2 of round number 5, Robin Gosgumberg, Adel Di Conial, Gian-Maria Coccoluto, and Artur Gilbert. Those are the top 4 riders that are going to be going out there. Gian-Maria Coccoluto yesterday putting on the highest trick score of an 8.77 for KGP 7, and he said he is here to win. He is going to be going up against the reigning world champion Artur Gilbert, and also Adel Di Conial, a vice world champion. And out there, we also have Robin Gothenburg, who I have a very liking to his style. Very powerful rider. And we can see him out there just getting ready. So first off is going to be Robin. And there it is. Unfortunately, just going out as we are a green flag. Green flag, go, go, go. Heat is on. All right, there we can see Adel Di Conial making his way over. Right foot forward. What is the Black Panther going to start us off with? Siding against it, coming left foot forward. Now it looks like he's on a bigger kite. All right, no, going to be going back. Up and away, backside 315, landed very nice and easy there from Mr. Adel Di Conial. As we continue on, so now it is going to be the turn of Gian-Maria Coccoluto. All right, Gian-Maria Coccoluto. Let's see if he is in the same form as he was yesterday. At the moment, highest scoring overall heat, highest scoring trick. He is here to win, as he said in the interview. Has he got the stuff? Is he going to keep his cool? All right, up and over. Big tail grab, front blind mobe, up and away. Starting off with a nice single and powered. Great move out there by Gian-Maria Coccoluto. And a beauty, absolute beauty of a tail grab front blind move. 7.23. Judges are rewarding the style and liking what I see. And here we can see, so next up is going to be Artur Gilbert getting ready to go out. As you can see him there, just looking at the screen to know when it is going to be his turn. And here we see Artur going over. Tweaked out, inverted and stretched front blind mobe. I want to see how that's going to be compared to Gian-Maria Coccoluto's. But let's go down to the beach because I can see Lewis is over there with Juan Rodriguez, the winner of that previous heat.
Fresh off the water then, I've got the 2 riders that have first made their way into the semi-finals here. I have Juan Rodriguez to the right-hand side, and to the left-hand side, I have Maxime Chablot. So let's start with you, the winner of that heat, Juan Rodriguez. Very close heat with Maxime, but you must be stoked to just be in the semi-finals here.
Wow, it's amazing. I'm really excited to compete with Lynn and Pierre and Maxime Chablot as well. It's really good heat and amazing, man. I'm really excited.
You had some big, powerful moves in there. The wind has just dropped a little bit to how it started this morning where it was crazy. What kite size were you riding there?
Today I'm riding my 11 meters. This is my favorite kite. That's why I'm trying to improve my tricks. But it's perfect condition now.
Well, great heat. Well done for getting to the semi-finals. Let's move on to you, Maxime. Comfortably into the semi-finals. That had to be your goal in that heat.
Yeah, for sure. Quarterfinals, the goal is just to get going to the semi-finals. Of course, a little bummed to get second place.
His own time. See you in a bit. Well done. This man here is Finn Flugel. This is the 13-year-old German young rider that's made his way all the way to the quarterfinals that we should have spoke to earlier, but we finally found our time to speak to you. How does it feel to be in the top 10 in the world? You finished in the top 10 in the world here in Saudi Arabia, just 13.
So in the moment, I can't really believe like I finished top 10. Like it's just like a dream. For like when I was small, I was dreaming to get like under the top 10. But now it actually happened. I'm just like really happy.
Well, I didn't even start kite surfing until I was 17, so I think you've done so well today. And tell me a little bit about your heat then against those two riders. You pushed them for a little bit there. You were actually in second for a while. How did that feel to go up against the big names in the sport?
So heat was actually my best heat I had until now. I landed all my tricks. Like after I was even trying some new stuff where I didn't even land that much until now. Like I was actually thinking like maybe I could like stress them a bit and just do my best.
Well done, you certainly did stress them and they'll be worried about you in the future. Congratulations, Finn Flugel, a name that you will hear many times in the Kiteboarding World Championships as the year goes on. Back to you in the studio, Joe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lewis. Absolutely great to get a little chat there also with Finn Flugel. As you say, one of the youngest riders on tour and already top 10. A very, very bright future for that young man. But continuing on in the water, there we could see the last two big moves that we saw from Artur Gilbert and Jean-Maria Coccoluto were those front blind moves. We can see just that in that little grab, we saw a bigger one out there from Jean-Maria Coccoluto. And a Mobe 5 here on the inside for Artur, the current reigning world champion, as we have a very big heat, because let's not forget the top two riders of this heat will be making it through to the semi-finals as we continue on. All right, so it looks like it's going to be Robin Goldberg is going to be coming at us, as he is definitely starting to power up in the fourth position at the moment, comboed out. 2, 3 very big riders for him to go up against. But one of the beauties I love of the tour now is any heat can be a final. All of the athletes are outstanding performance. All right, talk about getting the speed. A backside 313, but going down and getting a little splatter. That is not going to be the score he wants to look for. All right, Adeldi there. Double heart attack on the outside right foot going up into the sky. So what is he looking for? Adeldi is looking for a 6.27 to go through into that second position and a 6.84 if he wants to take the lead. So big moves out there on the water as we have the quarterfinals here of the World Championship in NEOM, Saudi Arabia. All right, Jean-Maria Coccoluto. Trick number 3. Look at that face. Body language is I am here and watch me go. Let's have a look what we have for him. Left foot forward. Jean-Maria. Up and over, going for the Mobe 5. Looks like he wasn't completely happy about that one. Did seem like he got a little bit dropped on the inside, but still very close in between him and Adeldi Corniel for the 2 moves. But it is Jean-Maria who has the highest score for that beauty of a grab front blind mobe. And now looking for that score number 3 to come in, as that is a 6.20, so comfortably in the lead so far. Artur is looking for a 0.58 if he wants to take the lead. So let's have a look. Just waiting for scores for update. Going for a backside 7. Artur throws himself into these maneuvers. But yeah, just not quite getting that second pass. So that's going to be a crash for him. And now we're going to see Robin coming all the way on the right-hand side of the competition area. Let's see what the Belgium athlete has for us, as he is currently in 4th position. All right, Robin dropping in. Oh, he's got the height, gets the grab. Nice nose grab there. So hopefully we'll be able to get a replay of that. Sometimes the grabs, they're so quick, they're hard to see, but I'm pretty sure that was a nose grab. Slim chance there from him. All right, so it looks like Adeldi is getting ready, as he is going to be going and performing his move. At the moment, Jean-Maria Cocoluto in the lead, 18.93. Daudi Conial is with a 12.53. And here we can see Artur Gilbert, 12.16 and a 4.0 there for Robin. So top 3 spots, very close in between them, each other, as it looks like both Artur and Adeldi are battling out for that second position. Let's not forget top 2 athletes go through. All right, Jean-Maria Cocoluto. I reckon we're going to be seeing this KGB 7. He's got the power, he's got the speed. Let's see what he has for us. Jean-Maria Cocoluto, up and away. All right, heart attack 5. Kite so low, he is one of the best blind landers out there. You can just see full control, locks that arm in the arch of his back and just stomps it down. That is going to be a big score for him. So he's going to increase his lead ever so slightly again as that 4th move up there. And he's going to apply the pressure to both Artur and Adeldi out there at the moment. And a 7.10 there. Very nice move there from Jean-Maria Cocoluto. All right, and here comes Artur. Let's see. What's he going to have for us? Going up. Backside 317. Goes down. A big splash. But managing to keep it together. So here, what does Artur need? He needs a 6.37. And he's comboed out for first. So he is in pursuit of that second position to be able to make his way through to the semi-finals. Robin at the moment, completely comboed out, is going to need to put some big moves coming our way if he wants to stay in this competition. All right, so Robin all the way out the back, as he's going to be making his way towards us for this trick attempt number 5. All right, up and over, going for the nose grab front blind, but just unfortunately coming down and not being able to get the pass in the air and coming down in the bundle, so that's going to be a crash for him. Next up, the Black Panther, Adeldi Coniel, coming up front and center on your screen. Looks like he is going to be dropping into the competition area. And there you can see some of the athletes on the beach waiting it out to see who is going to be making their way into the semi-finals. All right, Adel Di Corniel. Going up and away, 3-1-7. Getting in the landing. 720 rotation front side with the Rayleigh. Good move there from Adel Di Corniel. What he was looking for, a 7.5 to lead. As Jean-Maria Coccoluto has been putting in the extra work, so a 6.40. So good move there for him, securing himself in second position so far. And it is going to go back, as it's going to be Jean-Maria Coccoluto who's going to be your next athlete. All right, Jean-Maria, let's see what he has for us. All right, gets the grab, KGB 5. Oh, looking like a stalefish there. Backhand, back edge in between the legs, in between the feet. A big stalefish, KGB 7 there for Jean-Maria Coccoluto. Absolutely beauty there. He's looking to improve over that 6.20, and I reckon he did. The highest score he had yesterday was the KGB 7 on an 8.77 and an 8.03, so advancing through even a bit more, making it harder for the rest of the fleet. Now, we are going to have to see. Artur is going to need a big number at the moment if he wants to advance over Adelde, as he needs a 8.60, but he has two scores that he can definitely improve. All right, so Artur coming at us. Powering up. Current world champion. Oh, up and away. Gets it with a big slam. Banging. 3-1-7. That is what I call stomp the landing. Even a little bit of a smirk. Bravo, bravo. There for Artur Gobert. And I reckon that could put him back into contention. There it is, overtaken. So he is now in second position in that safe zone. And that is going to be his trick attempt. Number 5, 6.40 for that front side 3-1-7. All right, so Robin up next for trick attempt number 6. 2 more moves for each one of these athletes. There you can see Jean-Maria just chilling, cruising and perusing. All right, there we can see Robin going for the slim 5. Looking like he got a little bit of a nose tap in there, just a little bit out of focus for us to see and very far out in the competition area. But you can see the guys and the girls adding the grabs into the mix. So let's not forget pushing. It's about the execution. All right, so next up, Adel Di Corniel. So Adel Di Corniel needs a 0.41. He needs to improve one of his scores. Lowest one of a 6.0 for that front blind mob. Let's see what the Black Panther has for us. He is coming over with a lot of speed. All right, slim 7. Oh, just managing to keep it together there. Having to change the hand, coming down at a bit of a bungle. Is that going to be more than a 6.0? Let's find out. Definitely having a big butt check there on that one. That is going to be a tough one to take. And the judges have a little bit better perspective than we do over here in the stream booth. So is that going to be enough for him to go back into that safe zone after trick number 6? We will soon find out. All right, here we have Jean Maria. Up and over with a slim 5. And combo in and out. Obviously, you can see didn't get the edge he quite wanted to on that one. So that is going to be a low score for his trick attempt number 6. Still in the first position, though. All right, so just waiting for that score to come in of Adeudi. Waiting for the numbers to drop. As it stands, Artur Gilbert is in second position. All right, Artur. Here he comes. Trick attempt number 6. 3:44 to lead. Lowest score of a 5:13. Double hard attack. Nicely landed. Good kite position. Completely stretched out. You can see getting his head right in between his arms and really making that rotation happen. Good move there for the Frenchman, as he needed a 3.44 to be able to take the win or take this first position in this heat so far. That is going to be his trick attempt number 6. And we are now going to start on the final round of moves for each one of these athletes. And here we can see Robin making his way through to the competition area as he is comboed out, but he has a final move to show us down here at the second event of the season. Going for that big front to blind. We've seen him trying to land all day. That is unfortunate. That's going to be a crash. So that is going to be it for Robin for this competition. Big congrats out there to him, putting down some absolute shockers. But that is going to be it for him, as that is his trick attempt number 7 and not going to be able to continue and advance forward. All right, so next up, Adeudi Cornell. Important moment here. Adeudi needs a 2.05. Lowest score of a 6.0. He's going to have to go for something big. What has the Black Panther got for us? Here he goes. Backside 317 and stomping the landing there. Managing to get it. Is that going to be enough? Is that going to be apply the pressure to Artur to be able to perform? We're going to wait for those scores to come in. Needs a 2.05 to advance. He needs a pretty damn big score because he already has 4 scores up there on the board. He's going to have to improve something by 2 points. So he's going to have to look for the mid-8s if he wants to already have that signed, sealed, and delivered. A 7.60. 7.60. So that is not going to be enough, meaning that it is going to be Jean-Maria Cocoluto and Artur Gilbert, the 2 guys that are going to be going through in first position. Big front blind moment there from Jean-Maria. I know he's looking for the 5, as he is already advancing through into the semi-finals and going to be jumping into the water for the final time. We're going to have the last move of Artur Gilbert with the red kite right on the inside of the shore as we are starting off. There you can see him with his kite in the sky. That is the man, as he is waiting to see what he would need to do to be able to take that lead. And he would need a 1.80. 1.80 to lead. What's his lowest score? His lowest score is a 6.27. It is possible. It is possible. Artur Gilbert. Both him and Jean-Maria are going to be going through. Heart attack 7. And the smile says it all. Splashing out a little bit. But is he going to be able to improve a 1.80 on one of his moves? We are soon going to find out. Oof, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. But definitely advancing through to the semi-finals are going to be Jean-Maria Cocoluto and Artur Gilbert, making their way through to the semi-finals of this competition. And up next, we are going to be having out there on the water the battle in between Mateo Dorotini, Valentine Garat, Manuel Suarez, the winner from the first event of the season in Colombia, and Posito Martinez. Just still waiting for confirmation on those scores. All right, so by the skin of his teeth, give a big round of applause to Jean-Maria Cocoluto, taking that quarterfinal and making it through to the semis together with Artur Gilbert. All right, as we continue on, we're going to be moving through to the third quarterfinal. Mateo Dorotini, Valentine Gerard, Manuel Suarez, Posito Martinez are all going back out onto the water. And there are the 4 athletes. Those are the 4 top men who are going to be showing up and getting ready to rumble. Only the top 2 will make it through to the next round. And there we have them, as we are just about a minute away from the green flag. First man to jump is going to be my underdog, Matteo Dorotini. All right, so the first man to jump is going to be Mateo, who is out there on the red North Kite. You can see him just coming in towards us as we're just waiting for those numbers to go up. As we are already on a competition, we are starting on competition. There we can see already up and away, going for a 3-1-7, perfectly landed there, Matteo Dorotini. All right, so next up, Val Garat. Let's see what he has for us here. There goes Val. Right foot forward. Over the top. Oh, looking to go for that front blind mobe. But unfortunately just coming up a little short. Looks like the bar was yanked out from his hands. So that is going to be a crash for him. Oh, Bigaliña, Manuel Suarez dropping in with style already. Let's not forget, he's the current leader as he won at the event over there in Colombia, looking to continue on as he is the top seed coming into this competition. 7.67 there. Getting ready. All right, Posito Martinez getting ready for his first move. Here we have El Tigrazo. What has he got for us? All right, Posito Martinez getting ready to rumble. All right, just a stretched out scorpion there. Not the move he was looking for. So that is going to be the first round of maneuvers. Now, coming up next, we continue on. So Mateo Dorotini, right foot forward, going for move number 2. KGB 5. Getting an indie in there as well. Very nice KGB 5 there from Mateo. Similar style, you can see, just stomping that landing, wrapping himself around, getting that hand behind his back and claiming that landing. Big move out there on the scorecards. And there's the number, 7.53. Liking what I see, liking what I see. Grande, grande. All right, well, there we can see the riders getting ready to come back with more action. But before we continue on with this quarterfinal, let's go and see the winners of that last heat.
2 more riders have joined me that have made their way into the semi-finals here in Saudi Arabia. The Italian Gianmaria Coccoluto to my left-hand side and to my right-hand side. The Frenchman Arthur Gilbert. Congratulations, guys. Let's start with you, Gianmaria. How did that heat go for you?
Yeah, my heat was really good. I was feeling really confident. The wind dropped a bit. For 11 was perfect. I did almost all my trick. I scored a good 8 in a KGB 5 stealthfish grab. So I'm really happy about my heat. Also, Arthur did a really good one. Last trick, Art Attack 7 almost passed me, so it was really challenging.
And let's talk about that with you, Arthur. Last trick, as far as I know, you'd made your way through into the top 2, but you absolutely pushed it with a Heart Attack 7. What came over you to do that move?
Yeah, I'm in my 10 for my hit, and it was good. The win is power. Yeah, I won for my last trick, kick ass of Coccoluto for win. But I do a butt check, and yeah, but it's a good move, good score. I'm happy, so yeah, let's go.
Congratulations. I'm not finished with you two guys yet, because I actually want to know a bit more, some insight from you, what it's like riding in a heat like that, where you know you have to perform to get through to the semi-final. Is there any pressure on you? You just have to get in that top 2. Do you feel the pressure?
Yeah, I was super under pressure, but luckily I know that when I land my first trick that is big from blind mob with grab, then I know that I'm going to land everything. If I crash that trick, then I know that it's going to go bad. So it was really good.
Yeah, it was a good one, so that looked quite good. And for yourself, Arthur, as a current world champion as well, you must have been looking to get through that heat. You'd have been upset if you hadn't made it through. Do you feel for Duri Cornell right now?
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure, for sure. And yeah, same like Coccoluto, I have a good score for my first trick, so I keep confidence, and yeah, after I do my hit, all my tricks, so yeah, I'm happy.
Thank you. It's great to hear how important your first tricks are to you both, to keep that rhythm up. So back to you in the studio, Joe.
I want to say ciao to Duaton Pro Center Sicily, my family, my girlfriend, Sia Simo. I love you guys. See you soon on the podium.
And you, what do you want to say?
Hey guys, in France, all my friends see the screen, and yeah, I love you guys.
Awesome. I'll pass back to you, Joe, in the studio. Finally.
It's great to see the vibes and the emotion of those guys sending out the love left, right, and center. Back onto the water, Manuel Suarez, your current number 1 in this heat, as he is also the winner of that last event. So on a track at the moment, 8.27, 7.80. Mateo Dorotino also there with 2 big moves. And Posito Martinez in 3rd position. So now we can see Valgarat looking at the moment. Unfortunately, he already has 2 crashes out there on the water, looking to try and get the rhythm as they are on bigger kites, and it does look like the wind is getting nice, but it is dropping off fast. Heat number 3, quarter-final number 3. All right, KGB 5 there for Garat. That is going to be a confident booster as he needs to start to get back into the rhythm of this heat number 3 of round number 5, quarterfinals. Only top 2 will be making their way through. And your number 1 at the moment, that man on your screen, coming out of Brazil, Barra Grande, Manuel Suarez. All right, so let's have a look at the scorecards. We have Mateo Dorotini, 18.87. The boy is throwing down. Then we have Manuel Suarez with 22.66. Your number 1 at the moment, and there's that man on your screen. Val Garat, 6.57 for that last KGB to blind, so he is definitely going to be happy to get that one ready. And we can see the wind is starting to drop off, but it is getting to that 2:45 situation. This is when the wind does start to disappear. And we're looking for Posito Martinez there. A big 3-1-7 out the back. Big 3-1-7 there for Posito Martinez. So he is going to start to come back in to the mix of this heat. But definitely Suarez and Dorotini putting in the work early. Next up, one more time, Dorotini for his trick attempt number 4. 3 decent numbers up there, but he's going to have to step it up as he needs a little bit more. He needs a 3.80 if he wants to regain that first position off of Manuel Suarez. All right, talk about body language. In he goes. Okay, Hinterberger 7. Can he keep it together? Yes, he does. How he managed to land that is beyond me. Definitely going to get deduction for the body check that he had that. But a big move. Definitely something that he was looking for. Shame he didn't land that clean because that was a huge Hinterberger 7. Talk about throw yourself into it. All right, so now we are going to be continuing on as that was the first move there of Dorotini. And let's have a look because it does look like I can see Manuel Suarez powering in towards us. But also out the back, we can have a little look-see at Posito Martinez. And here we go, the man of the moment, Valentine Garat. Off he goes, looking to be able to get back into contention of this heat. Important move here for him. Up and over, front blind mob, lands it nice and clean, keeping it calm, cool and collected, keeping it easy out there at the moment, Val, as he know he needed that move, both for confidence and to apply pressure. He is going to have to up it if he wants to get close to the 22.66 there of Manuel Suarez, and a 6.30 for that last Hinterberger 7 there from Dorotini. All right, so now it's going to be this man, Manuel, the Brazilian, is going to be coming up as it is going to be his turn. Let's see if he can regain that first position. F1 rider, all right. Suarez swooping his kite, gaining speed. All right, going for the heart attack 5, but unfortunately losing the bar. So that is going to be a 0 because he did not even grab the chicken loop. So that is an unusual miss there from Suarez. So you can see Dorotini already applying some pressure. Posito Martinez coming up next. The Dominican with the orange crazy fly is going to be the next rider to jump into the competition area. All right, Posito getting ready. As it looks like we're just waiting out for a score. So a 0 there for Manuel Suarez, as he did not catch the bar. That's going to be that man front and center. Look at the beautiful competition area we have down here. The wind is starting to get a bit lighter. Guys are putting out their bigger kites. And a Posito flying and dropping him. All right, here he goes. Combo down at the moment. He needs to get a big move if he wants to start to have a chance in this heat. Top two make it to the semi-finals. All right. Oh, he gets the height. Backside 317. Managed to get the landing. Kite a little high, as you can see him getting pulled through that move. But still, another decent-sized move out there. Posito Martinez, as he is going to need comboed out to be able to get to second position, but that is going to put him back into contention. A trick attempt number 4 as we continue on. And that is going to be round number 5. Matteo Dorotini, your current leader, looking to improve over that 567. What has he got for us? All right, going for a heart attack 5. Kite was high. It was more a front rotation 5 than it was actually a heart attack, but kind of making the difference in that S-bend and then the 540 instead of that front roll. So Kite a little bit higher, but he is looking to improve on his lowest score of a 5.67. Going to be interesting to see what the judges are thinking about that. They have a better perspective than we do from here. All right, next up, Valentine Garad coming at us, left foot forward. He is definitely going to have to start to get his mojo. If he can get a big move here, he could be back in contention to try and fight it out for that second position or the first. Important moment here for Val. Come on, Val, bring it home. All right, unhooking, off he goes. Going for the slim 7. Does he get it? No! Just missing out on the bar. That is going to be his trick attempt number 5. So Val is going to have to land the next 2 moves and get big numbers if he wants to have a chance of continuing on in this competition. Manuel Suarez coming a little further down the competition area. He's going to be going right foot forward. Missed that heart attack 5. Are we going to be seeing a replay as he needs a little bit over a 3? Off heart attack 5, going down and crashing out. All right, unusual to see Manuel missing 2 tricks in a row, so that is going to be another crash for him. 26.60 total for Dorotini and a 7.0 for that heart attack 5. As we continue on, so far it is Dorotino and Suarez in that safe zone. And now Posito Martinez with a 14.17. What has he got for us? This is a very important moment in this competition. Here we go. Dominican Airlines coming at you. Going for the heart attack 5, exploding down, trying to hold on to the kite, but just losing it there, unfortunately. That is going to be a big crash for him. What a shame, because he had the power, he had it there, but he is going to have to attempt it on his last 2 tricks. All right, so a trick attempt number 6 here for Dorotini, who is currently leading this heat. Oh, he's got the pop. There it goes. Backside 3-1-5. And looping the kite out. Looks like even he slacked those lines out so much that he came around. But a backside 3-1-5 there for Dorotini. So a big move there for him. And let's see if he can improve on that 567 score. That was a slim 7. So does he have a backside? No, he doesn't have a backside 315. So that would increase. If he can get bigger than a 5.67, that is going to increase on his score as it continues on. Next up, Val Garat. So Val has to land the next two moves, and they need to be two decent moves, above sixes, if he wants to apply any pressure to the top athletes. So are we going to be seeing Val Garat? He needs to get 2 sixes if he wants to win, and Matteo Dorotini getting crashed out for that 315 as he did not show control on exit of that move. As you can see that kite going down. What a shame, because he really did get a big land in there. All right, Val needs these 2 moves. Come on, Val. Coming back from injury. Here he is, left foot forward. He knows how important this is. Going off, up and over. All right, he has the height, goes around. Slim 7 gets it. Keeps himself alive in this heat, as that is going to put him up on the scorecards, and he is going to be able to have a final chance where he's not going to be comboed out to see if he can get through into first or second position. And there we have Val Garat, 7.37. So what does he need? Val is going to need a... Where is he at? Val is going to need a 2.03 to advance. So at the moment, how it stands, there is, each athlete has done 6 maneuvers. So we're waiting for maneuver number 6 here of Manuel Suarez to see the difference, to see what can happen. So let's have a look. All right, Manuel Suarez coming in, going up for the Slim 7. Kite was nice and low, didn't have a lot of travel, but just so this guy rotates so fluidly, that is definitely going to increase on his score, because let's not forget he has only 3 numbers up there, needing a 3.94 if he wants to be going through in that first position. And I reckon he is definitely going to be getting more than that with a Slim 7 on the card. So Manuel Suarez is moving through. There it is into first position with a 30.03. And now we are going to have to see an increase of a 3.94 if Mateo wants to regain that lead, but he is still in that safe position. Posito Martinez, at the moment, he needs an 8.49. He has 2 attempts to be able to achieve that. 2 big moves is what this man needs to be able to have a chance of staying in this competition. So here we have Posito Martinez. All right, up and over, going for the Hinterberger 5. Probably not what he's going to be looking for, but he is going to be able to get one last chance not being comboed out, because it ain't over until the buzzer. And we have seen big moves. Will we see a 10 today? We will find out as the wind is starting to get nice and easy out there. So now, for his final trick attempt of this heat, Matteo Dorotini, left foot forward, coming towards us. Here it is. Does the Italian have it? What does he need? He needs something bigger than a 3.47 on one of the categories he's already in. Going for the 3.17. Not a lot of power, though. He already had a 3.19 of a 7.80. So that is definitely not going to be improving on that. So I reckon he is not going to be taking that first position from Matteo Dorotini. And Val Garat. Okay, important moment here for Val. Val needs a 7.13. And it's just been changed that one more time. He needs an 8.03. Val needs an 8.03 to be able to go into second position. So an 8.03. He needs a big move. Takes a little look, has a little smile, and he is off. So Valentine Garat, trick attempt number 7, looking for an 8.03. If it's anything over that, he is safe in that second position. Blasting off. Are we going to see it? We can see the bird sky view. Going to be unhooking. There he goes. Going for the heart attack. 5. Oh, just missing out there. Just missing out. What a shame. Going down hard. So that is going to be it for Valgarat. And now the final chance for Posido Martinez. Manuel Suarez, your leader. He has a victory last trick as he goes up with that hard attack free and just spinning and chilling out. So Posido Martinez is the only last man who can mix this up. If Posido gets a 7.13, he will move through to second position. We've seen him do numbers like that before. Are we going to see it? Let's have a little look, as it is a very important moment. Posido Martinez with the red kite coming in, the red crazy fly, as he knows what he needs. 7.13, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to see it? Dominican Airlines, El Tigrazo, with an opportunity to make his way through to the semi-finals. Right foot forward, got the power, up he goes. Oh no, not getting the edge that he wanted. Only going for a backside 3-1-3. So that is going to be official. Making their way into the semi-finals are going to be Manuel Suarez and Mateo Dorotini. Great work by both of those guys. Absolutely great work. Mateo leaving the door a little bit open at the end there. I know he was breathing heavy, that's for sure. But making his way into the semi-finals of the competition. And we are now going to go and continue on with the final heat of the day. The last quarterfinal. Men's heat number 4. Round number 5. And going out there in the water, we are going to be having, let's have a little look. In the water, we are going to be having Lorenzo Calcano, Luis Alberto Cruz, Valentine Rodriguez, and Carlos Mario from Brazil. That is the lineup, the final lineup of the afternoon. Heat number 4, round number 5 of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour down here in NEOM, Saudi Arabia. So a little less than 3 minutes in between these two heats. And we can see Valgarat putting on an absolute shocker of a performance. Coming back at the very end. Great to see him back in action and back from injury. And I tell you what, he is stronger than ever. Just unfortunately missing out there on that final move. Making it through to the semi-finals are going to be Manuel Suarez and Mateo Dorotini. As we continue on with the final heat of the day out there on the water. Lorenzo Calcano, Luis Alberto Cruz, Valentin Rodriguez, and Carlos Mario. Just a little under 2 minutes to go. And we will start off with that quarterfinal. Number 4. What a day of action we have had out here on the water. And still the names to be beating out there are definitely Juan Rodriguez and Jean-Maria Cocoluto, probably with the two best performance. But Manuel Suarez, silent but deadly here in this heat, getting above 30. With actually the highest score in those rounds. So I'm just double checking here. So yeah, at the moment of today, the highest combination score has been Manuel Suarez, as Juan Rodriguez had a 28.99, Jean-Maria Cocoluto a 28.76. So it is Suarez, Rodriguez, and Cocoluto, your top 3 athletes out there today. But in the end, there can only be one, as the Highlander will say, who is going to be the winner. And then we saw some innovation from the ladies' side, where we saw those toe-side maneuvers there of Natalie with the Pete Rose and the Chromo. And then also Bruna Kajia throwing down in those windy conditions. So great to see some of the new moves and the innovation coming in All right, so continuing on as we are about 30 seconds out. Heat number 4, round number 5, the last quarterfinal and the final heat of day number 2 down here in NEOM. All right, so everybody getting warmed up. So first man to jump is going to be Lorenzo Calcano. Lorenzo Calcano is going to be the first man to start off and fire off the first bullets. So you can just see him already starting off there. And then it is going to be Luis Alberto Cruz, Valentine Rodriguez, and Carlos Mario. So Luis Alberto with the blue kite here on the inside, warming up. So let's get some cameras on. Luis Alberto Cruz, front and center of the competition area. All right, so heat is on. And we've already seen both Lorenzo Calcano with a 4.63. And just waiting for that last move there from Luis Alberto Cruz as he is coming towards us, powering away. All right, a dig there. Let's have a look. All right, backside 315 with a big back check and not extending that ready. So he is definitely going to get underscored on that one, but still opening up. Valentine Rodriguez, I can see him out there on his 12 meters as the wind is starting to die off just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon over here, day number 2 in Saudi Arabia, NEOM. And here we have a past world champion, Valentine Rodriguez, stretching it out, getting loose. Let's see what he has for us here for his opener. All right, backside 317, going down and in a bundle, over rotating and twisting himself there. Tell you what, if he wasn't awake, he is now. And Carlos Mario. Let's see what the young man from Brazil has for us. Already starting off, okay.
A very special moment here, Mateo Dorotini. You've made your way through to your first semi-final ever on the World Tour as an Italian. How do you feel?
I feel so good, man. I felt so comfortable in the water, and I was on my 12, and I landed almost all my tricks. Yeah, I did some bad checks, but yeah, I felt pretty good. I'm so happy to be in the semi-final tomorrow, and I will send it, of course.
You've made your way into the top 10 in the world here, going finals, and you looked pretty comfortable in that heat, but was there ever a moment of worry perhaps at the end there where the other riders, if they'd had a massive move, maybe could have pushed you out? Did you watch those tricks or did you look away?
No, I was looking away.
And lastly, what do you think about this setup here? I imagine it's your first time here in Saudi Arabia. How good were those conditions there for freestyle?
Well, it's pretty good. A bit gusty, to be honest. In the morning it's so strong the wind, but I'm pretty used with strong wind. I like to be overpowered. I'm happy.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you later. Good luck with your semi-final when that happens. Yeah, of course.
Ciao, mamma, papà, ce l'ho fatta.
Nice. But let's bring in our winner then of that heat. Come on over here, please, and join us once more again with the lovely Stefano Rosa. I'm here with Manuel Suarez, who looked very comfortable in that heat. Started off a bit slow, but done really well. You're in the semi-final here, Manuel. Did you find that a difficult heat?
Você tá na semifinal, Manuel. Você achou que estava difícil?
Tava um pouco ali no começo meio nervoso, mas depois consegui fazer minhas manobras perfeito e deu tudo certo e estou muito feliz de estar na semifinal E agora eu vou torcer pro Carlos Mário agora, que tá na próxima bateria agora, pra ele fazer bom hit para a gente seguir em frente.
I was nervous in the beginning, but then I relaxed a little bit. I was enjoying the time, and I was looking forward. And now I'm looking for Carlos Mario. I would like him to win too.
So there was a lot of action in that heat that just happened now. Riders were changing places all the time. We've just spoke to Mateo, who's made his way through to the semi-final. But what I liked about your riding is that you just kept focused on what you had to do. You're in the semi-final. You'll be hoping for a good result here to take you into the last event. How far do you think you could go? That's my question to you. Do you think you can win this event?
Você está na semifinal. E aí ele gostaria de saber qual lugar que você acha que você vai chegar.
Tô muito feliz, né, de estar na semifinal e vou tentar fazer meu melhor para subir no lugar mais alto do pódio, né? Mais uma vez, vou dar meu melhor.
He wants the first, of course, he wants to win.
He wants to win. That's good to hear. I'm not going to get a message back home. Maybe you can deliver that when you're in the final. Well done. Thank you very much. Thanks very much as well, Stefania. Back to you in the studio, Joe.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lewis. Great to see the vibes. And yeah, that is definitely another hungry man. He's been on top of the podium in Colombia. He knows what it feels. He knows what he likes. And now we are going to be continuing on, as at the moment it is Luis Alberto Cruz in that first position. But this man has the highest scoring move out there. All right, going for the Heart Attack 7 there of Carlos Mario Bebe. So he is now going to be moving through into that first position spot. And let's have a little look. So just 2 moves each for each one of these riders. And it is Luis Alberto Cruz in first, but that's going to change as soon as we get that update of the score there from Carlos Mario. Next up, Lorenzo Calcano. All right, looking like the wind is definitely getting lighter over there. Looks a little underpowered as we are now 2 moves a pair for all of these athletes. There we can see Valentine Rodriguez here in the front. And Luis Alberto Cruz. So Calcano there with a 2.93 for that third move. Now looking here at Luis Alberto Cruz for his third move. What's he got for us? Currently in third position. All right, making his way all the way over to the top side of the competition area to come back towards the judges and try and see if he can get some bigger scores, as he needs a 2.7. So easy moves at the moment, as we're only 3 moves in. Early days of this heat. Let's not forget 7 trick attempts, top 4 moves count. Quarterfinals here. Oh, and unfortunately just not underhooking, head going down. He knows that was an important moment for him, starting to make his life a little bit more difficult. All right, Valentine Rodriguez about to drop in. There we can see him getting ready there on the shore. That is the man. He's got a smile, he's got a smirk, and he's relaxed. That is very dangerous when that man is in that kind of man's mindset. Let's see, because he is currently in 4th position. Only needs a medium 6 to be able to go through into 2nd. All right, Valentine Rodriguez out there on his 12-meter. Conditions are very nice out there at the moment. Athletes are liking these lighter wind conditions for some of the bigger moves, as that wind is starting to die off as it's coming to that 3 o'clock period. Going for the KGB 7. And we got the old fist clutch there as well. Kept the kite a little higher so he could get that extra bit of lift to be able to make sure he landed that intelligent move there from Valentine Rodriguez as we continue on. And let's have a little look-see of the scores for that one. He already has a 7.13. Let's see what he's going to be scored there for that KGB 7. A back roll with a backside 720 handle pass. So Valentine at 7.17 and moving his way all the way from 4th to 2nd position, applying the pressure as he has now 2 landing moves. We continue on. Carlos Mario. All right, here we have Carlos Mario coming in full steam. This man means business. Up and over, 317. Same kind of similar tactics at Valentine, sacrificing a bit of the power to be able to send that kite up a little bit so he can make sure he can get those 2 rotations around. So the 2 Dominicans are starting to be in a sticky situation as we now have 4 moves left each, and they are currently in 3rd and 4th position. So here we have Lorenzo Calcano. It's going to be his turn to get out there. Lorenzo Calcano getting ready. All right, let's see what the Dominican has for us. Trick attempt number 4. Up and over, but no, getting stretched out. You can see the frustration there for him. So that's not going to be the move that he wanted. Lorenzo Calcano. So now Luis Alberto Cruz is going to have an opportunity here to see if he can continue on, because he is currently in 4th position. What's he need? He needs is a 2.94. So he needs to pretty much land a medium move. 2.94 for this man is easy, and he'll be moving through into 2nd. So Calcano there, we have a battle for 2nd position at the moment. Carlos Mario in a commanding lead. All right, Luis Alberto Cruz going for a very nice slim 7 all the way through. Starting to bring on the moves there.
That's a slim 7, right? Or no? Huh? Slim 7? Yeah.
All right, so Valentine, what's he got to do? Valentine needs 0.4 to go to advance, but what's he going to be aiming for? He needs a 7.32. So a little bit more than some of the scores he's already got up there, but more than capable of making those kind of numbers. So Valentine Rodriguez needing a 4.0 to be able to go through. And now let's have a look. What has he got for us? All right, Rodriguez pumping it up. Up and away, going for slim to wrap, slim 7. Really having to send that kite. As you can see, the wind is definitely dying down, as that was attempt number 4. Attempt number 4 there for Valentine Rodriguez. All right, next up, Carlos Mario. So we have 9 more tricks to end off the day. Let's see if that wind will stay with us, as it definitely is dying off very fast. All right, here we have Carlos Mario. Left foot forward, coming towards the judges. All right, oh, Hinterberger 7. Letting that kite loosen down to make sure that he was able to get that landing. Great move there from a past world champion, Carlos Mario, who is now going to go in an even more commanding position out there for that win. Let's not forget Manuel Suarez with the highest heat score today, plus 30. Showing that he is in sync to be able to go back up on top of the top spot of the podium. But I know there are a few men that are going to have something to say about that. So Lorenzo Calcano, trick attempt number 5. This man needs to start to move if he wants to have a chance here. 4.22 to go through into 2nd position. Let's see what he has. Pretty much has to be landing every single move now, because these are crucial moments. Okay, Calcano there unfortunately going down. So that is going to be a crash out there for him. There we can see Rita and Juan Rodriguez sending out the love there for Valentine. So at the moment, all right, trick attempt number 5 for Luis Alberto Cruz, who is comboed out to be able to get that first position. Luis Alberto, oh, right. Going over, just trying to make that work as it was going wrong from the very beginning and the way he edged. So he is still in second position, but now it is going to be Valentine. Valentine Rodriguez, there he goes. Let's see what he has. All right, going for the grab front by Mo, but going down and the frustration there. Getting that tail grab and not being able to wrap it all the way around. So that's going to be a crash for him. As we continue on, that was trick attempt number 5. Carlos Mateo going for his trick attempt number 5 as well. All right, here comes Carlos Mario, making his way towards the competition area. What's he got for us? Unhooking, over and out. Slim serve, making it look too easy there for the Brazilian rider. Great riding there. Once again, sending that kite up to be able to make sure that he can get those top scores. And Calcano managing to pull that one together. Looked like he was going to lose it and it was going to go over the top. But was just able to keep it together and be able to land that move. Let's see how that's going to put him up, because he is at the moment falling behind the pack as we come on the final moves. So that is going to be a trick attempt number 7. So now let's have a look. Luis Alberto Cruz, what's he got for us? All right, grab, Indy KGB 5. Very nice, getting the grab in there. Talk about bringing out the stuff at the right moment. He's comboed out for first, but that is definitely going to apply pressure to the rest of the fleet to be able to, you know, kind of go against him for that second position. So waiting for those results to come in. Let's have a look. Luis Alberto Cruz. Oh, wow. Valentine Rodriguez, an 8:47. 8:47 is what Valentine Rodriguez is going to need if he wants to get into that safe zone. 8:47. Carlos Mario already with a 30.83, so he is going to be the highest heat score of the day. And here we have Valentine Rodriguez. He's going to be coming at left foot forward. What is this young man going to throw out of his bag? Because he needs a big number to be able to make this work. Just refreshing the scores here, going refresh, refresh, refresh. All right, Valentine Rodriguez. Going for his trick attempt, number 6, excuse me. Going for his trick attempt number 6. All right, what is it going to be? He is definitely going to have to trick this very quickly because he has come into the end Valentine Rodriguez, left foot forward. What has he got for us? Off he goes, going for the slim 7. Trying to improve on his scores a little bit to be able to make his life a bit easier to have a last chance with that trick attempt number 7. So I definitely reckon he has been able to do that. But is it going to be enough? Is it going to be enough? He has definitely not made his life easy, and the same problem out there for Lorenzo Calcano. But the difference for Lorenzo is that he is already on his trick number 7. So Carlos Mario coming in at trick attempt number 6. There we can see him swooping his kite through the center of the competition area, getting ready to go. The Brazilian athlete, your current heat leader, looking to improve over his worst score of a 7.07. What has he got for us? All right, off he goes. Deciding against it. Looks like the wind is definitely dying out. He's going to be coming back this way. Trick attempt number 6 for him. Already a commanding lead, not missing a beat. 30.83, highest heat score of the day. All right, unhooking, right foot, going for KGB. You can see he was looking for something bigger, just not being able to get the height. As we continue on for the final trick attempt of each one of these athletes. Final trick attempt. So Lorenzo Calcano, he needs a 9.14. 9.14. If he wants to continue on in this competition. That is a big number. But it ain't over to the buzzer, and the fight ain't over until the final punch is thrown. And let's see what the Dominican has for us for the final move of today for him. Is it going to be the final move of his contest over here in Saudi Arabia? We will soon find out. Lorenzo Calcano looks like he's got a good gust. What has he got for us? Coming in, the Dominican freight train. Going for a big 317, just missing out on the bar. So that is going to be it for Lorenzo Calcano, meaning that he is going to be out of the competition as he cannot advance any further. So now, Luis Alberto Cruz. Luis Alberto Cruz needs to improve by a 4.something, 4.96, 4.68 if he wants to be able to grab Carlos Mario. He has a small score of a 443 there for that backside 315. Are we going to be seeing him trying something bigger there? Maybe a backside 317. He's coming that way. This is the way he does that. Let's see if he extends that railie. Nope. Deciding against it. Going to be going right foot forward as he knows he is getting very close to that timer. 40 seconds for each one of these athletes to perform the move. Luis Alberto Cruz trying to secure a little bit more that second position or push Carlos Mario out in first. Your current number 2 in this heat. And a little look-see back. It means he is going to be performing this to the left-hand side. What has he got? What has he got? Final move of the day for him. Is it going to be the final one in the competition? We will soon find out. He is currently in that safe zone but wants to improve to make it even harder for Valentine, as he knows that man is more than capable of pushing him out. All right, Luis Alberto Cruz. Up, up, and over. Backside 315. Nice and clean. So he's looking to improve on that 443. 443 is what he's looking to improve on. And I know Valentine is going to be looking at the shore to see what number he is going to have to do, which after that, I reckon they're going to improve it a little bit. And he is going to have to do something around a 7. So Val going out. Knows it has to be something big. What would you see? We've got a backside 317, KGB 7, slim 7. Those are the 3 moves. So I would be going for a totally different family. And yes, it has been dropped. Valentine Rodriguez needs an 8.0 8.14. 8.14 if he wants to be continuing alive and going through to the semi-finals. So here we go. Here comes the Colombian. Not getting the edge that he wanted. And going down. So that means that Valentine Rodriguez is not going to be making it through to the semi-finals. Another big upset out here. The past world champion is out of the Saudi Arabian competition. And it is going to be Carlos Mario and Luis Alberto Cruz, your top two riders and the athletes making it through to the semi-finals. Here we have Carlos Mario, a little bit of a victory lap. Let's see what the young man has for us. All right, oh, and a beauty of a tail grab front blind move. One of the first mans to start adding the double grabs to that move, making it look so easy and smooth. Great maneuver there from Carlos Mario, and that is going to be the end of the heat and the final heat of the day, as we're going to wait for both of the athletes to come off. We're going to get an interview of them, and that is going to be it for today. So we're just going to wait for that interview. Thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. It has been an absolute killer of a day. We've seen some great action on there. We're already through to the semi-finals of the ladies and also the semi-finals of the men. And making their way through Luis Alberto Cruz and Carlos Mario.
Yes! Woo! Woo!
Ya fallé mucho, ese viento no sirve.
No sirve, hermano.
¿Sabes?
No sirve, bueno, tú sabes.
Woo! Luis, you want to say something?
Yeah, happy! Dominican guy, happy!
And welcome back, everybody. What an absolute full day of action we have had out here on the water for day number 2 of the Qatar Airways GKA Kite World Tour event here in Saudi Arabia. NEOM, we have had action out on the water. We've seen some of the newest moves out there. We saw the girls throwing down toe-sides moves there with Natalie Lambert. Definitely the standouts are her and Bruna. Great to see Francesca Bagnoli back in action. And then on the men's side, once again, it is Jean-Maria Coccoluto, Manuel Suarez, in the addition of Juan Rodriguez. He is the man who has come up. Those are the top 3 athletes that have had those biggest heats. We're just waiting for our top 2 winners of the previous heat to be ready, as we're going to go to that interview to finish off the day. But on behalf of me and on behalf of all of the GKA crew, thank you very much for tuning in live. Do remember to send us all the comments, show us what you want, tell us if you want us to be interviewing our riders. You know, feel free to send it up. It's been great to have the action down here in Saudi Arabia. And as we were saying, what an absolute freestyle playground we have over here. Definitely NEOM is becoming one of those locations on the map. We've had 20 to 25, even almost 30 knots earlier on in the morning over here. We have crystal clear water, butter flat, and then the wind, as it drops out, it starts to get more and more consistent. So we're just getting ready. It looks like I can see we are almost ready for those interviews. So once again, thank you very much for joining here on the stream. We've seen some of the biggest moves out there still. One more time, Jean-Maria Coccoluto, Juan Rodriguez, Carlos Mario, Manuel Suarez. Those are the top 4 men of the day. And then on the women's side, we saw Natalie Lambrecht and Bruna throwing down semi-finals of both of the disciplines. So yeah, we will see you bright and early tomorrow, as very shortly we are going to go down to the beach for an interview with Lewis.
Yes, we're here then. Thank you for the final interview of the day, and it's these 2 riders to my right-hand side that have made their way through into the semi-finals. It is the former world champion Carlos Mario from Brazil to my right, and just over here we have Luis Alberto Cruz from the Dominican Republic. Estefania Rosa by my left has agreed to nicely translate for me. Let's just start with a question for you, Carlos Mario, a household name in the sport. You were the last heat of the day today, and it looked like the wind was dying. It was very tough out there, but your experience showed through. How difficult was it to stay with really good concentration there and to actually focus on making it through to the semi-final?
Então, Carlos, o último a velejar, o último hit, a batalha estava muito acirrada, o vento estava fraco. Como foi que você fez para se manter no foco?
Então, acho que eu moro num dos melhores lugares do mundo. As condições de lá são variadas, né? Então, pela manhã tem condições fortes, pela tarde tem vento fraco. Então, eu já estou adaptado a vento fraco, então consegui manter meu ritmo ali e sempre olhar o que a galera estava manobrando, né? Fazendo de manobra, para tentar sempre fazer um pouquinho melhor para ter esse resultado, né? E graças a Deus consegui o resultado aí e avancemos em primeiro para a semifinal.
Okay, I live in the best place in the world, so I have all the kind of conditions, the morning, afternoon, so I train a lot. I was looking for the other competitors and I was playing my game. I saw it and I knew I had to do better, and I did it.
Yeah, you certainly looked like you accelerated during the end of the heat. Now my question for you, Luis Alberto Cruz, you are a household name in this sport. Thank you, Carlos. We see your name all the time in freestyle. For over 10 years, I don't know how many years, we have seen you in semi-finals and finals. How do you stay so motivated to come back as one of the older guys and still go out there and ride to that level?
Então, Luis, tu és profissional. Há muito tempo tu haces kitesurf, haces las competencias y siempre vai a final o a semifinal. ¿Cómo estás se sintiendo ahora?
De verdad, yo me siento muy bien porque estaba en cabarete sin entrenar y sin nada y vine aquí, ¿sabes?, sin entrenar y me siento muy contento que siempre llevo todos mis trucos que siempre los tengo siempre pendientes para saber lo que voy a hacer y de verdad yo me siento muy orgulloso y gracias a Dios por todo porque sin él nada es posible. De verdad, estoy muy contento, muy feliz estoy.
I'm very, very happy. I thanks God And he also said he's very, very happy and he's very proud to be here and to be one of the best.
Thank you very much to the both of you. It's very clear for me and everyone to see just how proud you are to represent your countries here, and you've both done incredibly well. Good luck in the semi-finals, which will take place too. Thank you very much to you, Estefania. It's been a wonderful day here in NEOM. They're going to leave me over here, I think, now. Beautiful, strong conditions as the day started. We went to lighter conditions as the day went on. Such a wonderful venue. We're so happy here. It's the NEOM 2022 Beach Games. I'm Lewis Crathon at the GKA Kite World Tour. Thank you very much for listening. We look forward to bringing you the semis and the finals. Tune in tomorrow.